two items like the Sparks Forge, like the Doomsdays.
Yes.
Before that, if they keep breaking apart, that's going to be a big deal coming in from Paws Gaming's draft.
This is what we can only really hope for here for the side of Twisted Minds, right? That they have that dominant early game. But I don't think Paws is going to allow them to have that, right? But this is going to be the first draft of this best of 7. And already, like we spoke about, there's been some expensive picks and then others not too expensive. We see here the Marco Polo, the Aria. We haven't really been seeing this game number 1 for the group stage, but now we're in the best of 7 format. This is where we start to see that, okay, let's go for group 1. Like, game number 1, we go for some expensive picks and some not so expensive picks. But right now, getting into game number 1, this is going to be the kickoff of the playoffs of the KWC 2025. Paws Gaming going up against Twisted Minds.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be an epic showdown between these two teams as we want to talk about some of the winning conditions here.
Yeah.
If you're Paw SG, you definitely have to be banking on Feng Jie and Xingling. Once these two picks come into fruition towards the mid game, you'll be seeing more of these sideline pressures coming from this duo. However, if you're Twisted Minds, you're gonna be banking on all your early picks here, making sure that you break this early game apart and you get the early game team fights going on for the side of your entire draft.
Yeah, I mean, we could already see a little bit of a rotation between the two lanes, right? Those side lanes are not going to be facing head-to-head with the marksman. They are looking to just kind of funnel and control the side of Paws Gaming at this point. And then obviously, as we look to the top side of the map, what's one good way of obviously taking down Barty in the early game is having some long range, right?
Oh yeah, that's definitely the case. Especially if you look at this case, it's pretty beneficial coming in from the side of the Marco Polo here. He gets the fire beat. He has a very smooth laning phase, making sure that, okay, we're sacrificing snow onto the Clash Link here, but our win condition, which is Feng Jie, that star player on this Marco Polo, gets a stress-free environment in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you really want to create, right? When it is your star player, you want to create as little stress as possible, especially in such kind of high stress situations that we have right now onto the Gorge. I mean, not only just in the Gorge, but the tournament itself.
Tournament itself, well said there, Blam. And just look at the mid side right now. There is so much pressure coming in from both teams here to really secure this mid priority. When we talk about mid priority, what is it about? It is about getting the push first and allowing your teammates to be able to push, to be able to gank the side lanes here. So whoever gets this mid control gets to move first.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one scary thing about Twisted Minds draft here as well, right? I mean, they've got a low AoE. They've got to kind of try and acknowledge onto the side of Paws Gaming. They obviously have the Wild Growth. They have the stun come through here for City Boy on the Hue 1. So they're really looking for the potential CC and making sure they're not getting caught and taking like any unnecessary damage. Like we're seeing right here, the Silk Imprint comes through and serves Myosotis to the side of Twisted Minds. First blood going over to 90.
Hailong coming in big with the Silk Imprint there. Yes, Myosotis, kind of a bit of an overaggression there. Thinks he has that passive to heal him up, but Hailong hitting that Silk Imprint, pulling him towards the arms of Twisted Mind. That was beautifully played by Hailong.
Very well played by Hailong. I mean, he's kind of like the guy at the party, right? You don't want to dance, and then he kind of does a little lasso, and he goes around you, pulls you in, and then all of a sudden you're into the mix and you're dancing the tango. And that's exactly what they did to the side of Paws Gaming there. Myosotis, like you were saying, Sagi, doesn't quite have that sort of sustain in the early game just yet. We're kind of looking for that itemization, right? Potentially a bit more tanky items coming through, but in terms of damage, it's going to be passed up into the top side of the map there. Paws repaying that first blood.
Blow for blow, 90. He expended the flash just now at the mid lane to punish Myosotis here. Xiaoyang, they have that information, comes up with a beautiful roam, punishing 90 for that aggressive play.
Yeah, again, this is how, like, real useful these common skills are, right? If you use that flash, it could be your deathbed, and Death Rope came through there to the top side of the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, I see a little bit of a stalemate at this moment in time. Obviously, we do use the Gudo there for a ball coming through, just to get a bit of knock-up, maybe just trying to push away and lock down that balance into the mid lane.
But we're coming to the first Tyrant of the series here, Blam. Usually we talk about, oh, early kills, not the greatest, not the best, but we talk about 4-minute mark. We want to see what the players, what the teams are prioritizing. Are we looking at fighting for the Tyrant? Are we looking for trading certain objectives on the map, like the buff, like the towers here? As we slowly approach the Tyrant has been spawned onto the map.
Yeah, I mean, one of the clear indicators is obviously pressure down to the bot side of the map, but right now, Myosotis is just trying to kind of poke and prod both CD Boy and Highland here, just try and make sure they look a little bit worse for wear as they try and go for this neutral objective fight. We do see, however, Bungjie in the sideline. Is he going to try and go with a Fever Barrage with Steel? Doesn't quite have the confidence at this point in the game. Going over to Twisted Minds is the first Tyrant.
Indeed it is, but I want to prize Paws Gaming as well. We talked about this, the Bungjie on his Marco Polo. He needs some time here, but City Boy here gets forced out the ultimate here. All big, that's what we talk about, the bailout opportunity. That's the beauty of the Yuhuan role.
The beauty of the unending sorrow as well, right? The undying sorrow is going to be there coming through to actually just basically just bait a lot of those skills to come out of your enemy team. We didn't see the Fever Barrage being used. We can see here, obviously, the common skill for Bungjie. He wants to go for the cleanse because there is quite a lot of CC, a lot of control over to the side of Twisted Minds that could really upset the flow with the Fever Barrage.
And that is correct here, but a bit of a pressure comes from the side of Twisted Minds here as they look to punish Xiaoyang here. Xiaoyang forced to flash out and forced towards safety here. This is the side selection we're talking about, right? When you have numbers towards a certain side, you cannot be playing overly aggressive. Even if you have the common spell, you will be punished. And look at Myosotis here. Does not have the numbers here, getting punished so hard in his own jungle.
Yeah, had to use the Unruly Blade to get out of there. He'd still obviously be able to soak and tank up and regain that HP at this point of the game. But look at the top side of the map. We do see the Paws Gaming actually got their way in. A little bit of a golden ticket. They got the T1, was able to kind of put a little bit of pressure onto the T2 into the top side as well. But the control coming through from Clean and Highland combo here. But Shanks picking up the kill. There is going to be a kill trade up to the top side of the map because 90 was doing his best to keep the T2 alive.
Ooh, a 1-for-1 trade here, but Paws Gaming, you drop a kill, you get a tower top side as well. This is the potential of the Marco Polo Yari we're talking about. You don't stop them, you don't halt them in the early game, they are going to be such a menace in the side lane. And let's check out this replay real quick. So, Bungjie finds 90 punished immediately by this Marco Polo.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of flashed in a little bit too early there, then dashed out, and at that point, it was kind of like, it's taken too much damage. It's going to be a little bit of a kind of like, all right, FF, I need to go and just reassess back at base after that death takedown. But now we're starting to see the Paws Gaming again, a little bit more control onto the Gorge. They take the T1 down to the bot side as well.
As the game progresses at this point, Bungjie and Qingling is slowly becoming this side lane monster.
Yeah.
It's like a pseudo marksman that's roaming around the map. Roam and gun right now. Just look at bot side right now, 90. Once again, punished for his aggression.
Yeah, punished for his aggression. That is going to be the takedown there. Snow coming through with a clean kill. Obviously, Purple doing quite a bit of damage, keeping him away from that second engage that we saw to see brew there. Obviously, Myosotis coming from the back end of the Crimson Tyrant there, the Crimson buff, sorry, and then it was just kind of like, hey, no, Furball is going to do the pseudo tank job.
And look at the members coming from Twisted Mind here. They want to punish this mobile marksman coming in from Bungjie. There's no one on the side of Paws that's coming for his rescue, and he overextends into the bottom side of the map, gets punished, bails out, double kill for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but I mean, double kill for the potential T1 here. I mean, 90's really got a job on his hands as they obviously now, the cavalry arrives. They do lose the T1 into the middle of the map, which is going to be a not as good trade, right? I mean, yes, you get 2 kills, but what can Twisted Minds do a little bit more here?
Oh, Twisted Mind gets the pull onto Myosotis here once again. Hailang pulls Myosotis in. This is the matchup between Hailang Shi and Myosotis. It makes the dude extremely awkward here, and Shanks wants to go for the Flaming Paw, but does not get the range. Yeah,
I mean, they claim back the T1 down in the mid lane as well, right? That is going to be a good kind of switcheroo here for Twisted Minds. In terms of goal lead, it's still only 1k. It's been very, very sort of like near and in between for both of these teams. But for Paws Gaming, they put a lot of pressure into that top side of the map, right? So really, we're kind of already seeing a clear potential backdooring, right? When we get these kind of later neutral objectives, the Shadow Tyrant, the Shadow Overlord, there's going to be a lot of pressure to that top side of the map.
That's exactly the case, but this Marco Polo and Yaria, it's a very good combo. It's like super good in the side lane. It provides so much healing and shielding for the marksman, but if you do overextend like what Bungjie did, you're going to be punished as a 1v2 and you're going to be dropping 2 kills instead of 1.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful when obviously Yaria is on top of the Marco Polo. You've got to kind of make a case for that one within these dives into the bot side of the map. But right now, they're not really facing the consequences of that action, right?
Exactly, and look at tempo right now. 9 minutes on the clock, 1 minute until the Shadow variant, the empowered Overlord Empowered Tyrant that's going to be spawned under the map. It's a 50-50 game between both these two teams. We haven't yet seen a full-blown out team fight yet from both these two squads.
Yeah, they're holding on right. I mean, you can kind of see here, we saw that obviously Snow was pushing a bit of pressure up into the top side of the map, and then rightly so, down to the bot side, they had a minion wave crashing through for the side of Twisted Minds. So they're really kind of negating this sort of like 75-25 damage here for the side of Paws Gaming, but they are able to take that Overlord there. The pressure is definitely being neutralized here.
Pressure is neutralized here, but Twisted Minds knows the map formation here. They invade this Azure Golem and they potentially have an angle towards the mid tower here. But look over to the bottom side real quick as Fengjian and Qingling further causes trouble as they are so strong this side lane.
Very strong. I mean, you can see already 4 members on the side of Twisted Minds potentially going for the gank here. Looking to try to take off the carry before the Shadow Tyrant spawns in about 14 seconds. There it is. Silky Beauty splits them apart into the backline. It is 90, but gets hit with Disruptive Deluge. Can you get a pick off onto Fengjian? Fengjian tries to go in with the Fever Barrage, but this is going to be the turnaround here for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds at the 10-minute mark gets 3 kills onto Paws Gaming here once again. Paws Gaming's Fengjian Qingling gets punished hard for overextending in the side lane. And with this triple kill coming in for the side of Twisted Mind, they secure the first Shadow Tyrant of the series.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing a lot of damage being translated into the team fights already naturally for the side of Twisted Minds, but now they have that Shadow Tyrant, which is going to give increased damage and a speed boost, right? I mean, already fast with the Agudo. This is just going to make them go even faster.
Exactly, and check out the replay real quick. This is what we talked about. Yes, you get the tier 2, but you're so deep into enemy territory. You don't have mid priority, you don't have to push, your teammates are slow. Xiaoyang gets caught up by 90 here, and immediately cavalry arrives. Fengjie, you have a lot of dashes, but how many dashes can it take you to really escape from this?
Yeah, it's a lot, right? But even with the Primal Bond on the cards, Twisted Minds is like, hey, let's not give them the Overlord, because if they are able to get the Shadow Overlord, they get the Shadow Vanguards, which is going to create some more pressure that really, this could be the weak point of Twisted Minds in this game number 1.
Oh yeah, that is the case here. And look at the goal lead right now. 2 minutes before we're saying, it's a 50-50, nothing much broke out. Yeah. But that is the pain that you have to suffer if you break out a team fight like this. You lose members, you lose out objectives on the map, and objectives provide you with all these gold. And right now, Twisted Mind, healthy 3000 with all the wave control, and they're going to be pushing all these towers down.
Yeah, I just want to point out, obviously, Xiaoyang onto the Lady Gen there, obviously in terms of damage output, but again, Fengjie and Qingling may get punished here as they try to poach the top side of the map. Obviously get phase check here. The right person to do it is going to be City Boy because he has the heals and the sustainability. Down goes Fengjie once again. They are being punished for the same reasons, not even like moments ago.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson here, Paws Gaming? Once again, as we mentioned, Fengjie Qingling very far towards the play here. Just look at this. They know for a fact that, okay, we go for the push. They will want to sneak a clear onto the side lane here. So, what do we do first? We clear them off of the side lane, then we commit on our push, which is right now happening in this tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're down for around about like 11, 12 seconds, right, before this comes through. The Destructive Deluge is going to be potentially enough here to take out the Vanguards into the mid lane. Can Twisted Minds convert this into that T3 into the top side of the map? Highlang may get caught out here because we see Snow into the back line, using the flash to get out, but it is going to be the damage. Infinite Vastness, Unending Sorrow come through. Is this going to be enough to keep the side of Twisted Minds alive? And it is!
The double bailout we talked about in the draft here. Yes, no, you got an amazing flank coming in, but the double bailout instantly. No further questions asked. They get out and they get out safely.
I mean, that was like escape artist level kind of get out of there, right? They really got out of jail with their free card. It was honestly looking like a collapse that could have been detrimental because, I mean, Party, as we were saying in the draft, right, if he can get in onto your backline, that's a lot of devastation.
Exactly, and look at the item builds real quick. Shanks is insanely rich in terms of gold. He went for the most expensive lone build in the game. Yeah. No Axe of Torment, no Starbreaker, goes for the Daybreaker instead, and right now he has it's already 4 items, soon to be full slotted.
Soon to be full slotted, but still at the same time, Fengjie and Qingling are just trying to get that dominance into that top side of the map. But fortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, they're able to trade that T3 down to the bot side, and then that means that 90 is free to go and just mitigate that lane up the top side of the map. But right now, funneling more over to Shanks, the Crimson Golem goes over. Extra damage is not going to be the weak point here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Okay, 4 seconds onto this Tyrant here. If you're Paws, you gotta be breaking up some form of priority, especially the side lanes here.
Yeah.
At the very least, set up the map, set up a camp here, so you can catch up some of these members coming in for Twisted Mind here, because you know for a fact, once they get this Tyrant, they're gonna be rotating towards the Overlord, and once those two are in the hands of Twisted Mind, they are looking for the game-ending push.
They could be looking for the game-ending push here as well. I mean, just more damage coming through. The Fever Barrage just being used as a wave clear here as well. Right, careful here. Yes, 90 is going to be quite spry. He does have his common skill as well. Clean, rotating through with a roll through. Also, all sides of Twisted Minds committed into the top side of the map just to take down two. Actually, not just two. We saw the Jingling was trying to get Halo there, but that is going to be a NO for Paws Gaming.
A bit of a deja vu. I feel like I've seen this before at the exact location, the exact method of being caught out here. So Paws, Feng-Jie, and Qingling here, once again, being punished for being so deep into enemy territory here. And right now, 3v5 situation, it's a no-brainer that they are going to be taking this game, because look at the front side. It's only 2 members of Paws Gaming here, Blam.
Only 2 members of Paws Gaming left. Snow is trying to get back, but 90 is on his tail. The minion wave is coming through. They do have an enhanced minions wave back down to the bot side of the map here, but no high ground turrets here for the side of Paws Gaming. It's going to look hard, but Shanks is looking to do enough damage, but there is no minions. Infinite Fastness being drawn out now, coming back in, renegotiating and landing on top of Myosotus. Builds the Sage's Sanctuary right in time. He's going down once. He goes down twice. Is this potentially the hold-up here for Paws Gaming?
Still a sign of breathing left for the side of Paws Gaming here. Myosotus absorbs so much damage there. Shanks, a bit of over-aggression there. He wants to go for the end, but the team has a bit of a different idea though. But let's look at the replay here. Okay, Feng-Jie forces out the Infinite Vastness there. Shanks goes for the Safe Sanctuary purchase, falls down, gets taken down by the AoE spell, has the force for the Destiny, but still gets taken down. That's 2 very expensive items being taken over for the side of Shanks.
Very expensive items coming through here. And definitely a little bit of a room to breathe here for the side of Paws Gaming. But this is the Twisted Minds that we normally see, right? They see the crystal, they don't really take the team fight in the bestest of fashions, and then they get punished for it.
Exactly, and they are getting punished right now with this Overlord take coming in from Paws. Even though you have 3 tier 3's tower being taken down, they are alive and breathing right now because they are relieved of the wave controls.
Relief of the wave controls, and obviously we can see for the automation of Feng-Jie, even though he's get picked up like 4 times at this point in the game, he has the Succubus Cloak, right? Trying to mitigate a lot of that damage from Highland Shi in those team fights, but is that going to be enough here? Obviously, we do see the Frigid Charge come through as well, trying to set up those like dominant sort of Fever Barrages.
Ooh, if we look at Hailang here, he's sort of a control mage, but this control mage is very, very rich. 9,000 for City Boy, 9,000 for Hailang. They're both building towards these late game damage items right now. So if you even get poked by these items, you're going to be going down good. So this was Cloak giving you that magic shield, perfect coming in from Feng-Jie.
It's a lifeline, right? It's a lifeline against that magic damage. But right now, obviously, again, just creating more pressure to the top side of the map is gonna be Snow. And this is how he's been playing for the majority of the game. He's just looking to create some more pressure for the side of Paws Gaming. Twisted Mind City Boy taking a few blows there from Snow, but he's able to because he has the sustain.
Exactly, and look at Snow right now, 3-0 and 1 coming in onto this party here. We talk about how prized this pick is. If he finds a perfect angle onto Shanks or City Boy, and they can chain the crowd control, they can't be using their bailouts, which is the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're already seeing that one attempt for Snow down to the bot side to take that high ground turret. It's paying dividends here for Paws Gaming. They have the Vanguard down there. It's already split in part the side of Twisted Minds. You're already seeing that they're not clumped together as a unit right now.
Exactly, and right now, Paws Gaming, they are looking onto the Shadow Tyrant. They have secured it. Are they going to put the goal button here because they have this extremely strong combat buff that's going to be on them for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard 90 seconds here for the side of Twisted Minds to play this, right? I mean, yes, they are ahead in terms of the gold, but I mean, how long is that going to actually sort of stick around, and how much is that going to benefit Twisted Minds going into this late game phase of Honor of Kings, right? I mean, they're already pretty much 6 slotted.
6 slotted. Just look at the gold chart real quick. 16,000 coming in from Shanks. Coming in next will be Feng-Jie and 90 here. So we're approaching the path that you mentioned here. More and more of these players are getting 6 slotted. 90 potentially caught out here as he's forced to walk away, and he has expended the Pure Sky to block that one single damage output.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to point out earlier, is obviously the damage output from the Lady Gen, right? The Destructive Deluge is just so deadly within Honor of Kings. But right there, we just saw Snow. He did take a lot of Flaming Palms to the face. It did mean that he had to draw it back a little bit, but still creating that kind of pressure into the top side of the mat is going to be Feng Jie and Jingling. Furball just doing his job, pseudo tank.
Twisted Mind really requires Highland to be healing the Silken Prince here. If not, we're going to be seeing a tango coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here. They're just dancing along the waves, the lanes here as we approach the 50 seconds. That's going to be spawning off the Tempest Dragon because this Marco Polo, yes, he's 1-4. Yes, the Riyadh is 1-4. But they're providing so much pressure onto the side lane that Twisted Mind has to respond.
Yeah, I feel like Snow's a little bit like Nostradamus within this game because obviously he was able to create pressure in the one lane where the Tempest Dragon was going to spawn. Like if Twisted Minds had that high ground turret down there, it would be so much pressure and so much kind of like on the back of the mind of Paws Gaming that they probably wouldn't even go for it. But now they've actually managed to have those enhanced minions down to that bot side of the map, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a stall here for the Tempest Dragon.
Learning their lesson, they're backing off from this push here. A good respect being paid from Paws Gaming here. Feng Jie making sure that he's not caught out right before the Tempest Dragon. 9 seconds short, the first ever Tempest Dragon of our KWC 2025 playoffs will be spawned onto the map here, Blam.
I mean, first game of the playoffs, right? Was we not expecting a Tempest Dragon to come through? Sorry. I mean, I think it would be a little bit delusional otherwise, but right now it is going to be on the board. It is that 20-minute mark where we know those passive items can be upgraded.
Exactly. Like Frigid Charge gets upgraded to the Winter here. Clean here just freshly upgraded his Blood Rage into a Phantom here. More stats, more damage here, and they are slowly approaching for this late game objective as Paws Gaming. They are starting off this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to try and bait it. Obviously, Myosotis is not going to do as much damage as Feng Jie within this Tempest fight. But City Boy just trying to get a little bit of intel, see where they are within the brushes. The spell, the ultimate has been expanded here. They got to be careful. Clean might get taken out. It's going to be Snow into the back line here. He gets the Sage of Sanctuary for now. So going down once. Can he get the hammer down on twice? But it is going to be Furball that gets the kill. Who's going to go for the Tempest Dragon? Paws Gaming secures a Tempest Dragon, but can they secure the way out?
Look at Snow though, he's still in the back line here. 90 falls down, but Feng Jie falls down with the Sage Sanctuary here. Health bars are blinking, low coming in from Twisted Minds here. Shanks still standing alive, still hitting with his auto attacks. He's still on it. Goes in for the skies, comes down, flanking huge. Right now, the fight is going super close for both teams here.
Both teams here. 90 is going to be the knight in shining armor. Can City Boy at 90 withstand this 2v1 against Myosotis? He has a Sage's Sanctuary. He's taken down City Boy, but can he take down another? The shielding comes through. He sidesteps the wind slash. They are going 1-to-1, toe-to-toe. Can they go brick for brick?
1v1 goes in, the shield comes in strong. Healing from the dude is just too crazy as of this point. The dragon is firing at 90 and he gets taken down as Paws Gaming comes up huge with such a big team fight.
The Tempest Dragon Vanguards did actually do the job. They were the ones to take down and get the hit onto 90, but 90, to his valiant efforts, was able to keep alive for Twisted Minds Clean, Highlang and Shanks to get back onto the gorge. So it's not written just in the stars yet for Paws Gaming in number 1, but this replay.
Look at the replay here. Snow immediately flashing in to capitalize on the backline. The smite coming in from the side of Twisted Mind goes down and it's currently in the backline here. So on the front end, Paws Gaming gets the Tempest Dragon. As the fight further commences here, we see Snow further pondering at the backline here. And as of this point, all members are down and we see a 1v1 brawl between these two fighters into the mid lane.
I mean, this is just giving me KMW Finals PTSD, right? Where we saw 90 go 3v1 and he was able to take down the side of OG. It was incredible, but it just wasn't enough against Paws Gaming as they go for the potential final assault.
But still, due to that fight, a lot of the members do not have the Tempest Dragon buff right now. Only Myosotis has it, so it still does not form a game-winning push coming in from Paws Gaming, especially Marco Polo, not the best pusher here, but the ball comes in, forces out the Purify.
Yeah, forces out the Purify, but obviously we weren't hoping that the Agudo Furball was going to land on top as well. It's a bit of a combo, but there it is. Snow just diving in, getting a bit of damage. Destructive Deluge is just going to be such a zone-in petition at this one, but they've got to clear out these waves that are coming through into the side of Twisted Minds.
With that attempt and that team fight coming from both teams here, another tier 3 goes down over to the hands of Paws Gaming here right now. All tier 3s from Paws Gaming, not there to be living. For the side of Twisted Minds, only one remains here. With control, it's gonna be neutralized for both teams here. However, we have to look at Snow. He's gonna be the key difference maker and 90. Whoever finds the flank onto the backline will secure the deal for their teammate.
It does seem like that, right? I mean, we were seeing it in the BP at the very beginning. It's all about the access into the backline, and both of these teams have that, and they have portrayed so far that they can do it beautifully, but it's who is going to do it at the right time.
Exactly, and we have to think about one thing. Shanks no longer have to say Sanctuary. One time it was at the crystal of the enemy team, and one time it was at this fight, which is 2 minutes ago. And ladies and gentlemen, if you expend Sage Sanctuary, which is the resurrection item twice, you can no longer use it in the game.
You can't, and that's the crucial part, right? I mean, I believe that Shanks has already used it both times already, right? At the crystal of the side of Paws and in that last team fight, but Myosota's playing very well, right? Like, he's just there trying to chunk a lot of the damage, a lot of the skills from the side of Twisted Minds.
He's a beefy boy, he's soaking up damage, getting so much information, fighting for Wolf's control here. And look at both teams here. The Clash Lane and Jungle already secured their Sky Dome, the upgrade towards their Pure Sky, and more damage reduction on that single frame. But look at this pull right here. He does not purify!
He does not purify, but he does have the Fever Barrage to get out of that. The Sage Sanctuary does get activated onto Flung Jet. Is it going to be enough damage from Shanks? He gets the takedown! He comes back down with the infinite vastness. Can they take out Myosotis? There's a 3v1, but he's chunking at the damage. He can't chunk enough, but Snow into the backline.
Snow into the backline, goes for the ultimate. He is conquering the battlefield, but he gets pulled by Highland once again. Swaps towards the Sage Sanctuary. He is still alive, yet to be expanded right now. Can we look for more opportunities, or will Twisted Minds close off this game with more kills?
They're looking for more kills. There's only 2 members alive. We see that Xiao Yang is able to get that Sage's Sanctuary in the last moment, but he gets taken down as well. The boys in red are coming through. Minion wave here. We see Snow trying to go back to base, but we're seeing City Boy just grief him. And game number 1 is going to be Twisted Minds.
High along with the crucial initiate pulling the Marco Polo. He had no Purify. That top lane was the result of the display coming in from Hailang. Feng Jie once again punished for being over-aggressive.
Punished for being over-aggressive. I mean, honestly, the Marco Polo and Yaria, it wasn't the kind of shining thing we was really hoping to see there within the BP, but it's more of it as kind of just like, hey, maybe it's going to be that kind of tactic of like, let's expand Shanks' Lung, because obviously his performance on that one was a great pick, but now, because it's the best of 7 and we have the global ban pick, he cannot have that anymore.
Exactly, and like, this is the beauty of global ban pick I was talking about with the panelists and with the casters. There are certain ways you can just be expanding all these heroes, and you can pass it slowly but surely towards the game 2, towards the game 6, as that is how you expand the hero pool.
That is how you expand the hero pool, right? I mean, but this is the first game within a best of 7. And as you just saw on the stage there, nothing is granted, right? Everything is going to be earned for these players on the Gorge within this best of 7 series. But my goodness, is there been a better way to start off the KWC playoffs than this clash between the two titans?
Almost a 26-minute series here, and Sage Sanctuary after Sage Sanctuary, 2 Tempest Dragons from both teams here. Fights were immaculate coming in from both these 2 teams. Until the very last moment, we had no idea who was going to be coming out top in this team fight.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly beautiful there. But I mean, it's like Isaac was saying, right? It's like, is 3 heroes going to be enough? It's not enough. Is 4 heroes? It's not enough. But there is some few solid heroes left, but it still could not be enough. And right there, we're going to throw it back to the desk to see how they felt about that game number 1.
You know what? Do you know what? Do you want to know how I feel? I feel speechless. That is exactly how I feel right now. It is how people at home is feeling. That was one fight. What a way to start our quarterfinals with Twisted Minds taking that 1-0 advantage over Paws Gaming.
Oh my god, bro. We were screaming in the green room just now. Like, that game was insane. The Tempest fight, the last fight, the macro skills demonstrated in game 1, Phil. That was insane.
You could not have scripted it any better. First game here in the playoffs, double Tempest, insane fights all throughout the game. And then we see Nightly fighting for like 2 minutes.
It was crazy. And then we're here, like, again, ladies and gentlemen, like, we're here in the studio just looking at the screen, just like, don't fight, don't fight. And they're just throwing hands. And we are loving every single second of it.
You know, we're on the topic of that fight. I want to talk about Byron, okay?
Go ahead.
That's why you must master that character. You must watch the tutorials. You must play the character. It's one of the strongest, not the strongest right now. Definitely most popular in the Clash lane. The hero is untouchable. You have the Tempest buff, right, on one side, and Byron just doesn't die. Like,
no, not at all. He's not afraid of that. And that's why in these 6 days, in this 7th day of competition, it's been part of the meta. That Byron pick right over there is a hero that everyone at home, you need to go and try to practice.
I would definitely say Byron's one of the strongest Clash laners because of that clutch factor. Standing up against, you know, a Tempest there, he was still surviving for 2 whole minutes of fighting it. And we know Nightly, we've seen what he can do on Byron here. And he can fight for a while.
That fight was so long that in some moment I thought, like, you know what? They gotta be tired, man. Like, their fingers gotta go stiff at the moment because the way that they're doing, if you have ever seen a professional player just playing this in live, like, the speed that their fingers move is insane. So I can imagine that after those 45 seconds of throwing hands in there, just boxing match, they're gotta be like really tired after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Byron is Byron has so much regeneration, right? With his skill kit, he can constantly regenerate. You can see that he was stepping back a little bit, so skill 1 touches not only the fatigue, but also the Tempest Dragon. And it was insane. The fact, Tempest Vanguard, excuse me. And that was absolutely insane how he constantly skill 1 just back and forth and regen like 1/3 of health. On the other side, the fatigue didn't die either. Oh, Duen, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, speaking of back and forth, this game was really back and forth. At first, it looks like Twisted had a great lead here, but kind of nearing the end of the game, they kind of slowed down. It started looking like Paws, you know, they got a Tempest. It was looking like it was swinging the other direction. But since they took out all those high ground towers, that was paying dividends all throughout the late game.
Like, if you look at the highlights right now and if you check on the replays, you can start seeing all the items, the speed that they're changing them, the Sage's Sanctuary, the Destiny, like all of those items are just being changed in seconds.
You know, absolutely, because we're talking about, hey, where is the Sage Sanctuary? But then we mentioned that these players are so good micro-wise, they can change like in a split of a second, right? They have a preset, and you want to learn how to do that from Phil as well, right? Like, he has a video talking about it, so you definitely want to learn that. Now we're looking at the stats. It seems like, whoa, that's 37% damage by Lady Gen. I gotta talk about the mages in this specific game. The mages are so effective because there's so many, like, I would say bruiser type of characters. You got a Byron on one side, you got a Fatigue on the other side, you got Duen as well. And it's kind of hard with the one-shot factor. It's more of just like poking back and forth, a lot of skill being thrown around. But everybody's so tanky, and that's why you see the mages doing so much damage.
In a long game like this, almost 26-minute game, you see crazy damage numbers. But what I noticed here on Twisted Minds team, you see the damage is fairly well distributed. They just have one holder of all the damage. But on Paws' side, we see the mid lane here, 37% damage. So once they went down, they were losing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, same as damage taken. Look at Duen, 43%. It mentioned like how much damage like is concentrated on damage dealt by Lady Gen, how much damage taken at the same time is concentrated on Duen as well. It's just, and by the way, that's why you have to master Duen. This character is unkillable, right? With a skill 2, with a passive. So let's take a look at all the items built here.
When we talk about early game, I knew that for Twisted Minds, it was going to be a little bit easier than for Paws. But when you look at the items that Marco Polo was building on, you know that when he's fully stacked, he is a force to be reckoned.
For sure. They made it as tough for him to play as possible, I would say. With the draft on Twisted Mind, they have what I would like to consider a non-committal comp, right?
Okay.
They can easily dictate when they want to go in and disengage, and they're only really going to engage when it benefits them. Else, they disengage with the Shi, you know, and back up and play safe until they get another chance.
Now we're on draft. I want to talk about the specific pick, which is Shi, played by Hailang, okay?
Go for it.
This character was so fundamental to their victory here because no one can touch this mage, right? In the first phase, once we know that Duen was being picked, Fatih was being picked, and also there was Lady Jin being picked, you know you need like you need a marksman and you need a support. At that point, it's a great time to pick that character. We talk about Paws like to pick combos, but at the same time, Twisted Mind is so good at being flexible, at picking what works in a specific draft. That's why you don't see a specific synergy for the draft, but every pick makes sense, and Shi is so good here. Another thing about the draft is they banned Dolia. They also banned Arlie so they can pick Lone because that's their hyper carry.
Of course. And I think that when the casters were describing the game, they were talking about that Yu Huan and Long, that double out of jail card, that was very important for them because in some of the fights, when you're talking early game, when you're talking mid game, they came in and it was because of that double out of escape, like they were able just to run away. Boys, we've been talking a lot about the game, and I know everyone is super excited. What about if we just take a minute just to go for a break, we get something to drink, and when we come back, we're going to break it down to you in more details.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Twisted Minds already 1-0 ahead of Paws Gaming. This is a best of 7. That victory is important, but in the big picture, it might mean nothing if they don't keep their performance right now.
Absolutely. At the same time, they already used really strong picks like Byron in Game 1. And there's going to be so many more, right, for the other side in Game 2.
This is going to be a game of stamina here. We're potentially going to see us go to Game 7, so strategies are going to be developing. I would say while Paws did lose, they didn't lose as many powerful picks as Twisted Mind did use.
Well, they already, if we're going to jump into directly to the predictions. First round of VP, like first round of bans, they were very clear. The Luna, the Dharma, the Pei, and the Arlie. The 4 most meta picks in these last 6 days. Now, if they are to ban the Lung and they're going to ban the Fatih, they're going to have to allow two of those out there.
Interesting thing to notice, Idea is missing here. You know, it was not picked or banned here, so teams are potentially saving it for some compositions later on. It's interesting to note that Idea can enable some weaker picks to be a higher level. So I'm going to predict the Idea pick here in the second game.
It is 7 games, right? It's got to come at any moment because, as you just mentioned, Phil, it is one of those very strong support heroes. What do you think, Dave?
I think Paws need momentum, right? Twisted Mind definitely twisted some mind with that Tempest play. And they need characters that can change the game, and they need something like Pei, for example.
You know what? We're gonna jump into the first round of bans. As we see this first round of bans coming in, I am just wondering, are our ideas the same as the casters? Do they think that we're gonna be seeing a Luna, a Dharma, an Arlie, a Pei? Boys, what do you think? Saggy, Blam? Give me your thoughts.
I'll tell you exactly what I think, Isaac. I think we're going to have a banger of a game number 2 regardless, right? But the Arlie, however, is not going to come through within this one. And obviously, predictably, as we were thinking, the Paws game in banning out the party, again, just being probably one of the most expensive picks on their draft of game number 1. And then the Dharma as well, so the Luna could come through here for Clean, right?
Ooh, Luna or Clean's favorite pick is still up for grabs here. So far, Clean, his play has been a phenomenal pick, especially right now. They lock it in. They know how important for Clean to dictate the tempo and control the game within its grasp. Because why is Pei so good? So much mobility, able to travel the map, spikes extremely hard towards the mid game to really dictate the tempo. If you can get the Shadow Tyrant, if you control all these neutral objectives, you're gonna be a monster.
An absolute monster, but I mean, the one counter we've been seeing for the Pei, obviously, we was going to talk about the Yukio there, but it's not going to come through, right? Obviously, Jing coming through here, big AoE, a lot of damage reflection for her kit, but then the Byron, obviously, Twisted Minds used it last game. They can't have the Byron and Pei combo that we heard the analyst desk boasting about earlier, so they're going to have to kind of look elsewhere, right? I mean, in terms of the Jing, we need a little bit more control on the side of Twisted Minds, right?
I'm loving these 2 drafts, right? We talk about control coming from Twisted Minds. They're probably going to form a formation that is capable of playing with this Pei here. And we talk about control. What's better with it? Meyin with the knockups, Zhang Fei with the pushback. And for Paws Gaming here, I'm loving the draft. These 2 players from the side of Paws and Twisted Mind, assassin versus assassin matchup, a switch up from game 1's tank versus tank.
Yeah, tank versus tank, but also the resources are going to be pretty much central around both the Pei and the Jing, right? Obviously, you're really going to be looking to see which out of Clean and Myosotis is going to be leading the resource game. But here we go. Speaking of control, some more AoE coming through here for the side of Paws Gaming. Winter is here. It's going to be a good piece of potential kit here for the side of Paws Gaming to actually try and turn the team fights into the favor of Paws.
And we talk about this Princess Frost and Jing, right? Usually we see this team composition. We will see the mid lane farm being open entirely for this Jing to prosper and farm a lot. Make sure that this Jing gets a very smooth early to mid game and get to the item power spike sooner. This Princess Frost, even though it's a mage going to the mid lane, it will serve as this anchor, allowing the team as the second roamer to funnel farm to the jungle to give more space and for Byron to win the lane even harder.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we are seeing, again, they like to do this on the side of Paws Gaming. They like to focus Hai Lang's hero pool. They've gone for the I Ching, they've gone for the Gan and Mo once more. Because, I mean, in terms of, obviously, damage, we need a little bit more consistency here for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Down to the bot side of the map, we need to see that farm lane pickup come through. But speaking of farm lanes, it's going to be the D-Ranger for Feng Zhe.
The DRJ, this pick, one of the best blind picks here. Why is it good blind pick, very strong laning, available to be going for the tank build, extremely safe when coming in with these assassins here. He can protect himself, he can play along with his own tempo, right? He can build the Ominous, he can build the Blood Rage, he can build the Succubus Cloak, so it's a very safe pick. And one more thing, he's so good in the lane.
Very good in the lane, but also his ultimate, right? I mean, that's going to be one of the key parts taking down the Zhongfei, right? You use his ultimate, he gets that damage reduction onto whoever gets hit by the golden token. So once that comes through, you can start to see that Myosotis on the Jing will just come through and cut like mirrors do. And speaking of mirrors, we get in that Lady Gen 4 Highlang, as we saw, impressive amounts of damage in game number 1 for Paws Gaming.
And that's all Flowborn Marksman here. So Flowborn Marksman being locked in for the South Twisted Minds here, rounds up their composition. Pei and the Zhongfei will be in charge of the early game, while the Flowborn Marksman onto Shanks will be in charge of the later stages of the game here. For Paws Gaming, they still can go for the Liang if they want to, but Liang Po, one of the best roams so far in this KWC. I think he has 80% win rate out of 10 games, is locked in for the side of Qingling.
It's not just only that win rate as well, right? I mean, it's also one of City Boy's favorite picks. So Paws are like, hey, you've taken game number 1 of us. We're going to take your big boy off of you. But I mean, we were talking about this in the card to obviously the Boulevard, that City Boy likes to play those tanks, and obviously Hugh-1. Hugh-1 came through in game number 1. Now Zhongfei comes through in game number 2. Is it going to become a little bit more of a problem if they get to game 4 and they're kind of just like, the deuces, bro? Like, who do we go for?
Yeah, who do we go for? My draft is so down the drain, but that's the beauty. That's the amazing part about Global Ban pick here. The games will not always be the same picks of heroes. It will always comes out interesting because it forces players and the coaching staff to adapt to certain situations and to adapt and evolve as the draft goes on, especially towards Game 6.
Especially towards Game 6. It's going to be hard for both of these two teams, but I feel like they're just definitely more focused in the moment, right? This is game number 2. We still are so many games away unless obviously Paws Gaming just allow or they get demolished by Twisted Minds and a 4-0, which is probably not on my cards today here, Sagi. But as we're just waiting to get into the game here, in terms of the core for both of these teams, we're looking at obviously Clean, we're looking at Myosotis, but what's the other win conditions we could potentially see here for both of these teams?
One thing's for sure, we have to see the early game tempo coming in from both these two teams here. Snow on this Byron, Feng Jie on this Diren Jie will be the anchor to fight off the Pei that's going to be dominating the early game. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2. My name is Sagi, alongside it is Blam. Blam, let's go!
Let's go indeed. So Twisted Minds already having that momentum for game number 1 victory. Is it going to be enough then to get into game number 2 and just carry on that same winning strategy right now? But Clean was hiding in the brush there. Xingling was like, hey, bet I'm going to go and check it, because we're looking for obviously that level 1 invade, right? Trying to take some of the jungle camps away from your enemy's jungle.
This is the important thing when you get playing against a Pei here. You know the fact that Pei has so much mobility in the early game. He's going for these invades, and you have to be standing at these bushes to make sure that your invade angle has been closed up. But Snow here gets poked a bit, but gets flashed out immediately. Gets out alive, gets taken down by Clean.
I mean, we were looking for that invade into the jungle. Was we expecting a first blood to be the case? I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a juicy gold lead there going over for Twisted Minds, because with first blood, you get that Brucey bonus.
But at the very least here, just check out the replay here. Snow overextends a bit, gets the Storm Strike knockup, but gets punished immediately. And this is the strong point of Clean here onto this Pei. This hero, so much damage potential in the early game here. Just check out this normal combo here. You can alternate between human form where you're ranged, and when you're in the tiger form, the tiger stance, you have so much mobility. You can be leaping onto your enemies with no harm.
With no harm indeed. I mean, definitely going to be the takedown there. What you're looking for is going to be in that tiger form. So those below, look below on the screen. If you're looking to pick up the Pei, that's how you play. But nonetheless, we're looking at this game right here. Obviously, game number 2, we're looking around about 400 gold lead between the Twisted Minds at this moment in time. Already just trying to slow down the early game aggression here for Twisted Minds. Xingling playing very well, kind of just baiting a lot of those skills over to the Liang Po.
That's the job of a roamer. You want to be opening up the map, providing information. Who is at where, who has shown onto the map. And what better way to do it is Qingling onto this Liang Po, City Boy onto this Zhongfei. They're fighting for the river control right now.
They are fighting for the river control. I mean, they're just fighting for anything. Any kind of lead that they could get in the early game right now is definitely what they're just trying to look and go in for. But You can see below, if you do follow us on Honor of Kings Esports, HOK, at HOK Esports, tag your favorite teams and stand with a chance to win some rewards. I mean, one of them's 1,000 tokens as well, right?
1,000 tokens, bunch of tokens, but hang on a minute though, as a flash is being forced out by Highland here as he has to escape. But damn, 1,000 tokens there gets you a lot of skin, minimum of epic skin here, Blam.
I mean, not only the flash, right? The Destructive Deluge is now gone. So now they're going to get the dive on here on Sid90 or even potentially Highland. We do see the Winter is here, come through. It's going to claim the life of Highland. So not already having a solid early game, it's going to be that mid lane.
Once again, Paul SG. Yup, they fell first blood last game. Same situation again, they fight back hard, punishing Highland for not having the flash right here. For the side of Clean, he's doing an extremely good job to make sure that this Jing does not get out of control here, but as we talk about during the drafting phase, this mid wave for both these two mid lanes coming to this game, they're not going to be touching it. All this gold is going to be funneled towards the carry jungle.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I mean, these mid lane mages, they don't need it. They just need to get to level 4, get their ultimate like they both have, and then just use that as either great CC or just use it for, obviously, Highland to do a lot of damage into these potential team fights. But we're only just getting into the 4-minute mark. We are already 2 kills onto the board. A little bit more action-packed than the first game, but going into the Rung Brush here, it's going to be 90. He gets hit with the Storm Strike. He gets hit with the Winters here as well.
That was so beautiful coming in from Snow and Xiaoyang. The combo was orchestrated perfectly. Storm Strike knock up into the freezing prison, immediately locking up 90. We know Mayin has a lot of CC immunity, has a lot of mobility, but what are you going to do about that? We can't react at all.
Yeah, I mean, when you get slowed, it's going to be hard for you to get out of those fights when you are Mayin, right? But already, Paws Gaming looking to put a little bit of pressure down into the bot side of the map, looking to try and secure that Tyrant. Again, this is going to be a lot of damage for the side of Paws Gaming.
And this is the prize Tyrant, right? It allows you to be pushing out these waves even faster, gives that extra electric zap for your team, and look at Shanks right now. Winter is here, zones in off from the turret here, and pushing forward is the CD key, and that's what Paws Gaming is doing right now.
They are trying to push forward here, but the Unbridled Light Burst is actually going to catch Feng Jie. Not only that, but Highland gets the knock up there as well. Could 90 get taken down here? He's able to get serious and get out alive, but right now, can Xingling do the same here?
Both teams trading blow for blow here, but Twisted Mind comes out on top here. Feng Jie once again gets punished hard, and beautiful stuff coming in from Highline. The Destructive Deluge Flash gets into his face here, and Feng Jie, you do not have Flash, you get punished immediately.
I mean, we were talking about this, obviously, in the pre-show. We've been talking about it a lot before, obviously, the playoffs. And between these two teams, the analyst desk called them out, right? Obviously, we're looking at Shanks, we're looking at Feng Jie, and really, Twisted Minds are definitely focusing Feng Jie within this game number 2, right? They don't want him to allow to get that kind of lead, get the itemization come through. Obviously, we see the Spark Forge dagger now, which is going to be a little bit more pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds now that that Deringer has a little bit more better wave clear.
I will definitely have to agree with you, but right now, look at his bot lane as so many members coming in for Twisted Mind is pressuring onto this tower.
Yes, we're going to get a 4v3 potentially here. Maya Soldiers into the backline, trying to take out Clean. He's able to try and get the kill, and claims it as well. So the slow from the Winters here was enough to take down Clean.
Xiaoyang is so active onto this game. The difference between last game and this game, Xiaoyang is coming out huge. Every fight is involved with this Princess Frost. He's setting up this assassin, these side lanes up for success here. We talk about this. The game is never about how much gold you get. It's about how much you can contribute to the team. And look at Xiaoyang. Least gold as one of the carries of the team, but he's doing wonders on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that ultimate, right? That big AoE ultimate just has so much kind of impression and influence onto the Gorge when you're having these team fights, and it's already showing here for Paws Gaming that it's kind of putting Twisted Minds at a bit of a standstill here.
Look at Snow though, they're looking for an engage onto Shanks here. Shanks, Flash is true, still has Flash, but look at mid lane again, so much action going in.
Get serious? Oh, with the whatevers, he gets a takedown, so currently that's a 2-1 trade across the Gorge right now. We see the takedown of Feng Jie as well as Xiaoyang, so they have lost their marksman, they've lost their mid. A lot of damage been taken up to the side of Paws Gaming right now.
Oh, 2 members dropped here, and that might be potential of the top lane tower. That's going to be going down for the side of Twisted Minds here. But when that's happening, there's no members going in for Twisted Minds. Bottom side, Myosodis just picks up his own tier 2 tower, and he's having a field day as he's super farmed up right now at level 12.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be scary for Shanks, right? We was really waiting on that late game, but now he's not going to be able to stick in his lane, right? Like, if he decides to overextend into the bot side all on his own, he's going to get punished.
I'm loving what Xingling is doing. He's just providing so much information for the side of Paws Gaming here. 90 goes on to engage, but gets immediately demolished.
Oh, yeah, I mean, speaking of obviously putting pressure and giving obviously intel into the backline was 90, but he soon met the mirror domain and got taken down there.
Wow, just look at this, Jay. The importance of funneling gold towards the jungle assassin here. I believe he's probably about 7,000 or 8,000 gold right now. Check out that goal lead right now. 7.3k gold lead against anyone on the side of his team. Look at Xiaoyang, sitting on 3.7k, only a venomous staff. He's living his best life right here as he's making sure that this Jing is popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it's all he needs, right? I mean, especially against 90's Mayin. Like, that HP regen is going to be a troublemaker if you don't have any anti-heal. And that's exactly what Xiaoyang's got. Catching the Unbridled Embers onto 2 is going to be Snow, looking pretty much worse for wear. But at the same time, Fengzhe gets taken down in the early part of the team fight. So they don't get Snow, they get Fengzhe. So that's, again, some more damage being taken off the cards here for Paws Gaming.
Fengzhe has been awkwardly quiet these last 2 series here. He's getting punished insanely hard. 90 once again, like you mentioned, the backline access onto this Mayin. He has had a pretty good game so far, but we have to put our focus onto this Myosodus Jing here because he is going to be looking for these backline accesses, especially on the likes of Shanks and Clean.
He's going to look for that, but right now, obviously, he's just looking to create a little bit more pressure onto the top side of the map, right? I mean, we've already seen him take those T2s down to the bot side of the map. It's already going to... From what we saw in game number 1, right? We see that Paws loves to do the pressure play, loves to do the macro play, right? And it definitely puts the pressure into that late game where we saw that it kind of was the main consequence that it kind of kept rolling into that 20-minute mark.
Ooh, I do have to agree with you, and just look at the goal chart right now. The reason why that Paws Gaming, yes, you're not the best when it comes to all these early skirmishes, but when it comes down to the late game, the 10 to 14-minute mark and the tempers, they slow scalely, they make sure that they fight in the best positions possible, and look at this right now. The Princess Frost using the Winters here, providing so much extra room on these wave clears.
Yeah, just giving Paws Gaming just another kind of like oxygen tank, right? Just letting them breathe, using that ultimate not only to kind of devastate the team fights, but just to stop those minion waves. And like you were saying there, obviously 4.7k lead in the gold for the side of Xiaoyang is not the greatest, but it's not really what we're relying on, right? We're relying on the ultimate and just the potential of the crowd control that Princess Frost can give.
And Shadow Tyrant has been spawned onto the map right now, Blam. Both teams, they are looking to put their focus onto this objective as it is burning down extremely fast. Look at 90, he's looking for a flying onto Fengzhe.
Oh, the Unbridled Embers, is it going to be enough to try to keep them away? Oh, City Boy, he gets the steal of the Shadow Tyrant. Is this going to be the turnaround here that Twisted Minds needs? But into the backline, the focus onto 90 means that they can claim the kill onto Myosodus. That's 2 for 2 within that brawl.
Beautiful smite coming in from City Boy. He's not a jungle, he's not anyone. He's a roamer with smite, and he gets the kill here once again. Fengzhe gets dove under the tier 1 and tier 2 tower, falls towards the hands of Clean here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the space that Twisted Mind needed created for themselves. They're able to kind of put the pressure into the top side here, try and pay the respects that obviously Paws Gaming did. But come on, this replay, the Unbridled Outburst, the smite diff here.
It is insanely hard to outsmite a Jing here because the mirror with this Jing's passive, it provides Jing extra smite damage there. And to be able to outsmite the Jing, that is precision coming in from City Boy.
Pixel play style there for City Boy. But like we were saying, those tank picks for City Boy, and we always see that Zhang Fei likes to go for that double smite just for those correct moments, right?
And they were rewarded fruitfully. Clean and City Boy definitely smite at the same time. They communicated and they stole it from Paws SG Myosodus here, and right now the goalie has blown up to almost 3,000. Shanks, the late game insurance of the Twisted Mind lineup, is slowly starting to scale towards fruition here. Once he hit that fortified item power spike, no one on the side of Paws can be realistic hacking this floorboard.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like, it's like a double-edged blade, right? The fact that they focused down the bot side of the map meant that Shanks had to play more with the team, and it's kind of paying dividends here as well. Obviously, we get into level 14, it's going to get the itemization on board, and you can already see the ultimate from Flowball Marksman is very impressive into the backline, and a great wave player as well.
So much poke coming in from Clean here, but Unbridled almost goes through!
It does go through, and just as we were saying, the ultimate fraud, the Flowball stillborn marksman there, just putting pressure onto the back line before you even get in. But even so, those enhanced basic attacks for him as well. That second skill is such a crucial way to take down his T3s.
He just blew Xiaoyang off the map here. Xiaoyang did not expect that he will be executed by the Unbridled Outburst. Wiz goes in, 90 goes in, but look at the engager coming from Lianpo.
Yep, Shigling into the back line there, just get the trap smash onto 2, but he's going to be paid and with his life. And the same with Myosota's 90 with the cleanup. Help there with Hailang. This is going to be a clean game number 2 for Twisted Minds. KMW stand up.
KNW does stand up as they take the series score off this best of 7 to a 2-0 right now. That was an amazing play coming in from the side of Twisted Mind. Like the panelists were talking about, they are not working as one individual. They are working as one mind.
One mind. And fortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, it's not twisted. It's coherent. It knows what it's doing. It's oneness, right? Like, that's what we were saying there. Obviously, Isaac asked Phil, what's one word to describe them? He said coherent or together, or comradre or something like that. It's definitely oneness, which could be synonymous with that.
Maybe the Twisted in their name is about twisting the enemy's mind, because game 2 definitely not looking the best or cleanest coming in from Paws Gaming here. Feng Jie was really punished into this game 2 of the series here.
I mean, we saw great amounts of pressure being built here from Xiaoyang, right? In the early game, those rotations to the top side of the map really was spelling a nightmare for 90. Like, if you're going to be giving somebody a nightmare, you want to give it to the guy that's labeled 90. But it didn't stop him. That backline access into the team fights onto Paws really shined here as well.
And just look at this Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, man.
Poof, he goes, and Xiaoyang was deleted off the map, and they take the B route instantly towards the clash lane as they take on this scrappy fight. Fight after fight, Myosotis goes in, immediately gets burst over here.
Yeah, speaking of bursting, we're going to burst over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about game number 2. I mean, much quicker.
Thank you very much, Blam. Thank you very much. 2-0 already. Twisted Minds taking a very strong lead against Paws Gaming. This was not an easy game. They had the composition to try to take the pace at the beginning. They did not have it. But then the battles in the mid lane, that was amazing for them to actually be able to snatch that leaderboard.
Dude, I love the momentum going for Twisted Mind right now, okay? After game 1 victory, they're snowballing this entire series. Last game's draft, it's kind of hard to summarize exactly what composition they're going for, but it feels like they're just winning rain game right now. Like, every person is popping off and they're showing skills.
Yeah, once again, Twisted Minds known for picking best in slot, and they have a lot of best in slot picks there. They get the pay and they actually use it. Really early into the game here, he couldn't really find his footing, but once he did get it, they ran away with it.
I'm telling you, it's been such a great way just to start this quarterfinals. It's been just amazing just to see how the players are trying their very best. Twisted Minds come in, they wanted to have like the early game. They wanted to have that pay pick. We knew that pay was going to be allowed in here, and they knew exactly what to do with it.
We were mentioning that Feng Jie is going to be crucial to Paws' victory here. And I think in these first 2 games, he didn't quite respect, Twisted Mind there. He walked up a little bit too aggressively, and their compositions is built to shut him down. They know he's the weapon of Paws Gaming.
I agree with you, Phil, in that. Like, the truth is that Feng Jie in these 2 games, it has not had the presence that we actually wanted him to have. Like, we wanted Feng Jie to be a little bit more present in the first game with that Marco Polo pick. Yeah, of course, it started the very late game. But in this game, I don't know, that Gen.G did not feel like it was really commanding the lane.
No, I gotta give credit to Shanks. Absolutely, Feng Jie was not having the greatest game.
Yeah.
But another thing, it has a credit goes to the opposition, right? Because there are a lot of poke coming from Flowborn, and that's what this character is so good about. And you want to learn, by the way, Flowborn definitely a revolutionary character in Honor of Kings. If you haven't played this character, this is the time. There are already tank and marksman classes available, and this is you're seeing a master class for marksman.
I knew at the beginning that I mentioned that Shanks might be the weaker end of that link, right? I talked about that. I talked about the chain. I talked about the composition. I knew that Shanks, for me, was going to be the opening. And on the other side, Shanks has proved me wrong, man. And whenever that I'm wrong, I got to admit it. And Shanks in these 2 games have really been the top dog.
Shanks and Highland, great dual carry, both dropping about 25% damage each. But Clear with the Pei there, while his early game was not as quick as we usually see of Pei, once he got moving, he never slowed down, and they actually took a really early win. We didn't even expect them to win at 12 minutes. They got a few catches. Liang Po went down, and they were able to break open the game at 12 minutes.
Dude, I gotta say, this looks familiar to the previous game stats, right? You got an even out distribution for Twisted Mind, and you got a concentrated damage output and taken for Paws Gaming. I mean, this gotta be something Paws work on next. Probably this is also their strength, because we know they work towards Fengjie, right? But I think Twisted Mind have find a solution, because everybody's leveling up. They're stepping up their games right now.
I believe that Twisted Mind's playing well, but at the same time, there's one element that I do not like a lot from their mid game. I think that when they get hit the mid game, when we're around the 7-8 minutes mark, it feels like they rush it a little bit, and then they start losing fights, they start jumping in too early, and that allowed Paws Gaming just to really like neutralize the pace that was coming in from Pei.
They're definitely prone to giving back a lead a little bit. As you see in the first game, they had a massive lead, and then they kind of gave it back. But because during that time, they went ahead and they got the high grounds, they were able to keep the game going and reclaim it back. And that was able to carry that momentum into the second game, too. I think if they went ahead and lost game one from that shift, it would have went a lot differently in game two, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give credit to Mei Yin, right? To the 90 on the Clash lane, because he has done so much work disrupting Jing in his flow of doing infinite dashes. And this character is probably one of the hardest characters to master, but if you want to look for someone who can do quad control to counter Jing, you want to learn Mei Yin. And there are a lot of tutorials online to master this character. It's one of the most fun characters to play in Clash Lane.
Why don't you introduce that to the people at home, man? Like, what is the main thing that you need to know as a Mei Yin player? What is it that you need to know, what you need to master in order to be really good at Mei Yin?
I think the number one thing for Mei Yin, you just have to play a lot, bro. Like, this character is a martial artist.
Mind-blowing.
Yes.
Play a lot.
What a great tip. That's a great tip, by the way. You just have to play a lot at home. Watch the Mei Yin tutorial that comes. We actually just dropped a video about it. So you definitely want to watch and know how to combine different skill sets, the fist, the kick, and this way you can do infinite CCs. He has so much CCs. If you capture you once, he will capture you twice. And that's what makes Jing so hard to play in this game.
Now, I have a question about Mei Yin. Do I need to move really quickly? Do I need my fingers to really move quickly? Because my fingers cannot move at the speed that they are moving. Like, we're showing you right now in slow-mo about how they're doing the main mechanics. Like, look at that. That's the
real time is crazy.
Hold up. You thought that was real time? No, I'm telling you, it is lightning.
Yeah, this guy switch items so fast, Phil.
And you're definitely going to need some fast fingers. Wow, look at that. To play these characters here at the highest level here. As Dave was mentioning, Mei Yin, any character practice makes perfect, right? But Mei Yin, you definitely need a little bit extra games on.
Now, Dave, I know that you played semi-professionally this game and you played to the top level as well. Talk to me. How difficult it is to really move that fast?
I mean, it all comes down to proficiency. For example, item swap, right? There's a specific way of how you do it and how you do it properly. It's like any sports. You want to get your poses correctly and then just practice over and over and over again until you have muscle memory. Okay, I click here, 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 and that's how I get those items. Because when you watch a top player play from the global region, that's what you saw. It means you barely see them open up the shop and somehow the items are already swapped. And that's because they memorize it in the back of their head.
For a lot of people at home, like, what they're looking is that they're always just kind of like comparing gold with all the other people. And I understand that they are comparing that gold so they can understand the jungle pathing and then just exactly knowing when the items are coming in, not only for them, but for their opponents, right?
It's very important to play around your power spikes and attack the enemy before they get theirs,
And once you have a character like Pei, when we talk about gold, it's all about the gold differentials, right? Because Pei is going to be constantly invading. You saw that in the early game. They got the first blood. They're catching the enemy Clash lane. And I think that when you play a character like that, and when you play Honor of King in general, you have to learn how to make money, bro. You have to learn how to farm around. Right? Gold is really, really important. If you have 3,000 gold ahead of your opposition, the corresponding laners that in your position, you will destroy no matter what. Sometimes you can 1v2, 1v3, and that's the power of gold.
Dave, Phil, already 2-0 for Twisted Minds. What is going on with Paws Gaming? Like, we need to start just really starting to analyze what is going on with Paws Gaming, or is it Twisted Minds that is just too strong for them? Phil, what's your take?
As I was mentioning earlier with Paws Gaming, they really play around Fengjie, and since he can't really get online in any of these games, Twisted Minds are drafting compositions that are making it hard for him to go ahead and play, and because of that, he's not able to get online, he's not able to get ahead, and when he goes down, so does the ship.
Do you think that is because Fengjie is not having a good day, or is it because Twisted Minds has forced him into a corner? What is your take?
I think it's a little bit of both. He's not really respecting the enemies as much with how he walks up. He plays a little bit reckless, I think, with some of the encounters. But also, Twisted Mind drafted compositions that makes it so that he has to play so pixel perfect to not get caught.
Dave, do you have the same take, or would you say that is something different?
Bro, I gotta play the devil's advocate here, okay?
Go for it.
I think that, we all want to root for the underdog, but I think a Twisted Mind got in the bag, all right? Because they have the momentum right now, and then obviously their name is Twisted Mind, bro. Like, they're ready. And the first 2 games, if anything, they have demonstrated they are the natural predator, the natural counter for someone like Paws Gaming. Paws Gaming played by the book, right? They have the combos mastered. They have the strategies. Where you have the Twisted Mind, they just go all over the place, right? They can pick whatever that counters you based on your choice of action.
They have the swag as well.
Exactly.
You know what? Like when you see the reactions, you can see like the way that they're enjoying the game. And that kind of mentality in these very high stress moments, it actually got to pay up.
Oh, when Twisted Minds wins, you know they win. They make sure you absolutely know it here. They're definitely twisting the minds a bit on Paws here. I feel like they're really not on their game today.
And also, I gotta say for Twisted Mind, they're showing a different side of their draft. They're showing like a 200 IQ draft right now. Like we mentioned in game 1, how they banned Dolia, banned some of the combos for their opposition, right? Dolia and Duin. Okay, you pick Duin, I'll take that out. I'll pick Shi to counter you, right? On the other side, in game 2, they've shown a flexible pick. Okay, you pick Gen.G, let's pick Poke. Let's pick Lady Gen and Flowborn to counter that. So this is a team about flexibility, about different choices and options. And I want to see game 3, what they have in store for us.
I am really looking forward for game 3. I know that right now, the Amazon Arena, the tension in there, the feeling, it's gonna be so exciting. I am actually looking forward for this BP to start, because I'm gonna tell you something. I think I'm just gonna make a little run just to the Amazon Arena, check on it, and check how it's going on, and then I'm gonna be running back right over here. I wanna go and see that trophy. That trophy in the middle of the stage is the reason why these teams are practicing every day. They tried their very best in order to be closer to that. Twisted Minds with that 2-0 lead in a best of 7, they come into game 3 wanting to make this a clean sweep. But you know what? Is it going to be a clean sweep? Is it going to be a Twisted Minds win? Or is it going to be a Paws Gaming win? The people that can tell us a little bit more about that are Blam and Saggy. Blam, Saggy, take it from here.
Thank you very much there, Isaac. I mean, showing your preference there for the Amazon Arena rather than the boys in the casting booth. We're literally around the corner. Come and run and give us a hug. Give us some love as we give you the Game 3 BP between Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds. Already seen very familiar bands.
Ooh, familiar bands. And that's a very familiar pick as well, as Paws Gaming are like, okay, Fengjie, got a very sloppy 1-2 game. You were really focused coming in from Twisted Minds team composition. So, this game, we are going to treat you as the president, as the prime protector that we have to protect, this sole DPS here. We see this lady soon. We're going to be expecting the main that's going to be shortly picked up.
I mean, we've saw it plenty of times for Paws Gaming, right? It's got to come through. I mean, you're not going to see Twisted Minds be like, yeah, you know what, we're going to bait away that. I mean, they've gone for a really good combo here. The analyst desk was talking about it. Twisted Minds playing that 4D chess. Who's not playing 4D chess right now is going to be Paws Gaming at this current point in time, because they've let the Dune and the Dolia come through. So that's already quite a heavy combo here for the side of Twisted Minds.
And I think coming in for like Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5, I do believe that Paws Gaming, they are slowly starting to show their cards here.
Yeah.
Game 1, Game 2, yeah, it was tough games, very close games, especially in Game 1. Game 2, they got demolished by Twisted Minds, but coming into Game 3, these cards are starting to slowly expand here.
We were talking about burst as we bursted back onto the analyst desk before game number 2 post-analytics, but speaking of burst, we love to see the Dolia and the Ganamo, right? I mean, you got Dolia Dune, you got Dolia and Ganamo. Dune's going to be able to give that kind of range that Ganamo needs, and then Dolia can give over that 2 times freshly forged blades, and that's going to come through and do a lot of burst damage. So if you can catch Fengjie, which they've been able to do in the past few games on this lady soon, it's going to be a hard one for them.
And especially for Dolia, right? You can always be flexible, right? Yeah, you have the Dun, you have the Gan and Mo. So you can think, okay, do I want to play Protect for my Gan and Mo? Allow him to throw out more of these freshly forged. Or do I want to play with Dun so it can be hyper aggressive, keep going in and out with the Unruly Blade?
You got to be questionable, right? I mean, it just depends on like where they are and where they're situated within the game. And number 3, right? Like, are they ahead? They're more than likely going to give the Dolia refresh over to Dune, so he's able to just do a lot of kind of engage, create a lot of space for both Shanks and Hyling within these matchups. But what they need to do on the side of Paws Gaming is obviously create a little bit more access into the backline, right? Obviously, they do have the Mayhin this time around, so Snow is going to get his go on this great pick. But realistically, we're going to be looking for potentially maybe some more backline access in the form of maybe a jungle pick, right?
Yeah, and Paws Gaming, they desperately need something like a frontline right now. Yeah, you have the ladies on the main, but if there's no one beefy enough to absorb damage from the Consort U, to absorb engages coming in from Dun, your Lady Sun is going to have an extremely bad time. Potentially, they're going to be looking for picks such as the Monkey, picks such as the Agudo to really be able to formulate this battlefield, this comfort zone for the Lady Sun and Ming on the hands of Feng Jie and Qingling to be really good at these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, even potentially the likes of the Orgrin, right? Like, Orgrin has not been banned. It is one of the great kind of like access into the back lines, great sustainability within the team fights, but I do want to revisit the Consort U pick, right? This is one of my mains. I love this pick, and I love it when the players against me in ranks go with the Ming combo, because you can have access with that Oak Ball, and it just absolutely tears them apart in the early game, but there it is, the Orgrin pickup.
Orgrin and Ziya being picked up as well. We talk a bit about this Ziya pick here. Yes, he has all the CC you need, all the damage reduction, all the physical immune reduction you need. Okay, he's pretty cool. But the main gig about Ziya, it lies onto the passive. Sanctification allows one hero and yourself to level past level 15.
And not only that, right, you get boosted stats, right? So if that's going to go over to, say, for example, Feng Jie on the Lady Sun, you're not only going to have the enhanced attack from the Ming, you're also going to get that boosted stat from the Suya as well, right? But
on you, baby.
On you here. That's definitely going to push everybody either far away or into the side of Twisted Minds.
I'm excited for this Guan Yu pick because we always see Guan Yu versus Lady Sun and Ming. But we have to see execution. We talk about it on paper, yes, Guan Yu has his backline access, can really dive onto this Lady Sun and Ming. But how does he do it is the main question that he has to answer.
Yeah, I mean, also is that well, right? Like, you can already see if you are Paws Gaming, you are going to be wanting to put pressure into the top side of the map so that 90 does not have the kind of like safety to go back to his lane. He's got to be a little bit more proactive on where he's going. What brush does he enter? Does he try and get some more intel that way? But for those joining in onto the stream, you can now see the team matchups right before you.
And let's break it down a bit for both these two teams here. Paws Gaming, you want to make sure that the Lady Sun and Ming gets to survive in this team competition, especially against the likes of the Dun and for the side of the Guan Yu here. So your main priority is to make sure that this Lady Sun gets to be able to survive in these team fights. For the side of Twisted Mind, however, the Guan Yu and the Gan and Mo will be the key difference makers. Guan Yu, backline access. Gan and Mo, backline access in the forms of long-range bursts.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Paws Gaming, you're really wanting to take the Gan and Mo and the Consort U off of the board early, right? Like, if you go into a team fight and those two are down, your damage, like, output for the side of Twisted Minds is gone. So really, I feel like that's kind of like the team fight winning potential here for Paws Gaming. But all questions will be answered, very soon as we get into game number 3 here. Paws Gaming going against Twisted Minds. Can Twisted Minds take that 3-0, or can we get a bit of an answer here from Paws?
Come on, Paws Gaming, you gotta be getting some form of momentum here as we see early on towards this game. Maya Soul just decides to start from the Clash lane, and now, with the help of Snow, they go with the jungle and they're looking to fast clear this jungle immediately.
Yeah, just obviously give a little bit of aid over to the Orgrin there, just kind of give him a guiding hand onto the Gorge as such. But right now, obviously, seeing the Tiff attack here, we do see the light up your cheer, so pause up, game on, Paws Gaming to the top there.
Jihanhan_TFN, thank you for your cheer for Paws Gaming as we hope they perform even better into this game. But coming to this game, talking about all these jungle rotations and clear, that's the beauty of Honor of Kings. That's the specialty, right? You get to plan how you want to start your clear, how you want to orchestrate your entire game plan with the likes of the jungle pick like the Ogren. You can start like from the Clash lane, from the mid lane, with the invade. All these ways are open if you have the brains to do it.
If you have the brains to do it, if you have the means to do it as well, right? Like, you really want to be giving yourself over that priority. Obviously, in the early game, you don't want to allow the Ogren to be very uncontested, especially if you're Twisted Minds, right?
Exactly, and Ogren, as we talk about, yes, he's not a carry, but this pick, he has a very good mid to late game scaling. Yes, mid game he spikes extremely hard, late game he starts being some sort of a punching bag, but if he gets so much resource towards the early to mid game, he becomes a super tank.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of itemization, because there's a lot of healing over the side of Twisted Minds, we're really going to be looking at going for that Blazing Cape, right? Like, that needs to come through for the anti-heal, because when Myosotis is into those team fights, he's going to need it, but there it is. Unless 90 can kind of force him into the team fights when he's unprepared, it could be scary here, but 90 looking pretty low, is able to get out, but nobody falls just yet.
Props to Myosotis there, beautiful positioning with his path of passing, stuck himself into the wall, so there's no angle for 90 to realistically push him out. As you talk about, healing reduction is the name of the game here. We have a ton of healing coming in from both teams here. From Paws Gaming, you have Myosotis, you have Qingling, double healing coming in. From the side of Twisted Minds, you have Clean, especially as City Boy. So these two mages will be looking to build the Venomous Staff, and the junglers will look to build the Blazing Cape.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you can already see what Paws Gaming is looking to go for, right? They've gone for the same kind of approach within Game 1 and Game number 2, but look at Game number 3, right? I mean, this is pre-4-minute mark. The shielding on the turrets is still available, and Paws has already done a lot of devastating damage down to the bot side, so once that, that 4th minute comes up, they can just roll through, take that down with ease.
Oh yeah, and look at the goal lead right now for the side of Paws Gaming here. Short of 3 minutes, 600 healthy goal lead already thanks to the laning phase here, so that's a small dub coming in from Paws Gaming here. But as you mentioned here, 4 minutes, the first time around, we might see a full-blown out fight by both these two teams as they really want to cement themselves with the strong early game that they are drafting right now.
Yeah, they definitely need it. They need that neutral objective, that boost in damage to come through for either of these teams. And the goal lead for once in the early game is going up to Paws, right? Like, that's definitely maybe the winds of change shifting here for Paws.
For me, I want to comment on Paws Gaming. They are doing exceptionally well in terms of putting their farm onto the correct targets here. Fengjie and Myosotis, they are having a field day right now because they are having so much gold into their pockets.
A lot of gold, but speaking of gold and speaking of presents, that Tyrant and Overlord are now onto the Gorge. We are at the 4-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the short indicator here. We already see that Myosotis is already in there. Can they get it? Oh, Clean comes in with the crucial kill theft and not dropping a single member of Twisted Minds.
Mr. Clean coming in with the clean smite here, securing them the objective. And right now, look at 90's position. He's playing so good, making sure that the rotation comes in slow for Paws Gaming here. Twisted Minds gets a bit of a poke onto the tier 1 of the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to get the T1 in the mid tower, but down to the bot side, Paws, like we were saying like moments ago, that's exactly where it was. But where it was the ultimate shell straight onto Hailang's face.
Ooh, Fengjie with the ultimate flash here. The shell immediately towards Shanks' face. Knows for a fact that, hey, Shanks, you do not have the spell 2. The Winds of Blessing here, just look at it. It has been expended here. He knows it's extremely low. Ultimate flash snipes Shanks.
Yeah, straight to the face. I mean, that's definitely what you want to be when you are Twisted Minds. Already looking like a dominant early game this far. Yes, they lost the Tyrant, but that was kind of like the dare to fight, right? They was like, you know what? We've lost one objective. We need to go for that T1 in the mid lane. But dare to fight is going to be your CD key to get you some Honor Pass experience.
Check out your community tab at your settings. Click the CD key and you can redeem that and get some free goodies here. And Myosotis, my friend here, dropping a bit low, has to burn the ultimate as he escapes from danger.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about refresh and redeem, but it was going to be the Unruly Blade that gets redeemed onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? But already we're seeing here that gold lead is slipping away.
Wow, 6 minutes in with almost a 3,000 gold lead here. Paws Gaming, as we talk about in draft, they're coming in Game 3 with more comfort drops. Game 1, Game 2, they were experimenting, thinking that, okay, can we realistically fight Twisted Mind with our weaker drafts? Coming to Game 3, full guns blazing with their comfort. Fengjie onto the Lady Sun, Qingling onto the Ming, and they are performing so well.
performing very well. I mean, yes, they got 2 kills onto the board as well. It's not like they've gone kind of like crazy with the kills, right? They're definitely just putting the pressure into these lanes, but they're setting it up so nicely. Like the mid lane, that got taken down thanks to a team fight, and obviously same goes down to the bot side of the map. But speaking of team fights here, we are getting a lot of damage onto Clean already. He's been able to get out with very little health. So we're seeing that the damage is already too much for the side of Twisted Minds, but it is going to be the damage from Console U. Shanks getting the kill onto Myosotis.
Myosotis there, a bit of an over-aggression as he takes too much tower damage. Ooh, the Blades here securing the Crimson Golem from the side of Hai Lang. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that screen there, we saw Venom Staff has been purchased as well. A very important item to really reduce healing, especially from Myosotis and Queen on these jungle battle tanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be the difference maker within these team fights, because it's already making a bit of a difference here for Paws, especially being able to run down Clean at this point in time. But now, the Twisted Mind starts to build the likes of the Venomous Staff. It's going to become a more of an apparent issue for Paws, but still, that gold lead, even though they took the face, they took the GP for Myosotis off the board for a brief moment, they're still ahead by around about 3k gold.
And look at the gold that's been funneled to Fengjie right now. 6.3k against these 4.8k that Shang is holding right now. So much resources. We just saw on our screens. Crimson, Azure, everything going over to Fengjie's pocket right now.
Speaking of pockets, I mean, they were able to claim the Azure Golem there from the side of Twisted Minds, and look at the claim 90 as well. Oh, okay. Oh, the Rolling Raid came through. It was going to be the clean hit that was going to get 90 there, but they take the T2 as well. So Paws put in that pressure on thick.
We were thinking that coming in from Game 1 and Game 2, Fengjie didn't have the best performance.
No.
But Game 3, that didn't affect his confidence at any time at all. Look at him. He's playing around the battlefield with so much precision right now.
Playing very well position-wise. Playing very well in his positioning within the team fights as well, right? Like, he's not got caught out just yet.
Exactly, and even if he's getting caught out, his reaction speed is so on point there. 1 small second of a difference there, he would be caught out immediately.
Get caught out immediately, could be the case there for Fengjie, but he gets right out of the team fight. He gets the T2, he's like, guys, I've done my job, I'm gonna go and get the next one. So this is, like you were saying, Sagi, a definitely different version of Fengjie that we're getting right now. He's playing very aggressive, not only in the team fights, but in the macro playstyle, securing T2s left, right, and center.
And talk about securing, Xiaoyang has secured level 15, and you know for a fact that the passive of the Ziya goes onto the main boy, the primary carry, which is Fengjie right now. He has been blessed, and he can level over level 15.
It's a problem as well, right? Like, 90 hasn't had the greatest early game. Guan Yu being punished in the early game meant that his lane gets taken down, doesn't able to get through. A great flash there from Jingling, because that was a couple of fresh blades coming through that could have been the takedown. But speaking of takedown, Clean goes down early. The Tyrant gets taken down by Fengjie. City Boy goes next. Then 90. The dominoes are falling for the side of Twisted Minds.
Dominoes are falling 9 minutes 40 seconds onto the clock here. If Paws can realistically zone out Hai Lang from accessing this wave, they might be going for the end game winning push. But scrap that, they burst into Hai Lang and they take Game 3 below 10 minutes here, Blam.
Ooh-wee! I mean, we had what? A 25-minute game, almost 26 minutes. Game number 2 was around about 12 minutes. This one is 10 minutes, not a single Shadow, Overlord, or Tyrant bless the Gorge. And this is the quickest game so far within the playoffs.
Talking about comfort here, Blam. Paws Gaming, they were like, Game 1, Game 2, testing grounds. Alright, Game 3, boys, we gotta get serious. Bring out our comfort draft, the Lady Sun, the Ming, and they really powered up big.
They powered up big, but I mean, it's going back to the same story that we were visiting in game number 1, right? It's after game number 1, we knew that Shanks' picks is slowly going to start to become a little bit more accessible. He only died twice, but didn't really have the impact that was really hoping for with his Consort U. Same with 90 on the Guan Yu as well.
But let's check out more feedback from our amazing analyst deck. Analyst deck, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sagi. It was a short one. That was quick. Not even 10 minutes. And then we are right now 2-1 for Twisted Minds. Paws Gaming, kind of like making a statement in there, isn't it, Phil?
For sure. We were having talks that, wow, maybe potentially Twisted can take this 4-0 because we saw the momentum shifting that way. Paws Gaming shut those talks off instantly, under 10-minute game.
No, I think Isaac was onto something when he said this is going to be a 2-1 after the draft finished. And his prediction was absolutely correct, right? Like, of course, the draft has spoken for itself. The Lady Swim plus Ming combo it was insane.
The problem in here is this, and then this is just for everyone at home, just to understand how do we read the BP. So number one, we read the bans, and then after we know the bans, exactly the same set of bans as they had in game 1. Luna, Dharma, Pei, and Arlie. Same things out. Now, first pick for Paws is Lady Sun. It goes to the other side, and they reply with the Dun and Dahlia. Immediately allows the Ming and Lady Sun. You know that Feng Jie is going to be unstoppable. Unstoppable completely. That was the first part of it. The second part of it comes down to, okay, they have Ziya, they have Ogren. They have very strong heroes that can not only deal damage, but they can slow down. And in the moment that I saw the Guan Yu pick on the other side, I know that Twisted Minds is playing to 7 games. You cannot win every single one of them. Nobody plays to lose. This is super important. But a lot of times, you cannot play every single game with your most expensive, most costly heroes.
Absolutely. And I think Paws Gaming, they were a little bit kind of frustrated in that draft. We've seen these first 2 games, they strategize around giving Feng Jie the later option picks so he picked the best tools for the job. But they're realizing here, game 3, they're never going to give us those tools. We're just going to go ahead and lock in the Lady Sun and the Ming early, and whatever we get, we'll play against it. That's their signature combo.
Phil, I'm going to re-emphasize that part. Like, it's a best of 7. It is not best of 3. It's not best of 5. You need to think about, how do I win 4 games? If I cannot win 4-0, and I know that sometimes I'm not going to be victorious, what do I give to the other side? And they decided just to take this one to the chin, and Paws Gaming just won the whole game from the BP, Dave.
No, absolutely. Guan Yu, we thought it was a good pick because there's not so much CC that can stop him. But Mei Yin showed us something completely different, right?
Yeah.
Snow for sure outplayed in this game. And as you mentioned, I think Twisted Mind have something in mind for strategy-wise. Not use all the best of the best characters. At the same time, we got to give credit to Paws. They banned Elaine away. So to make sure that you don't have the Dahlia-Elaine combo to dive onto Lady Sun. So, I mean, this is... So I think both sides have drafted pretty well, but Paws definitely stepped it up in this specific game.
I want to say that this has been 3 games already, and we have seen every single game a different characteristic. In the first game, it was about throwing hands. Just throw hands, punches. Whoever that hits the hardest is going to win. Amazing. Second one, it was a matter of pace. It was a matter of just understanding the early game and then just winning into the one fight that was important and just push through. And you know what? This third game was a matter of understanding we're not playing best of 3, we're not playing best of 5, we're playing best of 7.
And I gotta highlight the Lady Swim plus Ming combo. If you're new to Honor of Kings, and a lot of you guys watching, try this out, okay? Ming can enhance Lady Swim so much. You saw in the base, in the fountain, he one-shot a gunmo in the fountain.
That's it.
Like,
Boom.
One auto attack, one skill 2, one auto attack, it's over, okay? This combo has been like the most OG combo in Honor of Kings, and it still is really effective right now.
And this is why Paws Gaming is so fun to watch. They have these combos that you can go out on your own, grab a friend and try, and it will succeed. It will succeed in tournament, and it will succeed in your ranked games.
A great composition, Lady Sun plus Ming. It is already gone for Paws Gaming, and that's going to be an option that Twisted Minds might want to think about if they want to put City Boy and Shanks on that.
Yeah, and I also gotta give credit to the mid lane, to the Ziya pick, right? This is a support mage, actually. So if you think about it, look at the stats just now. There were about like 40% damage alone from Lady Sun, right? Because every single damage, every single farm is funneled onto Feng Jie. So let's take a look at global ban pick. What a graphic.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds here, as Isaac kind of alluded to here, had a pretty economical draft. No one plays to lose, but they're saying, hey, if we cannot win every game, let's go ahead and draft the composition where we have a shot, but we're not going to put all our eggs in one basket here. We know we're against Paws Gaming's signature composition here. If there was a game to try out the more, you know, unconventional combinations here and use these more unconventional picks, this would be the one.
I'm telling you, right now, as we just saw right over there, what has been banned, what has been picked, there's still a lot of meta heroes that are out there. You cannot just keep the same heroes in the ban all the time. I'm telling you, they need to be able to come out and show us a little bit of what the people are wanting to see at home.
I really want to touch base on, again, Idea. It seems like both teams have a gentleman's agreement. Guys, we're not going to pick it. We're not going to ban it. No one likes her. Let's just forget about her, okay? And we go on with our drafts.
By the way, Idea is one of the strongest support, especially when you pair that with Ogron. And this is the tool that's available for Twisted Mind in the next series, right? You also got some great combos. Like, for example, Liang and Zhao Jun, that's another combo that they have up in their sleeves. You also have some Mo Zishouye, the poke combo that they can utilize as well. So there are different options, like you said, Isaac, that they're saving up for the next few games to win this entire series.
This is the beauty about best of 7. For everyone who's living their first best of 7, welcome to Real Honor of Kings. What about if we go and take a little break? We're going to come back right after this short break with game number 4. We're jumping into halfway through there. I am telling you, I'm really looking forward to 7 games. I really want to see an ultimate battle between these two teams, because if it is going to be half of how incredible it has been in these first 3 games, oh boy, this is going to be a long day.
with the momentum shift that just happens, I think it can definitely go there. We were discussing the picks, and we noticed Paws still has a lot of powerful combinations, you know, ready at hand. And this might be the turning point. They get their one win, and then now they start carrying that momentum back, and hopefully they don't give it back to Twisted Minds. That's probably what they're thinking.
Yo, bro, we talk about how important it is for Paws to take that momentum back. And they did that last game. You know, actually, we thought that Twisted Mind had a decent pick, but they definitely did not deliver on the power, or at least the strategy want to deliver against Lady Swin, right? If one of those blades hit Lady Swin, it would be great, but there was no setup. Because Feng Jie is such a good player in terms of micro, he never give the Ganamo any chance to even poke him.
I'm telling you, you made a very interesting point when you said the Mayin was the winning condition for Paws Gaming, and I agree with you in terms of that. When Mayin was always zoning just Guan Yu outside, not allowing Guan Yu to jump in, that's the moment when Paws Gaming decided that they wanted just to take the game. Let's move into this game number 4, the ban and pick. Paws Gaming is going to be on the blue side, Twisted Mind is going to be on the red. Saggy Blam, what do you guys think about this? Is it going to be Paws Gaming just taking this back, or is it going to be Twisted Minds that are going to come back to the driver's seat? Take it.
Gonna take it away here as well. Obviously, Paws Gaming finally get that first win on the board, right? This is already creating some great momentum, but Paws Gaming banning out the Pay themselves here, and Twisted Minds banning out the Luna. So already quite a lot of high frame heroes being banned out at this point, as well as the Liang.
As well as the Liang. So far, coming to this series, we haven't been seeing much of the Liang here, but Liang has been banned right now. And talking about Arlie, during the group stage, this pick has the highest priority here.
Yeah, but speaking of the Arlie, the Dharma's got to come through here, right? The Dharma and the Dia. It's the double D for the side of Twisted Minds. Phil alluded to it pretty much very early on. Bigs up the props to Phil there, the analyst. He did bring out the Dia pick, and now it comes through for Twisted Minds. So not only do they have some great engage, some great playmaking potential here with the Dharma pick, they do have some sustain.
Exactly, especially when we talk about Dia, right? This pick is insanely good to lock down the likes of high frame heroes, especially the Arlie, and on the side of the Dharma, this pick. Insane mobility, insane backline access, and right now it has been locked in.
It's been locked in again for the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, we are going to get the Motsu here as well, which is going to be really interesting. I mean, Fatih for the side of Paws Gaming, has that not already come through here?
So we talk a bit more of the picks right now. When we talk about Mozi, this pick is insanely good to really limit these soft core roamers. Because one thing's for sure, it brings insanely good laning here, especially with the long range cannon blast.
Long range cannon blast indeed, right? I mean, definitely going to be the pick off here and the potential combo between the side of Paws Gaming. Ali and the Motsu could be a very good combo here in terms of getting that early game setup, and then obviously the damage coming through here for the Ali is going to be very detrimental. But obviously when we speak about Ali, we're going to be looking at kind of like a counter down to the bot side of the map. Could we be looking at something like the Chano, right?
The Chano is exceptionally good against the Ali in terms of the laning phase, but we got to think about one thing as well. We cannot be only thinking about the laning phase, because there is so much backline access coming in from the Fatih, coming in from the Mozi. If you get caught by one spell, you're going to be exploded almost immediately.
Almost exploded immediately. That could be the case, right? A lot of burst damage for the side of Paws Gaming, but now, obviously, potential here of the Flowborn tank could come through, but the newer ban as well, a lot of focus onto that mid lane pickup, right? There is so much coming through here. The Nua, the Princess Frost, as well as obviously the Dachao, and there it is. They call out the Chano pick, and it's going to get banned out here for the side of Paws Gaming, so already we're going to have to look somewhere else for a counter of the Ollie.
Ooh, you gotta be thinking like what are available right now, because right now I think if we do look into the draft right now, I think the team names are flipped on both sides. Production will get that sorted immediately, but just think about as left side will be Twisted Mind and right side will be Paws Gaming here. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We have a bit of a hiccup, but definitely if we look at the current draft coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here, they have the Fatih, they have the Arlie here. They want to be going in deep. They want to be making sure that these engages really do pay off for their side.
Oh, I mean, this changes everything, right? This changes everything that we're going to be seeing here. But there it is, the Yixing. So the Yixing coming through, not going to be paired with the Futsu or the Dachao this time around. But maybe it's going to be enough to be the control, right? Because, I mean, when you've got Flowborn Tank, you really want to be making sure you kind of contain your enemy team so you can get the crucial impact of that ultimate.
I'm loving this Flowborn Tank, by the way, and Diadea. One thing's for sure, Flowborn Tank, he's extremely good in combating these high movement heroes because he can be total lockdown. Full flow with spell 2 can provide you triple knockouts, making sure that that one target is gonna be up in the sky for quite a bit. And Diadea, also a good counter for these high frame picks here. So immediately, these two picks are on lockdown duty, especially on the Arlie and Fatih.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're going to be really looking for, the lockdown there. It's because, I mean, in terms of obviously damage, we're really going to be relying on obviously the Arlie as well as the Fatih. But we're going to get that Suya pick again. It's going to be going over to the side of Twisted Minds this time around. So playing that kind of support mage into the mid lane. And like you were saying for Paws Gaming, Sagi, it's all about the sanctification, right? It's all about his passive. That's where the blessing of this pick comes through.
I am loving Global Ban pick because we don't regularly see Ziya because of how much heroes are available in best of 3s and best of 5s. But coming down to a game 4 in the best of 7, you gotta be thinking, if I don't pick this hero now, there will be no chance of me actually utilizing this hero in the further stages of the draft here. And look at this, Hoi as well being locked in for Twisted Minds, further allowing the potential of fighting these lanes against the Arlie, making sure that he wins the lane and impact the map with the Burning Sun Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, that Burning Sun Arrow could come in really hot, right? I mean, definitely a playmaking potential, a global version of like a Motsu Cannon Blast, right? It's got the same kind of aesthetic, the same kind of purpose, but depending on how far away you are from your unfortunate target, means how long that duration of stuns is going to be. So if you hit somebody all the way from base, they're going to be locked down for quite some time.
They're going to be CC, they're going to be having a dizzy hit for about 3 to 5 seconds, determining if they do buy the Boots of Fortitude. So, ladies and gentlemen, this game 4 is exceptionally crucial for Paws Gaming, as if they lose this, it will be match point for Twisted Minds.
Yes, I mean, looking at this, right, obviously the Organ getting pushed over, as well as the Suya of game number 3 going over now to game number 4 of Twisted Minds. Let's see how the Twisted Minds can unwrap this pairing, right? Obviously, we're going to be more than likely seeing the Sanctification come through either onto the likes of Shanks or Clean, but we will have to see because we get into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. They're in the Amazon Arena. This is where the best of 7 starts to heat up.
Exactly, more and more picks are being expanded. Hero pools are being tested. Coaches, the drafts are being tested as well. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4.
Game 4 indeed, right? I mean, as we're seeing here, obviously, win conditions. What are we thinking for the side of Paws Gaming?
Paws Gaming, you definitely want Feng Jie and still to look for these key engages here. And look at Feng Jie. Oh, dropping dangerously low. I think that was a cannon blast here coming in from City Boy, immediately punishing this Shoye. This is one full wave that he has to be forced to drop here. And we talk about this the winning factor here. Feng Jie being shot off so early in the game, that's a bad news coming in from Paws Gen.G.
It's bad news because, I mean, it's just that gold per minute that gets really affected here as well. But, I mean, potentially, Paws are definitely looking for access into the enemy jungle there. We saw the 90 was trying to, like, hey, I'll start your Azure Golem. So it just makes it the transition and you come along and smite it. But Jingling there and Snow was just like, bet, we know what you're doing. You're not in lane, you're not present, so you're going to be elsewhere.
Yeah, they spot it out. They make sure that the clear speed is halted to a bare minimum. And ladies and gentlemen, watch KWC to get an avatar frame and stickers and exclusive avatars right now in the HOK app.
I mean, who doesn't love freebies? Who doesn't love freebies? But the one freebie you don't want to give is in-game when you are on the Gorge. Giving that 3 first blood over to your enemy team could be crucial here. Already signed for a little bit of a brawl into the mid lane. We're obviously taking Liberties going on to the side of Twisted Minds. But Myosota's taking a lot of damage there.
I'm still thinking about one thing here, Blam. Myosota's onto this Boulevard tank, cool and all, but this pick has 0 win rate since the group stage. Can he break the curse, or can he break through the statistics here?
I mean, someone's got to be the statistic breaker, right? Someone has got to break the pattern on this Flowborn tank and make it work. But we haven't obviously brought this point up. Obviously, once you've used Flowborn, you can't use the alternative in that pick. So pick it once, you lose the rest of the variants. But on the topic of Flowborn here, you do have the outfit design contest that is live. But speaking of live, it's going to be that truth mantra. It's not going to connect onto too much demonstration here onto 90 because of that World to my board coming through as well.
90 beautiful Queen here, dodging out 2 key ultimates. And right now, look at Queen here, just punishing my Asodus for having a bad clear time, making sure that he steals away the Azure Golem at such an early part of the game here. Losing out 1 Golem here, that could mean immediate goal lead here and EXP lead here going towards Twisted Minds, especially on Queen.
Yeah, it's not only that, obviously it's the cooldown reduction that gives over as well, right? I mean, Myosotis on the Flowborn tank, he does have his own kind of cooldown reduction with his first skill. When it's on cooldown, it reduces it by a second, but that you want more. You want more. You always want more in Honor of Kings. And speaking of more, we want more First Blood here for Paws Gaming.
Oh, such a clutch kill here coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here. The escalation from that play alone was really down to the domino effect, because all the plays here was really required down to a bare minimum. You really needed both these 2 teams here to really play their combo to a perfection. And perfection was Snow and Xiaoyang here. Their synergy was immaculate.
Very immaculate indeed. We're trying to get these 2 teams on the board right now because both of them are looking to try and just cement that gold lead, right? Obviously, last game, Paws Gaming for the first time was able to get it, but now we are seeing potentially a takedown here. The thing inside the box is going to lock down Jingling enough for Twisted Minds to get that kill.
Ooh, blinking help bars here coming in from Shanks and City Boy, but the 2v2 has been saved here thanks to High Lang's roam towards the far lane here. 4 minutes on the clock right now. We do not have Jingling on the map onto this Diadea, but we are starting to see rotations here coming in from Snow as they really want to fight for this Tyrant control.
They really want to go for it, right? I mean, in terms of the extra damage here for Paws, it could do dreams in turning this around, right? I mean, kills across the board, not much, but being able to take a few team fights with extra damage is really going to help Paws here. They claim the Tyrant, Myosotis getting that smite there. It's going to be enough to claim the neutral objective.
Good news for Paws fans as they really secured this Tyrant that they really need for this early game right now. And look at the rotations here coming in from Paws Gaming. They want to be able to poke down this bottom tower. The blast does miss, and Xiaoyang here doing a very good job in escalating the situation, making sure that Fengjie and Qingling gets out very safe.
Yeah, let's try to put a bit of pressure down to the bot side of the map, because that's really where the side of Paws Gaming could really look for a bit of a early game win potential here. Just put a lot of pressure onto Shanks, could definitely disrupt, obviously, getting that lead.
And look at the side of Fengjie's build. He's not going for the tank build, the on-hit build that relies you to go on the likes of the hold on a minute, Cannon Blast does hit and it connects onto the Mozi here. A shake of an ultimate and a spell here coming in from both teams here. But going back to the build here, Fengjie is not going for the on-hit semi-tank build onto the Ho Yi. Instead, he wants to play for the late game insurance. He's going for the crit build onto this pick.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need it right. Obviously, in terms of damage, we're really looking at Xiaoyang for that. So if they didn't do that in the Ho Yi, it would have been troublesome there. But speaking of troublesome, Destiny Counter is having to be used there to zone away Twisted Minds from that takedown.
Light work from Fengjie there as he takes no time at all to really dodge away from those spells here. But this opens up the map right now. Since Qingling is not on the map here, this Azure Golem might be an objective take here that Twisted Mind is looking for. Does not seem to be the case as look at the Burning Arrow is traveling towards melee. It hits!
Oh, it hits onto Shanks. That's not the person you want to get taken down if you are Twisted Mind. So nice one to my board, covering in for Myosotis. Like we said in the draft, really utilizes that Flowborn tank.
What an amazing ultimate coming in from the Ho Yi there. I think the ultimate also traveled into the bush and Shanks could not see the ultimate animation because he couldn't react with his spell to Maple Dance.
Yeah, because that normally counters a projectile, right? So that could have been the way that they could have countered it, but it was just a little bit too soon for the side of Twisted Minds to even react. But right now, Fengjie is level 10 and Shanks is level 8. So that's already a clear disparity in the XP.
That is a beautiful play, and it's also a painful death for Shanks because if you're Arlie, you cannot be dying in the mid-game against a Ho Yi because in the mid-game, when Arlie secures that Doomsday that you see on the screen, it's when she's the strongest and there will be the timing where she gets the Crimson and starts scaling towards the map. But due to that death there, the Crimson goes over to Fengjie and the tempo goes over to Paws Gaming right now.
potential here. I mean, the think inside the box being a little bit too early for my liking, but the Truth Man just give me enough to try and catch clean into the box. It comes through with the board as well. We are playing on the terms of Paws, but can Twisted Minds turn this around? No! That is a double kill for Xiaoyang before he goes down.
Feng Jie is untouched right now. He is dancing on this team fight onto this hole. He's laying down the arrows right now. And look at this replay. Yes, the think inside the box immediately reacted by Feng Jie. The arrow doesn't hit, but look at Feng Jie untouched around the fight. Beautiful board catches two core players coming in from the side of Twisted Mind. Yes, he trades by Xiaoyang though, but that's another 3 kills going over to the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they got the 3 kills. We saw that Twisted Mind was able to get the T1, but soon that turned around here for Paws Gaming, getting the T1 back in return for themselves. Trying to find a little bit more from the side of Twisted Minds, maybe potentially taking this Crimson Golem.
And if you look at Feng Jie, right, when he's standing and not moving, it's not because he's lagging, guys. It's because he's aiming his Burning Sun arrow. He's looking for a target to be landing. But look at Snow, though. He's lurking behind enemy lines. He may be looking for a flank here.
Maybe trying to find out maybe the positioning of either Xiaoyang here or even Feng Jie, but no. So just catches that one out, right? He's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to use my ultimate in there to make sure that brush, because we don't know where 90 is, he's got to be somewhere.
And when we talk about the role of a tank, this is one of the roles for the tank here. You are not just a beefy tank to absorb damage, to disrupt team fights. You need to be marking some of these crucial flanks, like what A.C.T Boy was doing. He was cleaning out the flank coming in from Snow, and like what Maya Sodas were doing on the Floorborn tank, he was cleaning out the flank coming in from 90 onto the Swati.
Yeah, I mean, you see Maya Sodas building the Lung Knight Guardian as well, right? That's going to be very good in terms of shutting down that burst potential for the side of Twisted Mind. So obviously already trying to lock down and shut down the huge potential here for the side of Shanks. But we did see the cleanse come through. That's a good shot here, good shot calling, but it does mean the ultimate for 90 is not going to be available for the potential team fight that could happen here.
That's a lot of DPS being removed just from one Burning Sun arrow. So ultimate for ultimate, at least Feng Jie knows that there will be no backline access coming in from 90 until he has his ultimate up. And just look at the items real quick, as Feng Jie has already completed the core 3 critical items. The Shadow Reaper, the Eternity Blade, and the items that increase the range, the Sun Chaser.
Yeah, Sun Chaser. If this game does obviously get to that 20-minute mark, that can obviously be upgraded also. But right now, Twisted Minds, definitely a little bit of progress here. They were able to stay alive a little bit longer than last game. World's Wide Board is being committed here, and Shanks, Highland gets taken down there first, but Shanks maybe go down soon. Snow gets a true full Mantra into the backline. This is a detriment to Twisted Minds in this one, and there is that double knockup right. Keeping clean, slowing down the momentum, meaning that this is going to be a team ace.
A wipe coming in here for Paws Gaming. 0-4-5 exchanger. That was such a beautiful gameplay. Team fight that has been played by the likes of this team. Look at this. Burning Sun arrow hits. Immediate board onto 3 members. Dharma flashes in for the Truth Manta on 2. There was no fighting back from the likes of Twisted Mind and team.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. When you 4-man down, clean, just had to try and get out of there. But in fact, look at that knockup. That knockup is so sort of detrimental here in order to keep your teammates there, your enemies there, as well as obviously the ominous premonition. That's going to slow you down also. So you're going to be trying to, like, as if you're walking against high winds.
Right now, we're seeing one thing for sure, right? Game 2, Game 1, it was just Twisted Mind having the upper hand here, coming in Game 3 and Game 4. Paws woke up and immediately looked at the goal chart. Feng Jie, Snow, and Maya Sodas, 3 members, the core members of Paws Gaming, they are rocking the goal lead right now.
They are rocking the goal lead. The side lanes and the jungle are definitely where that resources needs to go, right? I mean, because Xiaoyang on this Yixing is just really relying on that passive for that hero to get that damage come through. The Burning Sun arrow connects onto Clean. Are they going to capitalize on this? They got to be careful.
A small poke goes forward, Clean drops down to a half HP. Look at the damage coming in from Feng Jie.
Oh, the boxes, the fists are so oppressive here for the side of Paws Gaming. I mean, T2 takedown in the mid, T2 takedown into the bot side of the map. They're looking for some more.
They are not able to be tanking these arrows coming in from Feng Jie. The arrows coming, damage coming, and look at that, another arrow. But that's what we talked about, the R leak. If he can see it, he can react to it. So props to Shanks. they at least slow down the engage coming in for the side of Paws Gaming. But still, beautiful stuff here coming in from Paws Gaming. How they orchestrate the fight. Start with the arrow. If the arrow connects, we see a board. A board locks a field. Then we see Snow coming in for the punches.
Yeah, it's just control upon control upon control, and then it's just down to Xiaoyang and Fengjie to do the damage, and they are doing it so well. 417 KDA here for Xiaoyang, and then 206 for the side of Fengjie. So just playing, using those burning sun arrows to set up those team fights so beautifully.
And his build is so good when it skills towards the late game. He shreds tanks like they are paper right now. Clean and naive, unless they can fight a backline engage. If not, Feng just is going to be shooting down all these arrows here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a good thing about Hou-Yi, right? Like, he is just there. He promotes just smashing the heck out of your basic attack button, right? Like, you're just tapping the way out of that. Obviously, the slow from the second skill as well. Really oppressive for the side of Paws. But we have minion waves crashing in. Can we get some T3s?
Can we get some T3s here as Feng Jie? The arrow doesn't connect, but he is haunting down this tier 3. Top tier 3 goes down. The sole surviving tier 3 of the mid lane is the final tier 3 of Twisted Mind in this game 4.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be careful right here. The way that Twisted Mind plays this defense is absolutely crucial for them staying alive in this game number 4, because we have Vanguards coming through. It's going to be hard to defend the base as well as that high ground turret.
Exactly, they will have to put their focus onto the Shadow Vanguard that's crashing towards the top side. So this mid lane will have to go down, and look at the engage, it's escalating right now.
It's escalating because that board is now onto the gorge, and onto the gorge, into the backline is 90. Can he be the saving grace with that ultimate? He gets 1, he gets 2, but still, it's Twisted Minds that is going down. Paws with the Vanguard, come back from 2-0 to 2-2.
Game 4, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Paws Gaming here, Blam. They pulled back the series, like you mentioned, to a 2-2. We thought about it like, oh, game 1, game 2, it was really tough for Feng Jie. Could he come up when the time mattered? And boy, did he come up clutch in the series.
Yeah, the whole Yi pick came through as a statement piece, right? As a statement piece in terms of, obviously, we normally get the tankier build, right? Going for, obviously, the Boots of Fortitude to get that kind of soak onto the likes of the Ali in the early game, especially when Doomsday comes through. But he was like, nah, we're going to have that late game potential. We are going to do so much damage with this pick, and he was so on point with those burning sun arrows.
He was so on point, and even losing out the first wave, the crucial wave of level 2, he still came back in the laning phase and the mid game. That crucial catch onto Shanks early in the mid lane, that really sealed the deal, especially the early to mid game that Shanks really wanted to have on this early.
Yeah, I mean, we was already kind of like alluding to the difference between Shanks and Fengjie when we got the, obviously, pre-game talk from Isaac and the gang over on the analyst desk, but now it's becoming apparent because in the first 2 games it was like, okay, Shanks has stepped up a little bit, but now Fengjie's like, hold my drink, boy, we're going in, we're going toe for toe now.
And I'm loving Feng Jie's energy here. Game 1 and Game 2, not the best here, but his ability to bounce back into the series, that is amazing here. But we gotta hear more from our professional analysts here, so Isaac, take it away.
Thank you very much, Saggy. Thank you very much. You know what? Right now, it is Twisted Minds, the ones that look like they are not in control of this Paws Gaming, with 2 very, very impressive wins. Leveled this up, and now we're the same at the beginning. It's 2-2. It is completely leveled up.
They had a great start, starting 2-0, but maybe that was actually part of Paws' strategy, you know? Take it a little bit slow in the beginning, and now, once they get the momentum, they get the picks back in their favor, they take the lead.
Why not? You know what? Like, maybe they just said, like, you know what? Let's just give them 2. And then after that, we can take 4 in a row, and then we can go to the hotel and just have a good rest.
Right. You know, we actually talk about this is a full best of 7, right? Many different times now. In a 7-game series, you have to be slow and steady. You cannot throw all your hand at once, but you could just get a momentum going. And in this particular series, you show how strategic Paws is. I mean, there are a lot of people doubting, I wonder how about Hou-Yi is the pick, right? Because a lot of people doubting this character, think like this pretty low tier, but in competitive, Hou-Yi is such a good engage tool. Sometimes when you gank the farm lane, it's really hard because the marksman doesn't have a lot of engage tool, but not Hou-Yi, right? You can set it up, and you saw what happened with all the arrows.
But I'm telling you something, Dave. In terms of that, I do believe that it is a competitive pick. When you are with your whole team, when you have 5 people that they know how to play around you, then it works really well. But if you're just going to be on solo, I don't think that that's the best pick. What do you think, Phil?
Of course, in uncoordinated play, sometimes your team didn't even notice you hit across the map arrow, right? Whereas here, you're constantly calling out, hey, look, I'm about to hit it. And then people are ready to go ahead and pounce on that.
Hey, by the way, I gotta say, Hoi has a bleach skin buff, all right? And that event is still active in-game, so you should go and get it right now. It's pretty cool skins.
It is really nice. When I saw the laning stage in there, and I saw the picks and it was going to be Arlie against Hoi, I'm going to tell you, I was not one of the believers. I did not know, I did not think that Fungi could seal the deal. But on the other hand, I don't think that it came down to Fungi. I do believe that it was thanks to the Dharma. That Dharma that Snow played initiated every single fight in an amazing fashion.
Dharma, one of the most game-changing Clash Slayers, has one of the highest win rates here in the KWC, and that's for good reason. It's able to open up these fights and end them too with perfect execution.
You see, and that's the reason why it's been banned so many different times. They knew that a hero like that could turn things around, and in Game 4 that it was available, they were clearly just going to grab that.
You know what? Now we're on the topic Dharma. Dharma is one of the most picked, has the highest win rate in the entire KWC. In contrast, we have Flowborn Tank, who had a 0% win rate up to this point, but
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Dub, let's go. Here, this hero right over here, I'm telling you, is one of the heroes that I really like seeing because you can personalize it, right? Like you can actually customize it, which is super cool. But up until right now, it's been a really tough sell. I'm telling you, it's been 6 days that I've been trying to do this, and it's just no dubs at all, only else.
You know, we want to talk about Flowborn Tank, but yeah, you're absolutely right. There has to be a win. I mean, what else do you say? But look at this stats. This guy tanked like 40% damage, close to it. It's absolutely insane, and he's really tanky. The thing about Flowborn Tank is not only are you tanky, you provide so much crowd controls, and that goes about the entire roster of Paws, right? You got engaged from Hoi's ultimate, you got Yixing's ultimate, and you got Flowborn Tank just unkillable, stay in the front, constantly CCing, constantly jumping, and you have Dharma, as you mentioned.
All right, now if we talk about this laning stage, we've talked about how the Hoi played really well. We talked about how the Dharma played really well. But then on the other side, the Arlie, that Arlie is going to be a very, very, very painful point because it could be it could come in handy in Game 5 or Game 6. And right now, because as we see in the global ban and pick, Twisted Minds, that's not going to be an option for them.
Yeah, Twisted Mind losing a lot of valuable picks there. The Arlie, the Fati here. I think Twisted Mind's a little bit over-invested on the scaling aspect.
They wanted to go for the dunk. They wanted to go for the dunk and then just missed it. They wanted to just go 3-1. They saw that they could actually just put Fungi on a corner. They wanted to seal the deal and just get the match point. And sadly for them, they were unable to do that.
Bro, but at the same time, if you look at all the options that are still on the table, I cannot imagine how many characters available right now. For Paws, right? I mean, Twisted Mind, you mentioned, they draft themselves into a corner, they had the momentum, they kind of lost it. And I think it's actually going more into Paws' favor. They still have Pei available. I mean, that's one of the strongest characters. And by the way, my Shiranui has not been picked by either side also.
They have Jing available as well. They have Arlie available. That for Paws game in Game 5 and Game 6, they look a lot better. And the problem in here is that Twisted Minds, right now, they do not have the momentum. What is going to happen with them? They started on a high, and right now, it just looks like it's closer to Paws gaming as it is for TM.
I think Twisted Mind's drafts going forward are going to be fairly telegraphed, you know? They played the pay already, so now they're forced to ban it every single game. It's going to make Paws Gaming be able to draft around it really easily here. And going back about the prior game there, you really got to look at Honor Kings in different stages, right? The early, mid, late game.
Yes.
I really believe they over-invested in that late game, and because of that, they got ran over by Paws.
All right, so you think that it was just a very late game composition?
Yeah.
For me, it has been a problem of the mid game. For me, the mid game has been the moment where Twisted Minds has literally not been able to really capitalize on what they have. When they had an advantage, they came to the mid game and they cannot just let Paws Gaming level it. When they did not have the advantage, they came to the mid game and they just let Paws Gaming snowball. They need to perfection that strategy from the 4th to the 10th minute.
Yeah, you know what? Arlie is such a late game character, right? And just like Phil pointed out, you have to skill with this character. And we saw Twisted Mind engaging in too many fights before Arlie's fully built up. Got 3 item spikes. Get to what she needs to do in order to be effective. We saw Arlie constantly engaging in fights when she doesn't need to be. Another thing I want to talk about is Arlie, this character, doesn't have any sustain. So we have Mods in lane. They want to go for the poke, but Arlie is constantly getting poked out instead.
It's been not only poked out, but it's being initiated. And it was initiated by that Dharma. And Dharma was in the hands of Snow. Snow talked to us, and he talked to Eruption, that we haven't heard from Eruption in a long time. What about if we go and see what Snow shared with Eruption in that interview that they had?
We are backstage right now before our mighty game with the one and only, I'm not going to say 90, that's his opponent, but this is Snow of Paws Gaming. So how do you feel about being here right now in the playoffs?
I'm super exciting. We are super exciting. It's not easy to come here.
That's right.
We have very low struggle or difficulties. We will do our best.
Yep. And as you said, it's tough to get to the spot. There's been so many teams that try to get to this playoffs, and you guys earned your spot. Okay, second is, what do you think are the weaknesses or maybe even strengths of Twisted Minds?
The strength I would say is their jungle. He is a strong player. He have some famous hero like Jin or Nuna. We are difficult to handle it. And the second one I would like to say is their team fight. They are aggressive and they are a good team. Yeah.
You know what? You've said some positive stuff about that, but I'm sure you guys have a strategy to attack that as well. But in last, what is your message to Twisted Minds?
I just want to say we will have a good fight for all the lovers of this game. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Snow, and good luck.
Thank you.
See you in the next one.
A good fight for the love of honor of kings. At the end of the day, you got to remember, this is a game. And we come in, we might be right now opponents, but we're never enemies. At the end of this, we come, we play, we have fun. Sadly, someone needs to win and someone else needs to lose.
Absolutely. Snow, very classy, very humble in that interview, but his gameplay is nothing but humble. He was making amazing flashy plays on the Dharma here, and I would say he was the MVP of last game.
I'm telling you, he was very diplomatic on that interview, but in the Gorge, he is all damage. He's out there for blood, no?
I mean, like, this is all around for HOK community, I would say, right? Yesterday, we saw some social posts on HOK Esports channel. You can go follow that for a lot of up-to-date news and results for the competition. But we saw actually AG.AL's players interviewing with their opposition, with Alpha 7 Danny. Same thing on the other side. We have TT's coach talking to their opposition for the upcoming matches, teaching them how to play better. And all you see was class.
It's all about the community.
Yep.
I'm telling you, one of the things that I love about HOK is the community. There is no toxicity here. There is not trying to taunt on other people nor anything. It is just all about like learning. You mentioned right over there, the coaches are the ones that setting the example just by telling people, you know what? We're all here to compete, but after we finish, we're all friends and we can all just learn from each other.
Absolutely. The competition is top of its class, and so comes with it sportsmanship. As they've mentioned, the teams are helping each other out. They want to put on the best show possible. They don't want to face a weak enemy. They want to face each other at their best.
And they need to grow together. And growing together has been Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds, because everything started with Twisted Minds just literally just taking control of the match and forcing Paws Gaming to up their game. I haven't seen Paws Gaming this dominating since the group stage. They came in the first 2 games and they were a little bit not performing as we were used to. But right now, I'm telling you, Paws Gaming, if they don't bring their A game, Twisted Minds could just snatch it, and this Game 5 is going to be critical. The winner of this Game 5 is going to get the first match point.
Absolutely. Paws Gaming, Gen.G has been awakened here. The first 2 games, you know, we were saying he was sleeping on the wheel a bit here. Now it's all gas, and if they have no brakes, they're going to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are still a lot of options on the table for Paws Gaming. Still a lot of combos available for Paws Gaming. So Game 5, as you mentioned, it's a match point grabber. Whoever wins this match will win. I'm excited about it.
I am super excited. You can see the players right over there. The communication, just the way that they're always trying to talk to each other. You see some laughs, and that is important as we check on our Crunchyroll reactions. You need to laugh. This is a game. It might be high stakes, it might be a lot of pressure, but you need to help each other just to kind of like calm down and be able to make the right calls.
It's great to have teammates like that in the moment to forget about all the odds and the stakes and just play in the moment, have fun, enjoy this time. This is an opportunity of lifetime for both teams here to compete here on the EWC, and to be able to play it and have fun with your friends is all that matters.
But I gotta say, going to the next series, in order for Twisted Mind to grab the momentum back,
of course,
I gotta put the weight back on Hailang, right?
Okay.
I mean, Hailang has to be the momentum booster, the mental fortitude for the team. This guy has been the cheerleader for the team, the hype man. So just now in the game, when the game ended, you saw a little bit of frustration. You saw a little bit tiredness.
And that cannot happen.
And that cannot happen. So going to Game 5, it's up to Hailang, in my opinion, to step it up, to level up, and take the team to the next level.
All right, Dave, you're mentioning that Hailang needs to step up. But what hero can he play right now that would be available that would allow him to really step up and dominate the Gorge?
He has a good amount of options left. I really want to see the Princess Frost come out from him,
Yes.
He's known for his Princess Frost utility mages, right? We mentioned how he's transitioning more to a carry playstyle, but his bread and butter is the utility mages, moving around the map, setting up his team, not only in-game, out of game as well, keeping their morales up, making sure that, they just lost 2 in a row, they're not in a rut, and that's what Hailang is great at.
I gotta say, I'll give some highlight to Mai Shiranui. We interviewed every single pro player, every single, I wouldn't say pro team, but almost. And every single one of the mid laners recommended Mai Shiranui. Not to mention there's some great skins out there for Mai. So you gotta master that character, and it's available for both teams coming in the future series. So I'm excited for the next round to see which team is gonna take it out first. Another thing I wanna mention about Hailang is this character loves Yixing. So is that gonna be another character coming out for Twisted Mind? We shall find out.
Is it going to be the Yixing pick? Is it going to be the Mai Shiranui? Mai Shiranui, as everyone knows, is a very dangerous hero, but at the same time, it's actually really difficult. I'm really counting the minutes until we can just see that Mai Shiranui in the Gorge, because I know that, Dave, you really want to teach us how to play that Mai Shiranui to the top level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different combos. All right, we got videos out as well. You gotta go watch them. This is the time. If any time is the time, this is the time.
And Mai is so hard, even after all those videos, you still don't know how to play it.
It's similar to my end. It just takes a lot of games to practice.
Yeah.
And that thing about Honor of Kings, when you play it, you can always feel like there's room to improve. And obviously, KWC is a place where you can learn so much from the best of the best.
I know that we're all laughs and all smiles and everything, but the tension over there in the Amazon arena gotta be incredible. The players are trying their very best to be controlled. You can see right over there. I don't like Hailang's body language, man.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm telling you, we need to kind of hype him up. And what a best way to hype him up as moving into the ban and pick. We want these heroes to be shown up in there and to be able just to get him what he needs. Maybe what he needs right now is just going to be a hero that is going to make him smile. Who that hero is going to be, I don't know. I know that Saggy and Blam have a better idea. Boys, off you go.
How's it going, guys? We are back for game number 5. I mean, this is almost getting to the end of a best of 7, and we're already at 2-2, so there is still potentially, if Twisted Minds take it again for another 2 games in a row, or do Paws Gaming take it for another 2 games in a row, or do we get the ultimate battle?
It will be difficult to tell, but judging this situation right now, Paws Gaming does seem to have the momentum as they bounce back 2 games here. And if you're Twisted Minds, you expended the pay, you expended the early. These very pricey picks. Therefore, you have to take the initiative to ban them up, because if you give the early, if you give the pay, it's not going to be good news. Thank you for that, but Mai Shiranui has been locking for Hailang.
Mai Shiranui, the guys over at the desk was getting very excited for it, but I think we in the casting booth are way more excited for this duo here. The Butsu and the Chao combo. I mean, they've already used the Yixing, so they can't use that 3-hero combo. So now they've got to try and formulate this one a little bit more better.
Exactly, and Paws Gaming, this is their specialty here. So without the Fuzi, with the Fuzi, without the pay, and without the Yixing here, they will have to find alternatives to complete this comp to make sure that it is actually sufficient for the call-in for the immense team fight. On the side, Twisted Minds here. Wow, Maestro and Dharma, that is a lot of engage here.
Yeah, you can't say immense team fight without putting some respect on Dharma's name. Obviously, he can create some great plays for everybody, but we're going to take a little look at Marco Polo here. Survivability, not the greatest. He does have a dash of his second skill, and if he does get caught with CC and you don't take cleanse, it's going to be hard for you to come back out of that one.
It is indeed going to be hard here, especially Marco Polo. You scale with attack speed. So as you buy attack speed items, you get stronger and stronger. And your spell one, the Resplendent Revolver, it applies on hit effects as well here. So definitely, you get that Smart Sport, you get that Doomsday, and you'll be looking around at a pretty healthy growth curve. But talking about growth, Paws Gaming here, locking in that Kong main for that firepower.
Yeah, again, definitely a hero that needs a growth, right? The scaling of that hero can skyrocket, and obviously his ultimate can track down the enemy heroes. But onto the side of Twisted Minds, they can body block it. So if they decide to be good fellows, a good Samaritan, they could block the shot of the Kong Ming.
Exactly the case here. And I want to give a bit of focus to our coach ZKS and Shu here. So both these coaches are extremely important in orchestrating the pick and ban, especially when you go deeper and deeper into a best of 7 series. At Game 5 and Game 6, you're going to be wondering, with these leftover picks here, how am I going to make a draft that makes sense for my players to perform on stage?
We'll have to find out, but I mean, the Mulan here, a little bit of a love ode to Keka of the side of OG Esports. I don't think we've seen anybody else play the Mulan yet within KWC other than Keka, but now it's going up to the side of Paws Gaming. I mean, if you're looking in terms of CC, you can't really dive with a Mai Shiranui. You can't really dive with a Dharma. If you activate your ultimate at the right time, you're going to be basically immunity to it.
Exactly, that's the beauty of Mulan, right? You have so much CC immunity, you have so much damage reduction. And if you think about Paws Gaming, are they potentially going for a Fang jungle as their last pick here? Because usually we see this lineup with the Fuzi and Da-Chiao here. They will generally want to round it up with a farm lane or a marksman, something like the Pei. Let's get pseudo marksman here. Is there a potential that we may see a Fang in the jungle for Paws Gaming?
We might do. We might see that. I mean, Fang could come through as well. Obviously, Paws Gaming, in terms of obviously turret takedowns, could be great for them. Pairing that up with the Futsu could be a great pairing when it comes to that macro playstyle. But over to the side of Twisted Minds, they were lacking a little bit of sustain, and now they've got the Sakia with the Kaiser as well. So Quasar going through here, and a debut for Yao.
This is one of Paws Gaming special as well. If you were following the WKS region, Maya Sodas, he loves this Yao pick, and with a triple bruiser lineup, Paws Gaming, everybody is looking to do damage here. One Fuzi ultimate, you will have insane amount of damage in front of your face.
Insane amount of damage, but also insane amount of access into the backline, right? I mean, Yao can bob and weave around your enemies, as well as Mulan can pretty much just charge through, dash through, and then you've got the Sage's Might on top of that, which is obviously Futsu's ultimate, so there is so much potential pickup here for the side of Paws, and if you are somebody like a Marco Polo, that cleanse is only going to get rid of so much for so little time.
Exactly, and if you think about Twisted Minds' team composition, yes, they are a very dive-heavy team comp, but who are you going to dive here? There's no backline aside from the Calming that has, like, so much mobility here.
Yeah.
Okay, so win condition here. We look at Twisted Mind. You have the Dharma, you have the Mai Shiranui here. You want to look for these fancy CC chain combos, knockup combos, even with CD Boys secure. So this Marco Polo gets the DPS from afar. Paws Gaming here. Fuzi has to land the Sage Bites. Immediately calls in with the Out of the Whirlpool coming in from the Da-Chiao. So those are the two game plans coming in for this Game 5 between Twisted Mind and Paws Gaming.
And Paws Gaming, I mean, there are 2 back-to-back victories so far for this team, and they are looking to get some more with obviously a draft that only really comes through when we have that best of 7. So like Isaac was saying, those watching Honor of Kings now, this is Honor of Kings in its true form.
It is true form, and we bring the ultimate battle shortly if they do go for a Game 7 here. But Global Ban Pick definitely adds more competitiveness. You cannot just be playing that 3 to 5 heroes. You have to be thinking, as you progress towards the series, bans are starting to target towards you, hero pools are getting smaller and smaller. You have to think about more picks.
More picks indeed, right? You got to kind of always think one step ahead, and also with the coaches, they need to make sure that their brains are pretty much locked in, right? Like they are the brains behind the draft. So really, it's a battle of the coaches.
Exactly. That is so well said there, Blam. If the coaches do falter or the coaches do miss out a certain pick, that is going to be insanely costly. So for right now, you look at these two drafts, right? Paws Gaming, they are accelerating towards the first 4 minutes. If after the first 4 minutes, they get the ultimate onto Feng Jie and onto Qingling on this Dacha Fuzi combo, you're going to be starting to ramp up the leads here. But you don't have a marksman, so you have to end very early.
You do have to end very early, right? I mean, in terms of range, they have very, very little. But in terms of scalability, they also can have that too. But speaking of that, Yao, like I was saying, he's a very slippery hero. He can dash, dip, dive, dig, and dodge around those team fights.
And talking a bit about Yao, right? He has that gray bar on his health. It slowly takes his HP. So if he uses ultimate, he can definitely refresh the HP bar, removing that DPS that's going to be taking his HP. And 90 here takes a bit of a poke, almost falls down. So a lot of the focus here are ganking towards 90 here, making sure that he does not have a good time.
Yeah, nobody to body block that winning strategy, right? And that's going to hurt 90 in this early game. I mean, yes, he's level 4, but he's still not going to be able to kind of take too many of those shots, right? Like, in terms of magic defense, he's not going to have a lot right now.
Oh yeah, especially Dharma, he stacks the physical defense more than the magical defense, so that's something that he has to look out, especially if you are Twisted Mind. You have to shut down this calming because that is their league game insurance coming in from Paws Gaming.
Yeah, you got to try and find a way on top of that, right? I mean, is it going to be a pick-off for City Boy, camping the bushes to get the Mulberry power? But speaking of pick-off here, we are getting a bit of an aid by the whole of Twisted Minds. That's a 3-1 gank, and that is 90 getting the first blood.
The fish is reeled in, and he was baited successfully here. So a bit of a punish coming in from Snow for not respecting the map, and he was indeed punished, and he was sent back to the fountain here. So if we look a bit onto the Yao pick here, he offers so much backline access, so much mobility as we talk about, and he's also going for the pseudo tank build as we see the Hunter's Axe has been picked up.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of need it, right? They need to go in with a little bit more defense onto the Yao rather than completely relying on that attack damage, because if they don't, they're really just like hoping that the burst is going to be enough damage to get these team fights out of the way. But in terms of sustain, they don't really have too much sustain, whereas obviously the side of Twisted Minds have City Boy.
Yeah, exactly. City Boy with the Fireflies. It provides so much healing. Two-man knockup into the Invisible Warrior.
Triple man knockup with the Mulberry power into the back lane. Qingling maybe going to take it down. He does. Highland comes in with the Kachusans. But that is going to be a 1-1 trade for the supports.
That was what I'm talking about, right? You get the ultimate onto Feng Jie here. Even if you're City Boy, you're secure, you get to fly around, fly towards bushes, dip around. But if you're binded by the Sage Might, you cannot go anywhere.
You can't go anywhere, and you basically just got to try and admit defeat, or at least sustain. But speaking of admit defeat, Bongja gets taken down here as well. Shanks looking to push this T1 as they are potentially starting that neutral objective.
Twisted Mind is playing an insanely good game here to mitigate the Feng Jie and Qingling dynamic here. You want the combo to be always with each other, but they're breaking it apart. And once they're broken apart, this Fuzi in the early game, he does not have enough cooldown reduction to spam his intuition that gives him the damage reduction, so they punish him cleanly.
Punish him clearly, but speaking of clean, we are seeing a bit of a dive there onto Qingling, but he's just basically just soaking those skills, right? Like, he's like, right, at least they got him, at least they phase checked him, and they weren't getting hit by those leaping Koi Tides.
I agree, but Hailang getting that Purify out of Qingling here, the next time that happens, they might CC chain him to a 4, and he might not be even able to cast his ultimate. So that's something for Paws Gaming to look on about, and that's something for Twisted Mind to be punishing.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to have it in the back of their mind, right? I mean, there is so much at risk within this game, because this now kind of puts whoever wins this one, puts them at that 3-2. So they've got to try and make sure that they've got in the back of their mind the actual depth of this game. Right now, trading the T1s across the gorge here, just trying to sort of mitigate any kind of lead. We're getting a bit of an emergence to teleport down here to the bot side of the map. 90 does try and go in just to clear out the minion wave, successfully does so.
Successfully backs off, but Clean here looking at his position though. But the Master gets caught out by the Phase Might.
Oh yes, the Sage's Might, but then enters the Sage's Might. He's going to be clean, but then enters everybody with the Eye of the Whirlpool. Down to the bot side of the map there, taking out Highland, which is a lot of damage. Mulberry power being used to keep Clean alive, and Shanks getting this T1.
The T1 goes down, but that's not a good trade coming in from Paws SG, as the Tier 1 is so important. Right now, they're knocking onto their Crimson Gold right now. The entire top side has been fumbled by Paws Gaming.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. They gotta be careful because that's something that could slip away here. But CC Immune is gonna save Snow for now. But can Myosotis and Snow try and take down 90? It's too dark, and coming through is clean. Can they try and lock down Myosotis? The flash with the Mulberry power is gonna be enough.
Oh, Myosotis there, buddy. You can't be going so close towards Clean here because if Clean sticks onto you, he's not being able to wash off instantly. So Myosotis there gets punished heavily. And City Boy, gotta give props to him. That flash mobile power was on point.
It was exactly where it needed to be, right? Like, if that was like aimed ever so slightly to the left or the right, it wouldn't have had that impact, and it wouldn't have been that crucial. And right now, you're already seeing that we are having about a 2k gold lead here for Twisted Minds. In terms of the lane separations, going over to Shanks here is the clear disparity.
Man, I thought this game was like 8 or 9 minutes, but there's so much action coming in from both teams as Myosotis might be caught out once again.
Oh, yes, the Fireflies are just so impressive, right? Like, they go on at you after the team fight even happens. You think you're safe, and then pow, you're gone.
That's the beauty of Sakura, right? So much early game damage, so much mobility, gets to set you up for all these plays. And that's why Sakura is a very prized pick into the early and mid phase because of how much damage he can deal and how much healing he can provide. And look at the control here coming from Twisted Mind. They know for the fact that they have the early lead. They're riding on this Marco Polo train. They're zoning such a big gap out of the jungle of Paws Gaming.
A great display for Twisted Minds, right? I mean, they definitely needed to get their head back in the game after that two victories, defeats back-to-back. But now, it's all in their case, right? They have the momentum going in this game number 5. They just have to keep it. The foot on the gas. The foot on the gas needs to be there.
And they cannot stop. If they get punished by this Fuzi Daqiao, they're gonna be in the big trouble here. So right now, with the help of the Marco Polo, they are slowly but surely sieging out all these tier 2 towers, further pushing their lead to a 5k that's gonna be up soon. So right now, they're knocking on yet another buff, especially when you're playing this Yao. Such a resource-heavy jungle pseudo fighter or assassin. You're losing out all your buffs here and you're not having a good time in this jungle.
I mean, I don't know anybody who'd be having a good time, right, when especially their lanes are pushed almost to the T3s, right? But honestly, the impressive nature of this Kaiser, right? The amount of slow this is offering onto the side of Twisted Minds means that the likes of Yao and Mulan just can't get out of the team fights once they're committed.
Exactly, but you have to think of one thing as well. If you engage anyhow on the side of Twisted Mind and you get binded by the Fuzi, that's going to be spelling destruction here because this Fuzi is having a pretty healthy growth here. Yes, you're losing most of the gold towards the side of the clashing and the farm lane, but you got to think, how are we going to approach the tier 3 towers, the high ground here? Because Marco Polo, unlike other traditional marksmen, he's not a pretty good pusher.
No, he's not a great pusher, but I mean, he's doing good at the moment. He's doing good at the moment. Speaking of good, we are looking for a good execute out of here for Jingling, but the Idle Whirlpool means that Bungjet can come through, forcing the dash and the flash, but it is going to be clean on top of both, and then the Fever Barrage into the backline. The winning strategy is not winning this team fight here for Paws.
A bit of a mistake here coming in from Feng Jie here. He wanted to re-engage, but they were not strong enough to take on the 5v5. Look at this. He escaped with the Eye of the Whirlpool, comes back with it, gets punished immediately, forces a flash. As of this point, Clean was like, okay, bet, you want to fight? You got it. Immediately punished by the full team of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the cleanest Kaiser plays we've actually seen within KWC just yet. I mean, I feel like it's the first Kaiser we've actually seen for the KWC as well, right?
You are exactly right, and right now, we talked about how difficult the high ground is being taken down by the Twisted Mind, but thanks to their capability of continuous brawling, they just got it clean again from Paws Gaming, and right now, Tier 3 is wide open in the mid lane. They're transitioning themselves straight towards the Shadow Tyrant.
They are transitioning themselves to that neutral objective. Again, this is just meaning the preferential for the Tyrant at this point is because they have such a great lead, right? They have the wave clear into the mid lane. They're just looking for more firepower, and they've just secured it.
Man, look at Shanks there. 9,000 gold compared to any members of Paws. That's a 3,000 gold lead solely on this one player.
Huge, huge. 3,000 gold lead on one hero alone is pretty crazy, right? I mean, we normally sort of say, whoa, okay, 3k gold lead globally is a little bit scary, but singular lane? That's even worse.
Exactly, and usually you will see like the Shadow Ripper or the Marco Polo because of how affordable it is, but look at him, he has a Daybreaker already, and talk about Feng Jie. He's once again caught out in the side lane.
This is a bit of a repeat of his Marco Polo performance, right? Just in the side lanes, constantly getting caught out. But we have to give Paws a little bit of due diligence, right? They are trying to create that pressure down to the bot side. They have the minion waves crashing in. But 90's always on point with the recalls. He's always there to meet the minion wave. And to be honest, the way the team fights are going, they're not really relying on the Dharma for those crucial engages.
With all these scrappy fights happening, especially coming in from Hailang and Shanks,
Yeah.
they're winning all these skirmishes, but as we talk about Paws Gaming, what do they need the most right now? They need to stall time. Qingling is doing an exceptional good job, and Snow and Myosotis, they're making sure these side lanes are constantly being pushed up, but right now, the Overlord has been secured by Twisted Mind. Can they repeat the success of dragging the waves? I am not sure.
I mean, Twisted Minds as a team, they love this, right? They don't just go for one neutral objective. They think it's either instantaneously or they get a little bit of a lead, a little bit control onto the gorge, and like, you know what? We got Primal Bond. We don't care. We're going to go for it. And they do.
They do indeed, and right now they're knocking onto the tier 3 of Paws Gaming right now. If this goes down, that's going to be spelling more and more pressure. Currently, wave clear is looking good for the side of Paws Gaming here, but the Overlords are slowly marching towards the high ground.
And more importantly, the Overlords and the Vanguards, they have completely mitigated that priority that they're down to the bot side of the map that Paws Gaming had like moments ago. They are putting so much pressure on here.
Wow, losing this game will spell a lot of pressure coming from Paws Gaming. They still need to check back their strategic planning. Do they have enough heroes?
Yeah.
Do they have the next job ready? Because if you lose the next game after losing this game, there's no ultimate battle for you to pick up your most favorite team composition.
Exactly. I mean, that's what they're banking on, right? A lot of these global teams are banking on that, but banking on is into the back line. It's going to be clean, doing a lot of damage onto Qingling. He's just trying to get to that Sea of Fate, but his fate was signed, sealed, and delivered there by Clean. But now, Myosotis trying to put pressure into the back line. Wasn't able to take out Shanks, but that could be crazy right now.
That could be crazy indeed. Qingling is your only form of healing reduction coming in from the side of Paws Gaming right now, and no one is here to stop this secure. Look at the Fireflies. One Firefly for you, and everybody's healed to a full for the side of Twisted Minds right now, and they are continuing the pressure onto Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like Paws need to take down Clean, because Clean has been so aggressive in this one, right? Like I was saying earlier, Dharma, normally the guy to go to. He's the guy you call, like, let me get into this team fight. But right now, Clean's like, no, my bro's like currently got too much work on his hand. I need to be this front line, and that's exactly what's going on. We do see the Mulberry Power connecting here. Can they get live function?
Feng Jie flashes out to safety here, does not get the re-engage. Gets the engage onto 90 here, but Qingling, the key member of the Ultimate, gets taken down, and they are crumbling.
They are crumbling indeed. I mean, they have the Invincible Warrior leading them at this point. They don't have any minion waves, but they are able to take down that farm lane duo, which is crucial.
That is crucial indeed, and look at the waves coming through the mid lane right now. It is slowly but surely approaching towards this crystal. But looking at the map state coming in from Twisted Minds transition here, they do not want to end the game here. They're looking for a safer path to take the top tier 3.
They could potentially do that, right? But at the same time, we don't want to see Twisted Minds end in the Twisted Mind fashion, which they do focus the crystal and not the team fight. They haven't done that. They're creating more pressure, like you said, Sagi, topside.
Okay, top side, do they look for the win fight? The Truth Mantra goes in, takes out Myosotis.
He does take down Myosotis, but they're still waiting for those minion waves to come through. We are Fengjie back up and Qingling as well. The Koi Tides may be enough to take out those minion waves, but can they stop the boys in blue running down mid and clash?
I don't think that's the case right now, Plan S. I don't think they can stop it indeed. Look at the Blazing Blue. They are looking to take down this final tier 3. Are they looking for the game-winning push, or are they rotating themselves towards this Tyrant as the fight breaks out? Feng Jie goes extremely low.
He goes extremely low, but he's into the Sea of Fate as well. He can recall back in, but Snow is able to take down 90. Can they take down Clean? Because that could be the difference here for Paws Gaming. Fengjie trying to find a way out. Invincible Warrior being procced here to just drive them back into base.
Twisted Mind, they're going to recuperate. They're going to be visiting these buffs. After that, they are going to be timing themselves onto this Shadow Tyrant. That's going to be spawned recently. But if the side of Paws Gaming, they're being relentless right now. They know this is the only chance because 90 is nowhere to be seen on the map.
Yeah, they need to do something, right? They have a moment, they need to take it, and there's nobody pushing these side lanes for the side of Twisted Mind, so there's going to be no pressure being converted into these lanes. So if they're able to get this Tyrant, it could be huge.
It could be huge indeed, and right now Paws Gaming does secure it in the back, but look at the goalie here, 10,000 2,000 for Twisted Mind. How does Paws Gaming come back from this deficit?
I mean, they're already showing signs that they could do, right? We've seen many global teams at this point in the game with no T3s come back all the way into the enemy's crystal. So now, the ball's into the favor of Twisted Minds. Do they drop the performance they're doing right now, or do they up the ante?
That will have to result in the crystal fight that we'll be seeing shortly, because 3 waves are going to be crashing towards the crystal, but we have to see who gets the big game-winning fight. If Twisted Mind, they falter once again at high ground, that could spell immediate doom for them. As Paws SG, they will be coming back in the game immediately.
Exactly. I mean, they could just easily try and do that, but you've seen their bot side of the map, Myosotis is just trying to keep those Vanguards off, so really, it's just at the behest of Paws Gaming here to try and get this 4v5 going on to them, but the other Warfall could be used here to bring back Myosotis. We're already seeing that Mulan looking pretty low. Fengjie and Jingling go down, but they're able to take down Shanks. Sage's Sanctuary comes through with clutch. 90 goes down as well. Clean putting on some impressive frontline work here, but Paws, even more impressively, defending their crystal.
But still, look at the healing coming in from City Boy. They are ready for round 2 here. Vanguard is marching in from the bot side right now. It's a 3v4 situation here. Myosotis and friends, they are looking to defend this base. The wave clear is coming up huge from Xiaoyang onto this Kong main here, as the danger has been neutralized.
It's been neutral. I mean, honestly, Paws played that one very well. They had the health advantage. A lot of Twisted Minds look battered and bruised, so I don't think they could have taken that team fight even if they really wanted to, right?
And let's check out the replay real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, the fight starts with an engage immediately onto Fengjie. Fengjie gets stripped on the wall. Look at him. He couldn't move at all. So much ultimate, so much bounce house. He's taking at least 4 ultimates. Even if Qingling and Fengjie falls, the firepower is Xiaoyang. As long as he doesn't fall, the wave kill is always secure for the side of Paws Gaming here. So beautiful stuff coming in from Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely fighting with the backs against the wall, but they are coming back with guns blazing right there. They don't have a Marco Polo. They used them in game 1, but they still are going very hard on this game number 5 right now. But like you keep pointing out here, Sagi, 61.8k to the 52.8. That's a lot of gold at this point in the game.
I have to agree, but I have to disagree as well, because as we scale towards the late game, the gold lead matters lesser and lesser. It starts being a 50-50 game where people and players are fully slaughtered on these items. Look at Kongming. He's slowly and surely building towards a Splendor or that Tome of Wisdom.
Yep.
And the Yao and the Fuzi, they were 0-5 in the scoreboard here, but they're slowly approaching their final builds.
They're coming close, they're coming perfection form, right? But speaking of perfection, we do have 3 minion waves coming through at 1, but there is so much wave clear here. Obviously, thanks to the Leaping Koi Tides, it's really saving Paws Gaming's base.
And talking about Leaping Koi Tide, the more magic damage you build onto Qingling's Da Qiao, the longer the range is. So this Da Qiao is also infinitely scaling until the full item build here. So on the side of Paws Gaming here, we will have to see how they tackle the minion wave issue when the Tempest Dragon spawns.
It's going to be another Tempest Dragon game. It has to be, right? I mean, we're at the 18-minute mark. We see no signs of the base being taken down just yet because of Paws Gaming's defense. I am sweating right now.
I'm sweating indeed, because look at the map state. Tyrant is up, but Paws Gaming, they're still chilling. They're looking at how to plan this upcoming team fight, because one bad team fight from either team, that could be immediately the game-winning push, but look at this push.
Oh, I thought he was going to face check and they were going to be there, but they did rotate when we didn't have vision onto the map there. So a good play by Twisted Minds. They knew that Xiaoyang was going to face check that push, and they pick up the Tyrant as well.
Yeah, they pick up the Tyrant here, and 40 seconds on the clock. There's no more time to secure this Overlord as it despawns at 19 minutes, 30 seconds here. Out of the Whirlpool has been popped to transport Myosotis to a safer location here. Both teams, they are looking to set up the upcoming push, the final push for this final objective.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Minds need to just completely get this minion waves pushed out, then get the pressure pushed into these 3 lanes and potentially go for the Tempest whilst they have the Shadow Tyrant, right? Having that extra damage, having that extra movement speed is going to be crucial in this next team fight.
Wow. Chills down my spines right now. Even if Paws Gaming, they are so behind on kills, so behind on gold. Their resilience is what is putting them onto the board of this Hero's Gorge right now in this game 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is typically a team, Twisted Minds is typically a team that has not played a best of 7 in the international competition. And they are normally, this would be match point at best of 5, right? So they still potentially got quite a few games left, but they are showing no signs of stopping. 20-minute match. on the board, on the gorge in this best of 7 once again.
Exactly. And look at the bottom whiff that's being orchestrated by the side of Paws right now. Oh, but look at Xiaoyang, he gets caught out!
Xiaoyang gets caught out. This could be trouble for them. They were waiting for that pickup. And they get it, but they also lose Shanks and City Boy. We are seeing Myosotis and Snow going hand to hand, but Myosotis gets taken down as well. They don't have a smite. That is scary.
That is scary, and this is the pickoff potential coming in from the Maestro and Dharma here. The late game firepower coming in from Xiaoyang. He was immediately mitigated from the team fight, and immediately it blew up, but Paws Gaming, the resilience, getting 2 kills back onto Shanks. City Boy, that is what it mattered. And look at the re-engage coming in from Qingling. He knows if he can teleport back, he can send the whole team here. But Snow! He gets deleted!
Yeah, the other Whirlpool gets put down, but I mean, who's he going to really recall, right? I mean, it was a little bit too late or early for Xiaoyang to come back, and now it just means that this Tempest Dragon could easily go over to Twisted Minds. And Paws Gaming knows that. They have to wipe out these minions in the side lanes.
It feels like Qingling pulled a prank onto Snow. It's like, oh, I'm going in. Oh, I'm going out. Oh, I left you there. Sorry, buddy, I can't bury you out again. So, a little bit of an accident here coming in from Paws Gaming here. It may be the stage nerfs here, but the Tempest Dragon has been secured by the side of Twisted Minds here right now. They have a minion way towards mid lane, and Snow has 10 seconds on the board.
They've got to be careful here, Paws Gaming. They have defended their crystal so many times, but now it's more detrimental than ever. The Morbury Power Flash does actually miss onto Xiaoyang, so they haven't quite got the pickup of that hero just yet. The other Whirlpool is sitting at the crystal. Do they go for the base fight? It is going to be the Troop Marcher, and it's going to be game number 5, going over to Twisted Minds.
They said no game treat. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me again. Their third game, they come up clutch and they secure a clean early to mid game as they close off this game and bring it to a game 6 with a 3-2 scoreline.
3-2 scoreline, and Twisted Minds could be a match point here, Sagi. I mean, you saw the Twisted Mind mascot there. He's flat out on the desk. I feel like that right now. I feel like reclining in my chair and like, I need to have a second to digest what's just gone on within that game.
Wow, that was such an eventful game. Both teams played super well. The early to mid game was so well orchestrated coming in from Twisted Mind. They had such a big lead here. All these fights, it was always Twisted Mind, Twisted Mind, Twisted Mind. And Paws Gaming, yes, they trade back the kills, but the Marco Polo is just getting infinitely fed, and you don't have a marksman. If you lose out the early, you're gonna be losing out a ton in the late game.
Yeah, you're gonna lose a ton in the late game indeed, right? I mean, very impressive was clean on this Kaiser, right? Honestly, such a great performance. We haven't seen Kaiser at all within the KWC up until this point. And this is where that beauty of Honor of Kings comes through, right? Best of 7 comes through, big picks come through, different picks come through. It's all a different game at that point with this best of 7 format.
The global ban pick, and this is the crucial one. Hailong and 90 synchronizing the flash, removing Xiaoyang. This team fight was gonna be a 50-50 angle, but removing the main firepower, which is Xiaoyang, makes it so easy for Twisted Mind to come back into this game and secure the game-winning push with the Tempest Dragon.
They get the secure winning push there, the game fatal blow at the crystal with the Tempest Dragon. They only needed one this time, only one, which is an improvement from that game number 1 Tempest Dragon fight. But we need a doctor to give us a diagnosis, and I know 3 of the best of them, so let's give it over to Dr. Isaac.
I am no doctor, first of all, so I don't want my mom just to be taking like I already went to school and I just go and got myself another degree. But what I can say, I love the way that it was played, and I am telling you, we were right over here just yelling at the screen, push, 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 fight, 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 because these TM against Paws Gaming fights are really the best of the best.
Absolutely the best here. Twisted Mind, this game reminds me of first game here. They get really ahead, kind of struggle to close it out, right?
Yeah.
But they do a great job of taking these high ground towers, and these are the insurance policies. No matter how much you slow down, once those towers are taken out, it's permanent. It'll help you spawn those elite minions, and as you see, because of those, they take the game.
I want to say my mom did want me to be a doctor, but not being a doctor for the game. And I gotta say though, that was an incredible match. I don't have 2 words for that game. Oh wait, I'll say 2 phrases.
Go ahead.
Number 1 is life choices. Number 2 is regrets. Okay? That was actually just, you picked the ladder characters, right? You put the Foods, the Da-Qiao, Mulan, and you put yourself in a corner in that way because if you make a mistake, there's so little room to ever come back.
Now, the problem in here is that, let's talk about life choices. They chose to play Yao and Fuzi and Mulan and Da-Qiao and and Kung Ming at the end. What the problem is in here? You need to fight. That's it. That you decided just to go with a fighting, go 3v1, 4v1, gang people here, gang people left, gang people right, and they were not able to do that. The tempo of the Da-Qiao Foods strat did not work out, allowing TM just to turn things around.
I think they picked the composition that kind of thrives in chaos, right?
Yeah.
But against someone like Twisted Mind, they played really calm and collected and structured the game. They never let the chaos of Paws Gaming's composition disrupt them here. You know, with the Mulan, Yao even, Ko Ming, none of that really got rolling, especially the Futsu in the bottom lane.
This one right over here, look at that fight. It's like, it just feels like they never had a clear target. And that allowed Twisted Minds just to turn things around. If it wouldn't have been because Shanks died in the middle, then that would have been a clean-up immediate.
See, I want to give credit to Twisted Mind also because they find the I would say the answer for the code, which is Foods and Da-Qiao combo. The target is you just focus on Foods all game. This guy was 0-5 for the longest time. That's KDA, right? Because they were constantly ganking him. The thing about Foods and Da-Qiao is if you lock somebody in, Da-Qiao can summon the entire team and they become a number advantage. But if you focus on Foods' lane and separating those two, that becomes your answer to that solution.
But you need to have an item advantage, a gold advantage, a pace advantage. You need to have anything going your way, and nothing was going their way. And they were still just going with the same strat again and again and again.
Twisted Minds returning to form. Earlier in the series, we mentioned how they were doing a great job of shutting down Feng Ji here. And this game, I have not seen him shut down more than this. 22-minute game, he only did 43,000 damage.
Yeah, there's no damage. Look at the entire damage distribution here from Twisted Mind. It's totally even almost, right? Whereas on the other side, Xiaoyang is doing 40%, close to 40% again, right? 30+%. And that's not because, well, he's doing decent amount, but this game also dragged out over 20 minutes. Over that period of time, this is actually not a lot considering the rest of the team is not contributing enough damage in the team fights.
I'm telling you, the way that Twisted Minds played this game makes me feel like they fixed their mid-game, their mid-game strat. Like, they did fix that. They had a gold advantage at the 8th minute. By that time, they had like 2,000, 3,000 gold by 8 minutes, which is really good. The problem is that they need to be a little bit more dominant when they have the opportunity to finish the game. We cannot be sending games all the way to Tempest Dragon because that opens options. Sagi said something very, very smart. He said, when you come to Tempest Dragon, the gold advantage is already not important. Why? Everyone's stacked up. What else can I do with extra 2,000, 3,000 gold? Nothing.
Absolutely, I agree. Twisted Mind's composition just so happens to favor the slightly more late game here, whereas the enemy team didn't end up picking a marksman. So while that is a mistake of theirs, it wasn't as punished heavily as a traditional composition. Twisted Mind definitely fixed up the mid game, but now they got to work on closing out those games.
They need to close the games. They need to be a little bit more dominant. They need to be completely together with that. And that way, they are going to send us to Game 6. Game 6 right now, it's going to be 3-2 an advantage for Twisted Minds. Let's take a little break, and we're going to come back with that Game 6 that is going to define everything.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the KWC 2025. This is the quarterfinals, match number 1 between Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds. Right now the score is 2-3 for Twisted Minds. If they win the next game, that's gonna be it. It's gonna be 4-2 and they go to the top 4. But if they're unable to take that and we go to a 3-3, that's going to send us to our 7th game, the ultimate battle. If you don't know what an ultimate battle is, we are here to teach you, we're here to hold your hand and explain to you what is going to happen in that game.
Welcome to the 7th and last set of the match, the ultimate battle. The global ban system limitations have been removed, allowing both teams to choose whichever heroes they want. The team that lost the previous set now gets to choose their side of the map. And then both teams' coaches proceed with their draft and skills, without knowing what the other team has drafted until the match starts. It is a test of pure synergy and the highest level of mechanics. Hold on to your phones. The ultimate battle is about to begin.
We are jumping into Game 6. As you just saw in that video, if Paws Gaming wins this one, that's going to send us to the Game 7, the ultimate battle. That is the peak of Honor of Kings. Dave, do you want to explain to us a little bit more about that ultimate battle?
Yeah, absolutely. Ultimate battle, in short, is 5v5 normal mode for pros, all right?
Yes, sir.
They literally can pick anything. The interesting thing about the ultimate battle in the competitive scene is how the draft is done, right? It's completely hidden. The coach and then talk about each individual picks, and it's revealed in the very end. I like the entire format of how it's revealed, and I cannot wait. No, as a caster, I cannot wait, but I really, if I'm a player, I really don't want this game to go to full 7 games.
Yeah, the ultimate battle here, no bans on either side. Every character is available, so
all of it.
All of it. You can go ahead and pick the best lineup. And what I like about Ultimate Battle, you're going to see a lot of similar characters, but those deviations are the most important. Those one character deviations.
I love that because everyone's going to say like, yeah, let's just go for the meta. And sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes it's just going for the meta and you have exactly the 5v5. But if you can predict what the other team is going to pick, there are still some very, very minimal, very marginal differences that could turn things around.
Yeah, every time we see Ultimate Battle, especially in the last F3, there were 3 of them in the very end back to back. And you saw so many of the exact same draft, and it's just like who executed better. But there was a slightly variation, sometimes from a clash lane, sometimes from a marksman lane, right? You got a lone beam picked out here and there, but it's just not very often.
I'm telling you, let's not jump into the ultimate battle yet, because we still have Game 6. And if we talk about Game 6, this is, for me, the most challenging game ever, because the global ban pick, you have a lot of your meta heroes that are completely off the table. And this is the moment where you need to actually really think, what are you gonna ban? What are you gonna pick? Oh, Saggy, Blam, come on boys, take it from here.
Thank you very much there, Isaac, for holding our hand through the Ultimate Battle explanation. We're going to hold your hand through this draft. Just obviously completely neutral, and we love that. But anyway, we get into game number 6 here. Twisted Minds is up 3-2, and Paws really needs to bring out some stops here to stop the Twisted Mind.
If they don't bring out their stuff gear, they're gonna be bringing their stuff home to the airport, because this is the elimination match. There's no loser bracket. It is single eliminations here. So this is the final game potentially for Twisted Mind, and this is the only chance that Paws Gaming has to pull it to a best of 7 ultimate battle.
They do indeed, right? I mean, are we going to be seeing City Boy's Liam Pope? Because, I mean, he hasn't played it yet. This would be the crucial moment to bring it out, right? And I mean, if you pair that with the likes of the Charlotte, that is some great initiation into team fights, right?
That is indeed the case. Good backline access, very good follow-up coming in from the Charlotte here. So that is definitely something that Twisted Mind can be drafting, especially CT Boy.
Yep.
He has such a phenomenal Liampo in the group stage.
I mean, the My Shiranui is available, right? But is Paws Gaming going to go for it? I don't think they are they?
Ooh, looking at the draft, there's no immediate rush of picking the My Shiranui up, especially when Twisted Mind has already expended it, so they put their focus onto Dolia, which both teams have not touched. Monkey, a tank jungle, one of the tank junglers that's still available in the Game 6 of the series here. So they're putting their priority straight on Twisted Minds. They're looking to formulate a draft around Charlotte, Gen.G, and Liampo. This is insanely good. Gen.G and Liampo, very solid early to mid game. In the later stages of the game, on the team fights, Charlotte and Liampo will be diving towards your backline here.
Yeah, and I mean, the D-Ranger here as well, right? Like, he can kind of self-sustain in the lane alone, right? He's not kind of going to need anybody to hold his hand, unfortunately. But he's going to be able to just kind of carry himself, and then as he gets into the latter parts of the game, he can then have that crucial kind of damage reduction as well, right? Especially onto the tanky heroes like the Monkey. But the My Shiranui is going to come through here for the side of Paws Gaming. So Xiao Yang is going to be looking like he could potentially be the carry in this one.
Picking up the My Shiranui, as we mentioned, why does this pick have so much priority in the bans and the picks, but has not been so successful in the win rates? It's because this hero requires 3 things. 1, the player's individual mechanics. 2, the player's own mind in how to set up team fights. And 3, in games, elimination matches, your mental fortitude in making big plays, sacrificing yourself or potential risky ones, is when it comes down to this moment. Can you be the difference maker?
Can you be the difference maker? But I mean, speaking of difference making, it's going to be Paws Gaming banning out 3 of those assassin jungles, right? Jing, Fade, Luna. We ban out the Lung because obviously Paws Gaming has not selected that yet. Do we expect a Han Xin pickup here?
That is definitely one of clean signature, clean jungle picks here. He has yet to lose that in KWC 25, so that's definitely one of the focal points that they can put in if Twisted Minds does look for the late game engages, because Gen.G, he's a semi-early to mid game sort of pick, so bringing in that Han Xin will definitely make sense. On the side of Paws Gaming here, that's 3 marksman bans onto Feng Jie here, so Feng Jie gotta figure out like what hero he wants to lock in on this marksman role.
Yeah, I mean, pairing a marksman with a Dolia, there is going to be very interesting, but I feel like it's definitely due to the due diligence of Twisted Mind doing their homework, right? I mean, Mungia with a Dolia has been something we see very often, but here, the Guan Yu looking to change the pace and the tempo of these team fights here, but can he be dominant enough? Because we've already seen that Paws knows how to stop his, has his limitations, but does Twisted Minds know how to do that?
Ooh, that is definitely going to be interesting, especially Charlotte is a good matchup into the Guan Yu in the side lane here. So if this Guan Yu does not have big moments, big flanks, this Charlotte is definitely going to dominate the side lanes here. And talk about side lanes here, Twisted Minds still has yet to pick up their mid lane and jungle here. Are we putting Clean onto a front line, or are we putting Clean on a signature assassin jungle like the Hansen?
We gotta look for it, right? I mean, the Yixing here could come through here for Twisted Minds, right? I mean, that would be another great way to control the battlefield, and obviously City Boy, I mean, not City Boy, Highling likes it, but it's actually going to be the Dion Wei here, so plenty of burst damage coming through for the side of Twisted Minds.
And talking about something interesting here, Luban number 7, the best tank shredder in Honor of Kings, has built-in damage based on enemies' health. So that's a very amazing pick here if they want to shred down key targets here. But if you think about it, City Boy's on Lian Po here, and the last time we see him on Lian Po, he was punishing Feng Jie insanely hard during the group stage.
Very hard, right? I mean, he plays the Lian Po very sort of like proactive. He's around the gorge, not really kind of sticking into lanes. He's kind of burst ramming into those brushes to get those phase checks as well. But honestly, the Dion Wei, I feel like it's the first time we may have seen him as well within the KWC. So just another result of the best of 7 format is the fact that you do get new heroes. Obviously, yes, Dion Wei has come through once and has currently at one singular loss, not a single dub on the board. Whereas Luban, this is Paws Gaming's moment to shine, right? If they want to give this a 100% win rate, they can do. But this is Twisted Minds rounding out this game. And there is some big picks that we've been seeing in terms of performance for the side of Twisted Minds come through here. But only time will tell if this game number 6 will be the conclusion or the start of something new.
The start of something new being the ultimate battle here, but we definitely have to check out this Dian Wei pick here. Yes, we talk about the Luban, insanely good tank shredder, very good early to late game marksman. The only thing bad about him, he has no mobility at all. This Dian Wei here, when you look at the bounce house here coming in from Paws Gaming's draft, you have all these purify coming in from all your spells here, coming in from Dian Wei. Every spell you cast, it's a purify here. So both teams, they have sort of their own idea on how they want to orchestrate their team fights and look ways to counter the opposing team composition.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it at this point in the game, right? I mean, they can't just kind of draft like willy-nilly and think that they're going to win this game number 6. But right now, obviously, Twisted Minds City Boy is taking a lot of damage there. They do force the flash from him as well, so already having that intel could be huge. Oh, second skill just missing.
That missile just flew past right his face there. If that were to hit, it wouldn't have killed him, but it would really damage his recall timers. And look at this strong laming here coming in from the Luban number 7 into the Gen.G. A very standard matchup that we usually see in the KPL in Twisted Farm Lane. So right now, we're sort of see a big win here coming in from Paws Gaming's Farm Lane.
Yeah, only time will tell, right? Only time will tell if they are successful in this matchup down to the bot side of the map. But like you were saying in the BP, Luban number 7 for those at home. If your enemy team has a lot of tanks, this is the guy that you want on your team. But positioning is very vital because he has very little mobility.
And just look at how much damage did to City Boy. That's a level 3 Luban there. No physical damage items, only attack speed. And he took down his health by, like, look at that. 10% per shot, that's a lot of damage here. But as Blam mentioned, please be careful while playing Luban number 7 as he has 0 mobility.
Yeah, you'd be pretty much relying on your flash to get out of there. So using your common skill is going to be the MO to escape that one. But Xingling is just taking a lot of these blows on the chin here. He's able to at this point of the game because the damage from the side of Twisted Minds has not quite yet activated.
And Xingling is playing really confident here. Knowing it's a game 6 here, he's playing towards his own tempo here. Soaking a lot of damage and giving so much information to Feng Jie to really play this lane to a full here. And if you think about it, Dolia in the river, she gets innate healing from the river.
Yeah, exactly. It playing just in a perfect position, just making sure that it's kind of like rotating. We're seeing that, yes, Hai Lang has rotated down, but has it been effective just yet? Not too much, not too much.
It is indeed not too much, but he's slowly soothing out the pressure that Shanks is having to really tackle here, because if he doesn't come down, that tower is going to be melted down insanely fast thanks to Luban's number 7's passive here. So that's a minimal that Hailang has to do here, and he's sacrificing so much gold towards the pockets of Clean at this point.
I mean, if we look at like team fight potential as well, right? Obviously, over to the side of Paws Gaming, they're heavily reliant on having Monkey within that front line, right? Like, they need that there. That's a lot of soak that can come through from that pick. So, if Miles Soldiers isn't around, I don't think they're going to be taking any team fights.
I do have to agree with you. And look at the engage coming in for Hailang. He immediately forces out the flash from Feng Jie, but Feng Jie, his reaction time is kind of clean there.
Very clean. I mean, he's able to just get across the border of the board before it locked down and got him into place. So nicely played there by Feng Jie onto the side of Paws Gaming. And again, last time we saw Paws win, they had the early gold lead. And what do they have right now? An early gold lead.
An early goal lead indeed here. But that is a very crucial spell here coming in from both Feng Jie and Hailang that has been burned prior to the Tyrant that's going to be spawned right now. Look at this Charlotte from 90 here. He has already rotated towards the mid lane side, wanting to contest for this buff here. Without the flash of the Feng Jie, City Boy will have a much easier time.
I mean, like you were saying in the early part of the game, right, Sagi, is the fact that Luban's already doing so much damage to the Liempo, so if they give over a free Tyrant, that's just going to completely just help with the shredding, right?
You are exactly right, and looking at the map save coming from Paws Gaming here, they want no business with this Tyrant here, because they know for a fact, if they start off this Tyrant, multiple angles of engage coming in from Twisted Mind will be onto Feng Jie right now, but talking about engage here, Qingling gets caught up by the board, and he will eventually die.
Yep, the Tremor Smash does come through and connects onto him, but speaking of him, 90 is not him.
90, he's off to sleep with a 15 seconds death timer here. So a handshake trade here coming in from both teams here, but the Tyrant does go over to Twisted Mind here. If we do look at Twisted Mind's team composition, right, they heavily rely 90 to really scale towards the late game here. If they do not have any form of answer towards this Feng Jie's Luban number 7, they're going to have an insanely tough time to out-DPS this Luban.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's really it, right? I mean, we've seen many a times where Feng Jie is able to just position so nicely within this game. So, honestly, in terms of positioning and questioning the position of the Luban, I feel like it's on the perfect player, right?
It's had to be on the perfect player. We saw him play the Ho Yi in Game 4 just now, and without the mobility, he had a pretty good game as well here. So we have to see how Feng Jie reacts to all these engages. He has only one mobility spell. That's on a 2-minute cooldown. It's his common spell flash.
Exactly. It's currently up, so he's able to kind of just like maybe play a little bit more aggressively whilst he has that common skill. But right now, in terms of sustainability onto the side of Twisted Minds, other than obviously the HP regen from obviously Charlotte, it's looking pretty scarce, right? It's like they have a full-in commit build where they have to just go into a team fight and commit.
They have to commit. The board has to be laid down. It has to catch Feng Jie onto this Luban number 7. If he doesn't get caught out, it's going to be self-due. But enough onto Feng Jie. This 1v1 once again. Snow is extremely good at this Guan Yu, and he takes another kill onto this matchup that he's so damn bad with.
Yeah, man. 90's not having the greatest time here with Charlotte, but speaking of not having the greatest time, Xiao Yang is able to escape with just a lick of health. Clean, not looking too good here, but able to take in liberties is going to stop the horse in his place. Snow gets taken down.
Ooh, Snow, buddy, that's not where you want to be here. Your team bail out on you, and you are the sacrificial lamb of that exchanger. I gotta say, Hailang has had a pretty good game so far. He's always coming in with these flash engages, setting up his team for success here.
Setting them up for success, exactly that. But I mean, if we look at it, Snow, yes, he died, but he was able to create the time and space to keep that minion wave crashing through into that top T1. So it's already looking like a bit of pressure here being created onto the side of Paws that they definitely need in this early game.
And look at the board that is being casted off real quick. The jungle mass soldiers gets locked, and City Boy goes in for the engage.
Yeah, City Boy into the backline there, just trying to disrupt the flow of Feng Jie onto the Luban. But unfortunately, no kills for the side of Twisted Minds. They were able to take that first turret, however.
And look at Xiao Yang, he's dancing along the knife's edge right now. He's extremely low, but he fends off the tower against the push here. So, Xiao Yang knowing his limits, making sure that his tower is safe here, making the game a stalemate at 8 minutes. Previously, as of this point, one side would have completely exploded and the goalie will have been immense for both teams here, but this is an awfully medium and neutral game so far.
I mean, through it all, obviously, Twisted Minds, they've got the T1 into top side, and they got a few kills, but they're still not ahead with their gold, right? The Tremor Smash, is it going to connect? Oh! Bunge. Not only the Leap of Fury, as well as the Tremor Smash. That felt personal, and even more personal, we get the takedown of Jin Lin.
City Boy again showing off his Lian Paul's prowess here. First Ram Flash to find the correct angle onto Feng Jie, forcing out the flash, connecting with the Tribal Smash, making sure that Clean is able to follow up this. And right now, we talk about this mid-game. Kind of quiet, but City Boy breaks it apart.
He breaks it apart. And speaking of breaking apart, the T1 down to the bot side of the map gets breaking apart by the Winions as they are able to claim a second objective for the boys of Twisted Minds. Definitely puts them into a more favorable slot in terms of being ahead with the gold lead, but it's still so slim. It's literally, like you said, Sagi, it's on the knife edge.
It is in the knife edge right now, but I really want to see how City Boy orchestrate all these big engages, because one engage like that, he secured himself 2 kills and he's having a field day right now. So far, City Boy has been one of the most impressive Lian Po players so far coming in from the group stage to the stage.
Yeah, I think this is why we were waiting for it to come in game number 6, right? This is game point potentially here. Leap of Fury onto the backline. Bungjet not looking too happy. He gets caught inside the box. That is a takedown. That's a lot of damage from the side of Port's Gaming, already been taken off. But Hylang as well gets traded here, but can they get more? Dream Roam comes through defensive. He's looking to charge through. He's not going to quite be able to get it. And then Myosotis gets the kill onto City Boy, but can Snow make a difference here? The takedown of Shanks could be the opening here for Paws.
Snow comes in clutch, but he's standing still. You see what is going on with Snow here as he falls down towards Myosotis. A 5-4-3 exchange in favor of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that goes in the favor of Paws, right? Like, even though Twisted Minds started off that one pretty clean, Hyland kind of got punished there for his positioning, right?
That's the danger coming in from the Guan Yu, right? Let's take a look at the replay here. So, while Feng Jie was getting caught out, Snow immediately got access to the backline, takes down Hylang. Look at his positioning here. He's lurking. He's finding an opportunity at the backline. Once he finds it, he finds Shank at first, pops his Razor Cavalry, executes Shank, and he played the last fight beautifully until his demise at the point.
Yeah, unfortunately there, obviously for Snow, he did get stopped there, and obviously it was a takedown overall of the team of Twisted Minds. And the T2, in the top side of the map does get taken down as well, however, so it's still already cementing that gold lead for Paws Gaming. But we're really starting to see here Myosotis on the monkey, right? Like, he was at so low health so many times within that team fight and still kept going in for more, just spamming that first skill, keeping that shield up.
That monkey was literally one of the biggest team fight bosses there. He was always tanky, always alive in that team fight, playing at knife's edge, knowing his limits here. And Snow, he's coming out huge with these team fights here. 1 or 2 more of these big engages, he can really claw the game back to an equal for his team. As right now, Paws Gaming, they're looking at this Shadow Tyrant right now that's going below half.
Yeah, Clean's like, do we contest it? Do we? Oh! He goes in with a Leap of Fury, gets a crucial kill. Pep, can he get any more? But the damage going through for the side of Paws is too much. City Boy gets the Tremor Smash onto Bungja, but they need the damage, and there it is, delivered, side sealed and delivered there by 90. But can they now get out? That is the important question, and the answer is going to be answered very soon. 90's trying to dip dash out of there, but it's going to be looking at the Kachusa. It's trying to go in. He gets taken down. Shanks, however, gets met here by Myosotis.
Oh, Myosotis here gets the spine onto Shanks here. There's extra movement speed, but Myosotis does not get the execution onto Shanks here. But Shanks, that is the splash that you expended against a monkey here. As we can see, Myosotis on this monkey is gradually getting more and more tanky. And just look at his clean steal here.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
And this fight was orchestrated beautifully coming in from Paws Gaming, making sure that Feng Jie was alive. But look at 90 here, slicing through the backline here, making sure that Feng Jie does not get out alive. City Boy here does get out alive here, and 90 here, he knows that he cannot escape here, does fall to the slash here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate there for obviously Twisted Minds, but definitely the turnaround that Paws really needed in that one, because obviously Feng Jie being taken down, the Overlord does get taken here as well over to the side of Paws Gaming, thanks to Xiao Yang, but right now, it's getting very fine with obviously that gold lead. Still around about 100 gold lead difference, right? Like, we're still just in that percentile.
It is not a big difference, and this is one of the closest games so far we have is this series here. Both teams are neck to neck, and look at the damage now coming in from Clean. He steals the objective, he does the damage, and look at the board as it is locked onto 4 members of Paws Gaming.
4 members do obviously get locked into the board. Trumpet Smash actually goes on to Feng Jie as well. Gets taken down, but here it is. Guan Yu just trying to upset the pace. No, pushing around City Boy, but gets to CC immune thanks to the Magma Slam. But here it is. Clue onto the back line. Clean gets that clean kill here with a Leap of Fury. But right now, we just need to make sure 90 City Boy and Clean get out of this alive, because if they don't, they lose that T1 into mid. Open up a sizable lead here for Paws.
Wow, that was under the influence of Shadow Tyrant as well here, and Myosotis, as we talked about, who is realistically taking down this monkey because he is a raid boss as of this point.
Yeah, absolute raid boss at this point. So much health, so much shield. And honestly, the damage really coming through here is Clean. And Shanks actually not having the best game here on this Gen.G.
Well, you have Snow on this Razor Cavalry Guan Yu that's constantly charging at you. I don't kind of blame him, because if we look at it, Feng Jie, he's sort of like a living bait here.
Yeah.
Fights engage onto him, but he dies, but immediately Paws Gaming starts winning team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they always kind of position him towards the back part of the team fight, commit a lot of resources to get him, and then at that point, they've already used all the resources to get in there. It's the getting out part that they need fuel for. So the next rotation around the moon, around that team fight, is where we're seeing Twisted Minds really struggle here.
And look at both of these marksmen that we're talking about, right? They were not having the best of their presence in team fights, but they were slowly and surely going for their final builds right now. 14 minutes on the clock, they're slowly going for their final items right now. But the backline engage is coming in from Paws Gaming, coming from Twisted Mind, is so darn clean here.
Very clean. Obviously, access has always been one of these things with both of these teams, right? They have no trouble getting into the backline, but it's like I said, they have trouble getting out.
They have trouble getting out, and this is the one thing that they have to take note. If they fail the backline engage going into Paws Gaming here, they're going to have a big issue. But 90 goes into 1v1 against Feng Jie.
He's going to get him. Yes, he does get a takedown. He dashes up the wall, but can he escape the dream roam of Myosotis? But there it is. The Trumpet Smash does get connected just to try and keep Shanks alive. He's trying his best. He's able to get down and take down Snow. He's still so little health, but then Xiaoyang into the back line cleans up Shanks.
He's still alive.
Can they get some more? He is leaping away.
Qingling comes up huge with the escape here, and look at Myosotis here taking another round here with the Dream Rope, crashes onto Hai Lang here. So that's 2 members again being traded for Feng Jie. I'm telling you, Feng Jie's a living bait as of this point.
He's just a dangling golden carrot at this point, right? They're just like, hey, if you really want to go for him, you can do, but you're going to get punished, right? We always take more than that one trade.
And Paws Gaming, especially Snow and Xiaoyang, that was an insane play coming in. They went out with almost 1 or 2% HP, knowing for the fact that if they die there, that could have been massive going in for Twisted Minds. But right now, another objective gets secured for the side of Paws Gaming here. 90 going extremely low, but backs up.
He does back up, but I mean, honestly, we prop 90 up here, obviously trying to jump in onto Feng Jie, but I don't think they've learned, right, that like we were saying previously, if they go onto Feng Jie and they only get Feng Jie, it's not good.
It's not good indeed. And look at the top side KDA coming in from Snow and Myosotis. 6-3 and 5, 6-0 and 5. If we were to go out to see the damage chart, I'm pretty sure that they're on top.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem on top, right? There's some consistently damage coming through, more than likely coming from the Blazing Cape as well. Obviously that damage over time, but also that anti-heal. He's definitely making the difference here, the day and night difference onto 90.
Day and night difference. And with that lead that you were talking about, right now they secure yet another Shadow variant under the influence of the Primal bot. That is how ahead this Luba number 7 is. And right now, no tier 2s are available for the side of Twisted Minds here. If you are Paws Gaming here, it is time to go for the big push.
Time to go for the big push indeed. Because I mean, if they don't go now, when is going to be the best time? Because they, like you said, even with Primal Bond, something that Twisted Minds likes to do. They like to go for those double objectives.
They indeed like to go for double objectives here, and look at Feng Jie here, utilizing Luba's number 7 pass to take down the first tier 3 of Twisted Minds base. And look at the board. When will Hai Lang lay down the board is the question here as the engage goes in.
The engage just go in, but the board is small, and into the back line is going to be City Boy. He's stuck into the thick of it here, and Feng Jie is keeping himself alive, but goes down once again to 90. They get Xiaoyang, but they also get Feng Jie. That's a lot of damage being taken off the side of Paws Gaming with Snow down as well. Myosotis gets hit with illegal immunity and gets taken down.
He gets taken down, and this is a successful engage here thanks to Hai Lang and City Boy once again. City Boy and 90, they dove the backline. They make sure that you are punished for drafting Feng Jie onto this group on number 7.
Yeah, I mean, even though Twisted Mind's got that clear little win there for themselves, what, a 4-1 trade overall, I don't think they're going to be able to finish it here. At most, get that T3, which could still be a great pony back into this race.
I think we're going to get ourselves another Tempest Dragon game for this series here, Blam. Both teams are neck to neck, 16 and 16 in the kill score, and they are looking 50-50 as of this point.
50-50 as of this point. We did see Shanks use the Niggle immunity there to try and get onto the Feng Jie, but missed it. So now we know that's on cooldown. He's probably not going to go for these invades or try and get a little bit closer to the enemy team. But look at this replay.
Look at this replay here. Immediately, the entire backline of both teams are infiltrated. But thanks to the Shanks, his tanky build onto the T-Ray, he makes it out alive. But sad story for Feng Jie, it's not the same case. He gets taken down immediately by 90 on this Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually getting the catch onto Feng Jie and Xiao Yang was probably the key part of that whole team fight, because once you get rid of those, there's a lot of damage being taken off there by the sides of Paws Gaming. But still, after all that, 4-0, 4-1 trade, we're still seeing the Paws Gaming are ahead with that gold.
Well, as we mentioned, and Isaac mentioned as well, as of this point, 20 minutes in, gold lead 50-50, it doesn't matter. However, you can still utilize the gold lead to do item swap, Sage Sanctuary to the Splendor, Splendor to the Destiny, to the Blood Rage. So there are still multitudes of itemization that you can go for. Right now, 19 minutes, 25 seconds here. The Tyra will despawn in 3 seconds.
And not only that, right, obviously, with the 20-minute mark come around, with that extra little bit of gold lead that you have, you can then upgrade those activation items, right? I mean, that's definitely going to be beneficial going into these team fights, and which you want to be on the receiving end of.
Talking about receiving end though, but the mid lane fight goes on as Myotosis gets caught up by the League community, and the backline gets engaged once again!
There it is, the Trevor Smash Flash goes in, lands onto Feng Jie as well. That is currently a 2-0 trade for the side of Twisted Minds. They are opening up Paws for now, but the base, they have to get that intercepted. The minions are there, but it's going to be Snow, it's going to be Xiao Yang that's keeping it alive.
Look at the current map state right now. They have no wave to realistically push for the end here. What is the call here, Twisted Minds? Are you guys looking for a game-winning ending push? The location, the position they're taking, it looks like they want to take this game-winning push.
I mean, they gotta try. They gotta try and do it here, or what is gonna happen is that Myosotis comes back up in about 8 seconds. They've got to be careful. I honestly think a retreat to the Tempest Dragon could have been huge here, but it looks like Twisted Minds are looking keen to get this finish off.
Okay, the fight might be starting out right now as Myosotis and Feng Jie is up on the map right now. The board has been laid down. The minions have not been cleared yet. The minions have been cleared right now. Look at the team fight.
Yeah, look at the team fight. The base and the minions have been wiped out here as well, but so has Twisted Minds. Save the Sanctuary Dudes come up here, but Xiao Yang is going to be the only casualty here for the side of Paws. They should have gone for the Tempest. They were just a little bit too eager.
But look at the base coming in from Twisted Mind here. The minions are ramming towards the crystal. Few more hits going onto the crystal, and it's going insanely low, but the minions have been defended safely, but another wave is crashing down the mid lane right now.
This is why patience is a virtue, guys. If you have patience in Honor of Kings, you can just be like, guys, we need to make sure we get the objectives. We can then take that fight there. But right now, City Boy trying to push them away. It's now down left to Shanks with this minion wave coming through. It's going to be Paws coming back with a 3-3 score.
We are going to Game 7 Ultimate Battle here, ladies and gentlemen. Our first ever Game 7 in Honor of Kings World Cup 2025, Blam.
Yep, are you not entertained at home and at the Amazon Arena? First day of the playoffs and first ultimate battle coming through. Obviously, a little bit of a stipulation here. The coaches have around about 3 minutes to get their blind draft locked in. Once it's submitted, they are then going to be going into the draw as we see the picks come through. But this is now where we're going to surmise what is going to come through for all these teams. What kind of ultimate battle draft are they going to look for? Are they going to go back to the little bit of the conventional, or are we going to see that Paws Gaming, like WKS, go for something that's not quite the standard blind draft?
I'm thinking here, Paws Gaming, they love the Fuzi Da Qiao with the Yixing, with the Byron, with the Pei. That's their go-to comfort drop for Game 7. On the side of Twisted Minds though, are you going for the ultimate meta team compositions for the likes of the Arlie, for the likes of the Mai Shiranui. It can be Riyadh, it can be Zhang Fei. There are so many picks that you can orchestrate your draft with, but man, that game just now was really down to the very last moment. We had no idea who would come out on top.
Yeah, literally through the wire, right? Honestly, I feel like if Twisted Minds just kind of just went, you know what, let's not go for the base, let's go for the Tempest, we still would have been in that fight, and I feel like Paws wouldn't have got that second win, so really, they've now got to go into the ultimate battle just completely disregarding that potential opportunity and outcome that could have happened in that game number 6.
This is the power of playing on the stage. It can harm you and it can really assist you. When you have momentum, the crowd cheers and roars onto you, you feel so energetic. But when it comes down to all these key deciding moments, that's when it really affects your mental game.
Yeah, and there we go. We do get the indicator that Twisted Minds wants to go into the blue side. So already we can kind of think what they are going to go for within this ultimate battle, right?
Well, as of this point, there's no counter picks, there's no bans, there's no drops as of this point. It all comes out this blind pick session. We will see similar heroes or we will see entirely different drops coming in from Paws Gaming on Twisted Mind here, Lam.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams that have had very dominant performance within the KWC, right? They are able to get to this part of the competition pretty much with very little losses as well, right? And now they both are here at the Ultimate Battle. And honestly, I don't think anybody predicted otherwise, right? If they didn't, they kind of played a little bit of a fool's errand, right?
That is the beauty of Honor of Kings, right? You have the Ultimate Battle, you have the global ban pick here. When we talk about, yes, on a normal basis, if we keep playing the same draft, maybe one of these teams will come out on top. But under the influence of global ban pick here, some teams with little hero pools start to get exposed and punished here, and it results into this kind of competitiveness which we all love to watch.
We do all love to watch, to be honest. But I mean, if we start to break it down a little bit player by player, so what performance has Shanks had the best performance on within this series?
It has to be the Long here, but if we look at the Ultimate Battle here, it definitely is either, okay, we start from the Clash lane here.
Yeah.
For the side of Twisted Mind and Paws Gaming, we might see the Dharma.
Yeah.
We might see the Fatigue as well, but knowing it's Paws Gaming, I'm kind of thinking, are they going for their favorite Da Qiaofu's team composition?
I mean, they might do, right? They might. It worked for them at the WKS. It may work for them at the KWC, but the way that they've been tested by Twisted Minds, I feel like they weren't tested at that point within their competitive region, right? The WKS. This is a completely different Paws game. They've been pushed to the wall, and now their Paws are on the desk. They need to make sure they are picking the best draft possible. But like I said, we've got about an extra 2 minutes there to get the countdown for the Ultimate Battle and their drafts.
The draft is going to be exceptionally important as of this point. There will be a mental 4D chess battle game between the coaches. There are two ways of doing it. One, you draft your favorite team composition, your most comfort, the meta team composition. Number two, you predict what the enemy will pick and you draft against it. It's a gamble you have to take, but if you land onto it, you will get such a strong competitive edge.
It's like you said there, Sagi. It is a gamble, right? Like, this is not kind of like, oh, let's go look back to last year where blind pick was every game and every team picked the same draft and won with the same draft. It's now like, do we try and get the... Just try and fool them. Try and fool your enemy team to think, right, okay, no, we actually are going to go and pick that, obviously, the Zhao, the Butsu, and the Yixing combo. And then they realize that they actually go for something that's a little bit more sort of like back to basics. Something that's kind of tried and tested and always works.
Try and test it, always work. We're talking about picks like the Dharma, the Pei, Agudo, something like the Mai Shiranui, Arlie, Riyadh, Zhang Fei, Lian Po. All these picks are the typical picks, right? But it's Paws Gaming, guys. They're not typical. They're not just your average meta team. They love to play it wild, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us because this is our first Ultimate Battle here, Blam. The meta is entirely different compared to what we have 1 month ago.
It is completely different, right? It is completely different, and we need to put some respect on Paws Gaming, right? I mean, somebody said on the analyst desk, this was like, yeah, they're strong, even though they're from the wildcard region. It's like, you can't say that. The wildcard series was definitely like one of the top ones you could look at. I mean, it had obviously Fearless Esports that we had from last year, and it had obviously Paws Gaming as well. And honestly, they are the kind of like the dark horse within this race. Both Twisted Minds and Paws Gaming are. It's kind of like the Grand National of dark horses at this point.
I totally have to agree with you as the matter right now. 2 seconds on the clock until we get to see the ultimate battle draft that has been finalized for both these two teams, as we will be looking at shortly the final draft of the game.
I feel like a kid on his birthday, you know? I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to get for my birthday. I don't know what I'm unwrapping, but whatever I do unwrap, I'm going to be grateful for, and I'm going to be excited because both of these teams have definitely fought tooth and nail to get to this point.
What an eventful day for this specific series. You started 0-2, and you sold, and Twisted Mind was definitely ahead. But Game 3, Game 4 onwards, the game were clean and fast coming in from Paws Gaming here. 5 and 6, we have a bit of a 50-50 game until Tempest Dragon, and it resulted into this Game 7, which will eventually result into one and only one winner.
Only one winner going forward to the semi-finals, obviously to play either against TTG or Team Vitality. Very going to be a different matchup there for either of these two teams, but still, both of these teams are up to the scratch, right? They are definitely going to be down for the brawl within this KWC because they've fought tooth and nail to be here at this point. They're going to fight even harder to get into the next stage and into the next stage because, like Phil was saying, each bracket, that's an extra sports car.
That's your extra sports car. Winning this one propels you $70,000 up in terms of the prize money. So definitely, all in onto this series, and you are looking at a brand new sports car.
Exactly. I mean, let's look at the support role, right? I mean, this is where we've seen a lot of kind of like differentials within the Ultimate Draft. Like, some people go for the Diadea, some go for the Dolia. But are we really expecting that for City Boy? Or are we going to go for something like the Zhong Fei, something like the Lian Po, which obviously wouldn't be the best within an Ultimate Draft, right? But it's like you said, you're looking at comfort picks, you're looking at meta.
Well, if you think about it, if they were to draft an engaged roam like the Lian Po or the Zhang Fei here, they can always think about the Mai Nui or the Dharma in the other lanes. That makes it an insane bounce house that they had success with back in game 6 and 5.
Yeah, again, it's going to be really difficult seeing both Hailang and Xiaoyang onto the Mai Nui because obviously in that mid lane, that's generally what comes through within another battle, right? Like, we don't really see much kind of like disparage from those two picks. Hailang could go for the I Ching, but is he really going to want to do that knowing that his team could potentially lock in the Mai Nui? But all the spectating from the casting has been done. Let's put that pressure to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Pressure? What pressure? We live from pressure. We love pressure. And we love Game 7. We're going to move into our ultimate battle. That was an amazing Game 6. A great display of decision-making, a great display of skills, and a great display of whatever that was. Ups and downs and roller coaster life. Isn't it, Phil?
Absolutely. And I don't want to say we called it, but we kind of called it, right? Ultimate battle here between Twisted Minds and Paws here. And we're talking about some stuff they could possibly pick. You know, we're kind of thinking about it still. And we're thinking, like, they did let a lot of picks through that they didn't pick later on. Maybe we're going to see a lot of these now. I'm interested to see,
I am really interested to see exactly what is going to happen. Before we move into the Game 7, what about if we talk Game 6? It was a tough one. It was a really tough one. Twisted Minds, they were this close to really just taking the victory home. And then they made a bad call, bad decision, and they sent us to Game 7.
All right, they're back to 2 words, okay? Life choices and regrets. Okay, at the crucial juncture, Twisted Mind made a choice. I'm going to wait outside the base and get wiped instead of going for the very crucial Tempest Dragon, okay? I think that's what changed the path of the trajectory of the entire game. If they just stayed a little bit patient and win for the Tempest Dragon, the game could have ended right there. But we wanted, Ultimate Battle, so there we go.
You know, Dave, what about we explain to people at home what we're talking about? Because when they hear like, okay, why couldn't they just push? Like, we need to explain the reason why. There is a logic to this moment, to that decision, that most likely in their minds, they just were so excited about winning that they completely forgot. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. So endgame is an art, all right? It actually takes a lot to end the game. And you want to make sure everything is set up, the environment's correct. Most important thing you want to take a look at is a timer, the respawn timer, all right?
Yes.
Just now, they did not take a look at enemy's respawn timer. Well, at least they were just so confident that they could have won.
Yeah, of course.
So, and that ended up being like the downfall of the entire game.
And I think that's the issue. They jump in, they do not have the wave, and wave management has been the biggest problem for Twisted Minds in these whole 6 games. The wave management has not been there, and they come in, the wave is not ready, they do not have 5 members, and they do not check on the timers. The members from Paws Gaming respawn, they're wiped out, and then they come back, nothing they could do to clear the crystal.
I think definitely we talked about it prior. Twisted Mind, one of their weaknesses is closing out a game. And we've seen it here. They kind of get panicky, right? They're on the edge here, getting late into the game. They obviously have a clear advantage here. They could have just waited, went back, got Tempest. We were all yelling that on the desk here.
Of course!
Yep.
You know what the problem is here, Phil? That we gotta remember, for Twisted Minds, this is their very first in an international tournament to be on a best of 7. So coming to game 6, okay, that's completely new territory for them.
Absolutely here. And while we can see that, you know, the players in the moment, they've been playing game after game. It's tiring just to be on the desk here, right?
Of course,
So nerves, everything plays a role here in decision making. So as Dave mentioned, they didn't quite look at the timers, or maybe they did, but they overestimated their abilities there. Monkey was able to come back and clear the wave, and then unfortunately cleared the game for Twisted.
I'm telling you, it is not that in here we're trying to teach the players how to play their game. No, we're not professionals, and for some reason, we are sitting here and they're sitting right over there. And it's very clear, they're better at the game than we are. But we need to try to explain to the people at home what is going on. Why those decisions, that in the moment when they are making those decisions, it's not as clear as right now when we look at it in retrospective.
Yeah, absolutely. The mental tiredness when you get to game 7, right?
Of course.
The nerve, and also want to check the heart rate. This is not just a contest of playing a game on a mobile device.
Yes.
It's stamina, it's focus. That's why, like, you see a lot of professional teams, they do military-style trainings,
Of
right?
course.
To train your stamina, train your focus, like, to make sure you're not thinking about butterflies when you're playing a game. So, Honor of King with the global ban pick is what makes this game so enjoyable to watch.
I'm telling you, I was not expecting that DNWay right over there. I wasn't expecting that DNWay pick. I did not like it at the beginning. It kind of worked out in terms of trying to corner Fonzie. When they took Fonzie 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, that Lupin number 7 was completely down. The problem is that they push it to the Tempest Dragon. They allow the Lupin number 7 to be online. They still are able just to get the initiation. Lienpo jumps in, Charlotte jumps in, eliminate him, and they should have finished what was a master class in terms of tempo.
I think their composition was fine. I like the Danway pick as a tank shredder. Danway is a fairly one-dimensional character, but the team he was against allowed him to play one-dimensionally. Monkey just jumps in, and then Danway gets to shred him down. And I think the execution was good up until, like we said, at the end there, where one little blunder made it so that Paws came back there.
I want to give credit to 90 on the Charlotte.
Go for it.
That was such a good Charlotte.
I agree.
You know, like,
agree.
Play after play, I think, Isaac, you and I were sitting here just like, oh my god, this Charlotte just keep on going for Luban, and he never misses. Not only does he not miss, he gets away afterwards, right? When 4 people were chasing him. It's just absolutely insane. And by the way, talking about Charlotte, you definitely want to watch a tutorial and start practicing this character, because one of the most fun mobile characters in the entire game. Not to mention, once you're farmed, you cannot stop this monster at all.
You cannot. Look at them. The players, they were so into the game. They were insanely focused. They knew that it was going to come down to a little bit of a mistake. Look at Hailong over there. He knew that he had it in his hand and he just let it go. It was so heartbreaking to look at.
That's honestly the worst feeling, knowing you're right up to the edge, you're about to go ahead and win, and you let it slip. They got to erase that from their memory, though, because coming up to Ultimate Battle, they need a clean slate of mind. Honestly, whatever happened in the past in this series does not matter anymore. Who wins this next game is what really matters now.
Ultimate Battle, Dave. If you were the coach right now, what would be your 5 picks, knowing that everything is on the table and you can get anything you want? Go.
You know what? Phil and I were having a bet, right? Whoever gets it right, well, guess wrong. I have to do 20 push-ups off camera, obviously. But for my personal choice,
all right, let's go Clash Lane first. Go, okay, Clash Lane.
The Clash Lane has to be the Byron. All right, there's no debate on that. Byron just way too strong.
Good.
The mid lane is, for me, it has to be mine, right?
Mine
also, not arguable. This year is way too strong. Obviously, there is a secret pick for Phil, and he will talk about it. And then, I like the combo of Ogren and Diadea. This has been a classic combo for the longest time. And in the past S3, it has been the most picked combo for Ultimate Battles.
Okay, so you're going right now, you're going Byron, Mai Shiranui, Ogren, and Diadea.
Yes.
Those are your 4.
Yes.
So you're missing a farm laner.
The last is the core, which is Arlie.
Arlie. Okay, so let's see. Let's just recap. Coach Dave is coming with Byron, Ogren, and Diadea, Mai Shiranui, and Arlie. Okay, I like it. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you I would have choose something different, but you know what? I like it. Phil, what would be your pick?
Well, Dave had a doctor's note earlier. It's my turn to have some doctor's notes.
Hot takes.
First, let me get off of the easy picks here. Pay Byron, I think, is going to get locked in for Clash and Jungle here.
Pay Byron, that has been very meta in these 6 days of competition. Love it.
I think teams are going to be itching to play that after seeing it get banned so often here and then playing it themselves here. And then Diadea, one of my favorites. I talked about it so much. Maybe they won't forget about it in Ultimate Battle here now, right?
You cannot just right now just let that Diadea go. Right now is your time to shine. Good. I like that.
And then Marksman, me and Dave actually differ as well here. I actually pick Long instead. I think it's a little bit of a safer pick, more reliable pick in Ultimate Battle, where the stakes are so high, teams might not want to play something like the, Arlie. That's a very high mechanical, I would say high variance, compared to Long, right? And on that note too, I'm gonna bet that it's not Mai v Mai. We've seen a lot of Mai v Vi's for Ultimate Battle.
That's the bet.
Yep. I'm going to pick that it's more of a traditional mid and something like the Lady Gen. Something a little bit more solid here.
Lady Gen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're thinking about just having Lady Gen play against Mai. Lady Gen might have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the team fight as just trying to create the area, but you might lose a little bit over there in terms of an assassin, right? Like you cannot flank with the Lady Gen, something you can do with Mai Shiranui.
I'm telling you, Phil is picking Lady Gen because of the Elsa skin, all right? Because it's one of the best skin in the game. You cannot miss it. It's so goated. You just have to get it. But I gotta say, there is a reason why Mai has been meta for seasons now, years now. Because so much burst, so much mobility, so much opportunity to engage and disengage. And obviously you can build different ways. You can build assassin, you can even build tank just to engage. So learn Mai as well. There are a lot of tutorials online, so search it up.
I'm telling you, if I were to pick one of the two of you, I would pick none because I don't like your Ogren and I don't like your Lady Gen. But if it were down to me, this is what I would think about. I would think, number 1, who is the core member of my team? And then just build around that one person. After I build on that person, then I'm going to have to just start thinking around. Let's think about the fact of Paws Gaming. We're Paws Gaming. Who is the core member in Paws?
I also, it's great that you bring that up. I also thought that they might just scrap all this and go back to their comfort and go Lady Sun and Ming, while everyone plays all these broken picks. I, at the end, decided they probably will not. But I think it's possible, though.
I know that when you guys were talking about this, you were talking about like, okay, maybe they're going to come back to the Tatsia Futsu, which, again, I did not like, so I didn't want to jump into that conversation.
That was Dave, for the record. That was Dave.
Throw him under the bus. That's totally fine. That Tatsia Futsu, it didn't work out right now. Would you really play that gamble there?
Not in Ultimate Battle. Right?
Okay.
Not in Ultimate Battle, because there's so many different other choices. As you mentioned, as Coach Isaac was talking about, focusing on the core is obviously a strategy. And that's why if you focus on the core from Paul's side, their core is their marksman player.
Agree.
And Arlie is arguably one of the strongest, if not the strongest in meta right now. It's just we haven't seen Arlie being that flashy or successful. But remember, the FMVP skin in the game, right? For a different region, for Art of Kings, is Eno's Arlie. The character is strong for a reason.
Well, Arlie could be, for me, the core member of this whole strategy if we were talking about Pulse Gaming. On Twisted Minds, on the other hand, the core has to move away from the farm lane and it needs to move into the jungle. For me, Clean needs to be taking control of the pace of this, so I would go with the pay. I would need to give Clean a pay, and if I'm gonna take that pay, I would take the Byron as well. So in that, I agree completely with Phil.
Absolutely, thank you for that. And my main...
You're welcome, Phil.
My main thing about the mid lane here is I still firmly believe Mai is one of those, is a very strong character, absolutely very strong.
Yes.
But teams are still hesitant, and we see in the stats, tournament after tournament, Mai is kind of on fraud watch, you know? It's consistently under 50% win rate, and in an ultimate battle where the stakes are so high, my guess is not that they're going to pick Lady Gen exactly.
Yeah.
My guess is more on it's not going to be Mai versus Mai.
Okay, so not Mai versus Mai. I agree with that. It could be nice not to see both of the same heroes. One of the beautiful things about the ultimate battle is that since you don't know what the other team is going to take, you cannot play to their weaknesses. You need to be playing to your strengths.
Yep.
And if you are playing to the strengths, and we talk about mid laners, who do you think is going to be a better mid laner? Is the side Twisted Minds going to be better at mid, or is it going to be Pulse Gaming?
Oh, my vote is Hailong 100%, okay? I mean, just the fact that I've been a fan for a while.
Yes.
And ever since that he stood up and cheered after a group stage game.
Yep.
And after the interview, was that a rival? No, I was just happy that I won a game. I became a hardcore fan, all right? I upgraded myself from a regular fan to a hardcore fan, okay? This guy is mentally on a different level.
Okay.
And I'm excited to see what he's about to bring in the next game. Obviously, in the previous games, he was kind of shy. I mean, I would say shy, on the edge, right? You see him like kind of frustrated, especially at the post-game cam. He was a little bit on the table. The body language wasn't there. But game 7, this is the time to take a deep breath, regroup, right? And talk to your team and just step it up.
I'm telling you, this is the Esports World Cup. This is the 2025 KWC, man. This is top of the top. This next game is going to come down in history. It's going to send us. If you win, you're going to write your name in the top 4. Top 4. You know how many teams are out there in the world, and you're going to be one of the 4 best teams in the world. You lose this one, and then you're going to have always that regret in the back of your head.
Absolutely. Just the regret of thinking if I just did one thing a little bit differently, especially for Twisted Mind, as we see how they played that game there. They're going to be thinking about that one for a while here. But going back to your last point about the mid laners and which ones are stronger, I think they both have different strengths. But one thing I would like to mention here is while we are projected, I did a bit of a hot take that it's not going to be Mai versus Mai. I think Mai versus Mai is probably what's projected. And if it is Mai versus Mai, I would say Paws' mid laner has the edge because Hailong is not really known for his Mai.
I agree with that. Xiaoyang is actually a lot more well-known than Hailong in terms of Mai Shiranui. Is that something that Twisted Minds is going to have to keep in mind and maybe not take that Mai Shiranui for Hailong?
And you know what? We're talking about it. Do you think Milady is in the play?
I don't think Milady is in the play, Dave. I'm sorry that I'm going to shut that one down. Milady is not in the play, my guy.
Yeah, but they're in rank. If you want to try it, it's one of the characters that actually do really well, right?
Against Mai, actually, yeah.
You can block the fence, you can steal the tower. The thing about Mai is Mai rely on hyper rotation because it's so good at clearing the wave and then just rotate and gank. And while you're ganking, well, guess what Milady is going to do, right? Throw some mechanic robots under a tower and throw an ultimate, the tower is gone, right? And we'll do it rinse and repeat until every tower is gone. So it's like a counter rotation strategy. You move, I don't move, and I win.
Well, I am loving this discussion, and I know that everyone at home is loving it as well. If you are liking this, or if you're not, it's totally fine. Send us your hot takes. You can send them over there in the chat. We're always looking forward to understand what the players want, what the people at home want as well, right? Like, we talk to the players so every single time that we have a chance, and we try to get like what is going on in their heads when they're thinking about choosing heroes. Dave, when you are practicing your own heroes, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about just the timing of the skills? Is it something important for you? Or are you thinking about different builds that would allow you different versatility in the games?
You know, this conversation has been brought up, I think, 3 times now in this entire series. And my only advice, I would say the most important advice, has always been practice. You gotta play a lot, right? Until you forget about mechanics. Honor of King heroes are all very, very unique in a sense where you, in the beginning, in your head, you're thinking about the combos, right?
Yeah.
You're practicing, especially when you play A.L.
Of course.
In the previous game, A.L. is very, very flashy, especially with the new skin, the flawless skin. Oh my
it's beautiful.
goodness. Yeah, you want to play the hero just because of the skin alone. It's such a cool hero. And then when you first start playing, and by the way, a tutorial just dropped, so make sure you watch that. So when you first start watching that tutorial and start playing that character, you're going to start thinking about the combos. But then once you play a lot, it becomes something like muscle memory for you, right? Intuitive. Then you think about rotation. Then you think about, okay, should I engage here or should I focus more on farm? Because we brought up how important gold is, economy is in this game. And you definitely want to focus on that. So I think a step-by-step progression. And that's also why Honor of King is so fun and attractive to a lot of high-end players.
I'm telling you, a lot of the people at home are going to be taking your words to heart, and they're going to go and start practicing every single hero that they know. Because everyone has that dream. Everybody would love to become a professional player. And what a best way to know what professional players are thinking about than going with Eruption right now and talking to 90 from Twisted Minds. Let's see what 90 wanted to say.
All right, we are backstage with the one and only Clash laner, 90 of Twisted Minds. So, 90, how do you feel being here? It is playoff mode. Yeah. How do you feel?
Today, I think we are very excited because it's the first time that we play on the main stage, and it's Esports World Cup, a very big tournament, so that's why we are excited.
I love it. I love it. I love the enthusiasm because it is true. You need to ignite everything in your body and your minds to be able to come off through to this playoffs. Okay, your opponent right now, it is Paws Gaming. What are your tactics going into that game?
It's a secret. And I think you guys can find it in the game.
So you got to watch the game, guys, to be able to find out their tactics. They don't want to reveal it. So do you have a message for them, for Paws Gaming?
Be ready to be destroyed.
All right. What's that?
4-0.
4-0, guys. 90, thank you very much for your time. And congratulations in advance. Anyway, back to you guys.
Well, so that interview aged well. They expected a 4-0 victory right over there. Sadly for them, it was not a 4-0. Right now it's 3-3, and we're waiting for the arena to be all set so we can move into our ultimate battle. It's going to be our game 7. I just love the way that 90 just mentioned it for us, right? Like, if you actually want to know what is going to happen, you need to be looking at the game. They're never going to give you a little bit of an advantage. How important do you think is going to be that? Just those little secrets that the players can keep from their opponents.
Well, look at this series here. It's 3-3. It's so close. Some of the games, the first game we see today, double Tempest Dragon. These tiny little mistakes and advantages from each side really add up. I was talking to Dave about how easy it was to steal the boars. It's only like 60 gold, but throughout the set of a series, how many camps you steal, right? It adds up to being a lot.
By the way, and that's why you want to watch a top players play, like character like Pei. Yeah. Someone who's easy to invade with, right? Because if you watch like I was Gen.G or aka A.G.A.L. Zoe in this tournament, he played Pei a very unique way. He would not buy jungle item, which is something that most jungler would never think of. Because once you buy the jungle item, you have the punishment to clear the minion wave. So he will go to mid, clear the wave without any items, and then he will buy the jungle item, and then he will either invade the boar, depending on how you defend it or not, or he will just go straight to your buff, which is like really creative. So you want to really learn the little minute details that start accumulating and become a huge snowball.
Those minute details are very important as we're going to move into the game 7, right? Because how the junglers decide just to make those decisions. Those decisions that the junglers make decide the tempo of the game. We're always calling the supports just to be the shot callers. that they're telling when to go, when not to, since they're able to literally just receive a lot more information. But the tempo of the game is decided by the junglers in most of the compositions that we have right now. Would you agree, Phil?
I would absolutely agree. And how well the junglers play with those supports and roams when they come in and gank together or invade together is going to be what separates these teams.
No, one thing I want to bring to the table of discussion here is discipline. I mean, you've seen so many little mistakes, and in Honor of King competitive, tiny mistake is very, very punishing, right? You make it once, you saw the Tempest Dragon push, you don't go for Tempest Dragon, you go for the base, it's game over, right?
Course.
Sometimes, if you overstay your welcome in the base, if you don't go for the formation, the 4-1 formation, push a high ground tower, guess what? You won't be able to push a tower, and you will lose some players. And once you lose some players, you might lose a Tempest Dragon, that snowball into a Shadow Overlord. So that will go to the next objective after next, which is kind of crazy to think about, but the comeback potential in this game is so insane. And that's why discipline is so important to not make those mistakes once you have the advantage.
All right, boys, you know what? When we talk about discipline, we're thinking about like, okay, how do we all are able to understand how to move forward in the game, how to just get the ball going, how to continue? Dave, you play professionally, man. You need to tell us exactly how the coaches are telling you how to build that discipline.
Bro, that is actually such a hard topic. But to be honest, there are many different foes to it. Number one is communication. Because each player on the team will keep each other in check. If you talk a lot with your team, that's why I was thinking Hailan was so fundamental, crucial to the team, right? Because he communicates a lot and he's excited, he's talking, he's always shouting. In a very, very hyped, very, very nervous environment, if you speak certain words 3 times, that's how you register the word. And Hailan brings that to the table. So that's why I like this player and a big, big fan. But communication is key. And number 2 is you just have to like really practice, right? Treat every rank game like how you would play a tournament. And that's obviously advice for a 5-man team, right?
All right.
When you play solo queue, it's all about 1v9. Yeah, have fun.
Boys, I'm really sorry just to cut the conversation right over there. I just received information on our Game 7. Sadly, Paws Gaming failed to complete their picks on the 3 minutes limit, and because of that, they're gonna have to play with their Game 6 composition. So one more time, we're going to be able to move forward to Game 7, but sadly, because Paws Gaming did not lock their composition in the 3 minutes limit, they are going to have to play with their Game 6 composition. This, boys, could completely change everything.
Yo, all I gotta say is there's still Mai in there.
Dave's bet is still alive. They did play Mai in the 6th game.
Get out of here. Is that really what you guys are going to catch?
Yeah, no 20 push-ups for Dave. Okay, 20 push-ups for this guy.
Well, not yet. We'll see. We still got to see what Hailan picks up here from Twisted Minds.
Do you guys think that this is going to have a very big impact on this game, though?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I was joking around in the green room they would pick Luban number 7 here for Ultimate Battle. It turns out they did pick Luban number 7 for Ultimate Battle now.
Yeah, I mean, now you have the draft, right? For Paws, you have Monkey, for those people who forgot the draft. We got it right here. Monkey, Dolia, Mai, Guan Yu, and Luban. That's for sure for Paws. But what is for Twisted Mind, right? We still don't know. Is it going to be Ogre? Is it going to be the Pei Byron?
I'm telling you, and this is just so interesting to understand because Fengdia did not have a great performance on that Luban number 7, and then he's going to be given a second opportunity to try to redeem himself and be able to be the carry that his team needs. This could be a great story. So I am loving the fact that this is happening. I'm really sorry for Paws Gaming because you know what? Everybody wanted to see their Game 7 composition. Everybody wanted to see their Ultimate Battle composition, but the rules are the rules. We got a 3 minutes limit, and sadly for them, they were unable to lock in their picks in that time ban.
While they are given this handicap here where they have to pick their last game's composition here, this could be the play for the ultimate street rep. If you win this game here in Ultimate Battle with the Luban number 7, history is going to be made.
Next level gaming, and that's exactly what it is. And by the way, Luban is a fun character to play, right? I mean, like, if any marksman out there, Arlie, Marco Polo, all those ladder characters that you would play, I prefer Luban any day, all right? Those skins for Luban is so insane.
Luban is one of the very interesting heroes. You know what? What about if we go there and then we look at what's going to be the compositions? I know that the casters are counting the seconds so they can take control. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate battle is here. Game 7 between Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds. Sagi, Blam, take it from here.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the first ultimate battle of KWC. It's clearly look like Isaac knows a little bit into my relationships. I like control. It's clearly, he's like, hey, let's give them control over the draft and let us be into this game. But here we are, guys. Obviously, stipulation, because Paws Gaming wasn't able to lock in within those 3 minutes, they have to run with draft game number 6, which we were looking towards ourselves, Sagi. It's not the worst draft.
It's not the worst draft here, but clean on his hands yet again onto this pay. He has not lost a single game onto this pay as of this point. That is going to be a power pick here. Coming in for clean here. And the analysts we're talking about, is it going to be a 5v5? It's going to be a 5v5.
What's better than one Mai? It is 2 Mais. The character's so nice, we got it twice. But it's going to be Shanks on the Ali going up against Gen.G on the Luban. One highly mobile marksman against one low mobility marksman.
That is indeed the case here, but you gotta be figuring here, the last pick here beating A.C.T boy onto this Zhang Fei here. You have the Zhang Fei, Marshall Nui, and Pei. This is triple insanely fast tempoed hero here. And if you do get engaged by 90 onto his Fatih, what are you going to do about it? Because this Luban has no feet. He cannot have any mobility to be dashing around.
Yeah, has no mobility to dash around. I mean, we can maybe see the priority for going the teleportation top side of the map, right? To be able to kind of go down to the bot side and then just kind of put the pressure on that way. But like you were saying there, Sagi, Clean has not lost a game on this pay. And I don't think he's looking to upset that now within the ultimate battle. I mean, this is do or die. Game number 7, ladies and gentlemen, at the Amazon Arena, we are getting into the first ultimate battle of the KWC.
And right off the bat, we see a lane swap here coming in from Twisted Minds as they look to contest Myosotis here onto this buff. A 5v5 breakthrough early on towards this top side as Myosotis successfully secures the Crimson Golem.
He's able to smite this Crimson Golem there. So really, we committed 3-4 men there onto the side of Twisted Minds, tried to get the Crimson Golem, tried to punish Myosotis, but he came out on top.
That is indeed the case here, but that is 2 small camps being stolen away from the side of Paws Gaming here. That's going to be hurting a bit onto the jungler Myosotis here, but towards the bottom side here, Feng.J is putting a lot of pressure as they secure the Fire Beak, the Firehawk, and also soon to be the Spiketail Beast.
Soon to be the Spiketail Beast. They're just looking to try and obviously put some resources into the likes of Feng.J to try and get that itemization on a little bit more earlier. And you can kind of already see it's paying its dividends. It's around about 200 gold difference into the bottom side of the map there.
Exactly the case here. And Shanks here, he's playing the early here. He did not have the greatest of the game against Paws Gaming. He was getting sniped down by all these Burning Sun arrows back in game 4, right? But it's a time for redemption here. We don't talk about the previous games here. 3-3 in scoreline, we evolve it back to a best-of-1 blind pick.
Best-of-1 blind pick here. But I mean, we can revisit the history, right? I mean, we said, obviously, Isaac was saying that Feng.J get that second chance to prove himself onto the Luban, but so does Shanks. He gets to prove himself now onto the Ali, so a little bit of a redemption arc. But those 2 heroes and those 2 players that we've been focusing on for the majority of this series.
And once again as well here, Blank Clean going for the semi-tank build onto this pay that he has so much confidence in. But due to this rotations here, the bottom tower is getting chipped down so quickly coming in from Paws Gaming.
They're doing very well, right? They're doing very well to put that pressure on down to the bot side of the map, and it's pre-4 minutes. So they're having a field day with the health bar of that T1. So at that time, around the 4-minute mark, when the Tyrant comes up, that you know for a fact that's going to be the main focus here for Paws Gaming.
Okay, let's talk a bit onto the game-winning conditions here for both teams, right? For Twisted Mind, it's simple. You catch out Feng.J, you mitigate Snow and Myosotis, that is your game plan here. For the side of Paws Gaming here, Feng.J has to survive because unlike last game here where Shank was on Gen.G, immobile, he could have got dove by Snow and Myosotis here. This game, he's playing an Arlie, and Arlie has so much mobility to offer.
A lot of mobility, and a lot of, obviously, she can cleanse and take away those long-range projectiles as well, right? So, second skill from Fengje, maybe getting cancelled out there by the Arlie, but right now, 90 has to make sure he doesn't get caught out here. There's a lot of poking, pushing, and prodding, and placement onto 90 the top side of the map, but then it gets paid back down to the bot side. Jingling getting taken off the board.
And that is the numbers game that we are talking about. One side there's action, the other side the trigger gets pulled immediately. Once again, Jingling gets the punishment coming in here. And talking about punishment here, Clean does sneak away some of the camps once again from the jungle of Paws Gaming.
Just sneaking away them, obviously chipping away at their resources is obviously what we're going to really be looking for here for Clean. Obviously 3k to around about 2.8k, not the biggest lead, but speaking of that, we do get a dive into the bot side of the map, but has to get out of there because they said that Xiaoyang and Jingling are down there as well.
That was a crazy micro sidestep here coming in from Fengje there. If he would have got connected by that Ryu engine, he would be so done here, but look at Shanks as he gets demolished by Xiaoyang's flash engage.
Yeah, massive. Traveling the distance here for Xiaoyang is not going to be a problem. And obviously having the Dolly, being able to refresh those skills as well, means you can potentially get 2 dives rather than 1.
Exactly, and right now Xiaoyang is proving that his engages are much more effective compared to Hailang here. We talk about all the other picks here, but the key difference maker being this Maestro. Look at that clean execution here. It's not on the Luban, it's on Shanks, on an Arlie.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit worrying for Twisted Minds, right? The fact that you can get caught out on such a high mobility hero is pretty scary for their prospects of the victory of this game, right?
But still, we have yet to see a full-blown out 5v5 here. We have seen from last game, Fengje is so prone to these dives, especially CT Boy and 90. They have such a good synergy in diving the backline. So we have to see, as the game escalates, how does Fengje play these fights?
He's got to play them carefully, right? Like, we saw the last game where he was getting caught out by 90, dashing in. Same with City Boy. But there was kind of like overcommitted, and they had to kind of stay once they were in. But now they've got to try and find a functional way around that.
Exactly, and right now we see rotations coming in from both teams here. A small 1,000 gold lead does fall over to the hands of Paws Gaming here. That 1,000 gold lead is the difference between Xiaoyang and Hailang currently in the mid lane.
I'm going to say it once and I'm saying it again. I mean, Paws Gaming, every time they get that early game gold lead, they win the game. They did it last game. They're doing it right now, so Twisted Minds better not be looking at that as a bad omen.
Man, but that Flam, that last game though, would you really call that as a victory? Because that was Twisted Mind fumbling the bag here. So, man, we gotta see how this game 7 really escalates, because right now it's looking pretty good for Paws Gaming in terms of the goal lead.
I mean, it was a victory. They got a point on the board. They got to the game number 7. So even if it was a fumble, it doesn't matter how you got there. It's the destination, right? You got there towards the end, and you got the point overall. But like you were saying, so far it is looking like a good fight, a good ultimate battle here for Paws Gaming. But we know that in terms of those team fights, this is where Twisted Mind likes to thrive.
That is exactly the case. I do have to agree with you as well, but I want to put focus on our clash laners here, 90 and Snow. I feel like these two will be the key difference makers. Aside from the Mai versus Mai matchup, they will be the one to really find these backline engages. If you can't find Shanks, you can always find Clean on the Guan Yu engage. But exactly, Snow has such a phenomenal game last game that I feel that bringing that tempo from his Guan Yu performance to this game will be pivotal.
Exactly, yeah, he has the momentum. He's kind of had a warm-up match with it as well, so it kind of works out, right? We see obviously the support spell being used there by City Boy to try and slow the side of Paws Gaming to keep them within that means, but someone's missing from this team fight, right? It's Snow. Snow is putting the pressure onto the top side of the map.
And that is a lot of pressure for one Guan Yu alone. He has a frigid charge already, so even if he accesses the backline onto Shanks, he gets the stun in, he will send Shanks flying into the arms of Paws Gaming. So right now, both teams are playing exceptionally safe from any form of engages, but look at City Boy. He's finding an angle, he's looking for the unbridled outburst, but Paws Gaming, they're not giving you a chance at all.
That's the thing as well, right? Like, Unbridled Outburst, it's great when it hits onto 4, onto 3, but if you miss completely, it's going to be a devastating blow for the side of Twisted Minds' team fight potential, right? Like, if you miss that Unbridled Outburst and then you take a team fight, it's going to look worse for wear.
And that's exactly the case here. So that is a very key spell there. If you miss it, you're going to be talking about like a 30 to 40 second timer where you have to stack, given if there's a jungle camp here. And look at the positioning right now. Feng-Jie is at a very safe spot, but we have to see the angle coming in from 90 and Hyla.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks takes a lot of damage before even getting into that team fight, right? This is kind of already showing the potential damage output here for Feng-Jie onto the Luban. And again, Luban's really good at just soloing these neutral objectives. I mean, it's gone.
It's gone. He's already finished the Shadow Ripper and the Eternity Blade. He's slowly working towards the Blood Reaper. And look at Clean here. He might be caught out though, but he leaps towards the safety. That is 2 key spells being burned for the side of Snow. But look at immediately, Feng-Jie's getting caught out!
Yeah, the Unbridled Burst, he flashes into it, obviously baiting it out, but only catching onto 2 of the side of Paws Gaming. Not really setting up that big team fight was really hoping for there.
But still, key cooldowns has been burned from both sides prior to the 10th minute Shadow Tyrant right now. A contest between this buff has been concluded. Clean does get it, and he leaps out to safety.
He leaps out to safety. The Dream Roll comes through just so that Myosotis can get with his boys, right? Rather than traveling in singular pack, they are going together. And looking to try and get this T1 into the mid lane is what Paws Gaming really are hoping for here, to try and give over the enemy jungle.
And positioning does come up clutch coming in from Paws Gaming as well. But keep in mind, guys, Feng-Jie does not have flash for this 10-minute objective here. And look at the Mind Shironui coming in from Xiaoyang here. He wants to catch off Shanks. That's slowly but surely pathing towards the Crimson Golem here.
Yeah, I mean, is Shanks going to look to go for it? Is Clean going to kind of go phase check it? I mean, right now, Xinglian's around there, just maybe giving intel over to Xiaoyang.
And the difference between the two Maestros, we're looking at Hailang, he's more towards the utility side, and Xiaoyang, he's wanting to farm out all this gold, be the side lane, and make sure that he has the one-shot potential. And for the side of Clean here, he's going for a semi-tank build. He's slowly building towards a Hunter's Grip, but look at Xiaoyang, don't might be caught out.
Oh, careful though, you don't want to lose the Mind Shironui. Oh, Clean with the takedown. Are they going to be able to get that Feng-Jie? The Unbridled Outburst, it does not Xingling into the wall, but it's not enough to keep it in space, but the damage for the side of Twisted Minds is coming through.
1 for 2 trade coming in big for Twisted Minds here. Once again, Feng-Jie onto this Luban. No mobility, easily caught out by 90. So much engaged, but you only have one spell, which is the Flash.
Only the Flash, and that's going to be the means that's the goal, the green light, right? The green light for Twisted Minds is knowing that command skill has been taken off the side of Paws Gaming. Speaking of taking things away, they take away the Crimson Golem from Paws as well. Able to catch Snow into this brush, is trying to charge out of there. We are seeing Shanks with a bit of a flank here, but he can escape into the top side. The leap of the wall, Clean with a 3-man gang is going to be Twisted Minds taking down Snow.
That's going to be painful for Snow. They're being caught out at such an awkward timing. As right now, if you're Twisted Minds, it's time to orchestrate a push, and it's time to secure the gold lead for yourself. And let's check out the replay real quick. As Clean was catching out Xiaoyang here, the backline of Feng-Jie was once again being engaged from the likes of 90, and to finish off the top, it was the Unbridled Outburst coming in from CD Boy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful setup here. A bit of a crutch here for the side of Twisted Minds, because they were looking a little bit like shaky until that point. But now, we obviously see top side of the map, bit of pressure being put on here by the side of Twisted Minds, able to get that Shadow Overlord, the same MO that finished probably the game for the side of Paws Gaming in that last one, right?
But still, Lamb, it's a 50-50 game. Look at the goal lead here, and it's Paws Gaming we're talking about. They're going to push it back to the late game, and when we look at the high ground, the final push attempt, that's where it truly matters. But right now, I want to see what damage can Twisted Mind do with this Shadow Overlord being spawned towards the bottom side of the map.
I mean, it's more so pressure than obviously damage that's going to be dealt here. We can see Shanks obviously feeding through those minion waves, able to get that T2 down to the bot side, creating and alleviating a little bit of pressure over the side of Twisted Minds. But Myosotis is playing this monkey very well, right? Like, he's there to soak up a lot of the damage, soak up a lot of those skills.
That, I have to agree, but imagine without any form of backline damage, how much can Myosotis really do? Because if Feng-Jie keeps dying at the start of team fight, you have realistically no backline damage to assist from him.
Exactly that, right? They've got to make sure they're protecting Feng-Jie if that's going to be the case, right? Obviously, just look at that damage. The Kachusen's coming through. The dash in on top of Feng-Jie means that we are going to get the takedown out to Xiaoyang, as well as Feng-Jie. Xingling goes down as well. We're seeing Twisted Minds really open up Paws here. Snow trying to get it onto that backline, trying to deter scare them away from this T2. No minions just yet, but they do have the Vanguards crashing through into the top side of the map.
It's a 4-for-1 scenario coming in from Twisted Mind. Can Snow really defend this? Because that is an Overlord and another one crashing down. Right now, he needs to be the savior of his team. He takes down Hailang.
He's not going to be able to do it. This means the Twisted Minds with the Vanguard, they take down the WKS champions. Come through, KMW.
They take him down and they progress themselves to a higher prize pool, to a minimum top 4 finish in this tournament. We congratulate Twisted Mind and we thank Paws Gaming for their effort.
Paws Gaming, I mean, at the stipulation of the Ultimate Battle, maybe that could have been the problem there, but hey, if they cannot come together and decide what's going on, that has to happen, right? There has to be a consequence, and we just follow the rules. It's not like it was the worst draft.
Rules are rules here, so that will be a painful lesson for Paws Gaming and the coaching staff, as the next time they come into this Ultimate Battle, they will be more careful, as they will be more mindful of the timing that they are allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're seeing that the players, every game that they've won, they haven't been the rah, kind of like stand up, let's take this victory and own it. They're kind of like realizing the gravity of the stage, right? They're like, you know what? We got to keep calm and collective. We got to make sure that we're kind of just allowing that we are here. We are amazing to be here, because I just want to, those in the Amazon Arena may not know this, but Hailang, 90, Shanks, City Boy. Last year, EWC, they were dropped at the first hurdle. They are now in the semi-finals. So crazy, but Mara lead the gorge.
Here we are with Hailang. Congratulations. Man, our first best of 7 you took us to game 7. How was that, especially when you guys started with a 2-0? So things have shifted in the middle. How did you stay composed for that potential comeback?
Because in the first game we 2-0 them, we are like express ourselves, and then we think that it's easy to win. But I think this next time we won't do like this anymore, and then we'll try our best to meet every team, because this time we do a pretty hard game. And then also in the first game, we do very well, but also lots of mistake, and our coach also very angry with us.
Is that why you look so stressed? Because when you came here, you were breathing hard, you bent down and took a deep breath. So what's going to go on when you go back to that room? What are you going to tell your teammates?
I'll tell them next time, don't think they are weak. Just do ourselves and make ourselves to the best.
Now, just one last question. In game 7, you found out that your opponent didn't lock in their heroes and they had to use their game 6 heroes. What was the reaction of the entire team?
At the first time, we feel shame of them, because this game will be very, because you don't have lots of times to play like BO7 to the full, and I think this is also a mistake for them. And next time we fight with them, and they must remind us.
You did well today. It's time to take a deep breath. It's time to rejoice, because you've won today's hard-fought fight. Once again, Hailang, you're so amazing. Congratulations. And now that we've shown you all the action, we're going to hype it up even more, because there's lots of things happening with Honor of Kings. So let's watch this.